Chapter 3143. The huge fist was blocked by Yang Kai with a single finger, causing Yu Xiong's eyes to bulge as if he couldn't believe it, and he threw out another punch. Yang Kai flicked his finger on Yu Xiong's fist, and Yu Xiong's powerful arm immediately fell limp, unable to muster the slightest bit of strength. Taking a few steps back, Yu Xiong scanned Yang Kai up and down. Although he was born rough, that didn't mean his thoughts were the same. Even if he hadn't used his full strength, his two punches weren't something anyone could block casually. So Yang Kai's effortless movements naturally made him think a lot. Yang Kai simply stood there with a smile on his face, a profound look on his face. Yu Xiong shook his head and no longer bothered with him, instead turning to Luo Qing and saying, "Little sister, something big has happened." Shan Qing Luo was startled when she heard this. What happened? Yu Xiong was now an origin king, so anything that could cause him to panic like this was definitely not small. How many so-called big events could there be on Monster Star right now? Those few things were definitely related to Red Moon territory. 10,000 Beasts Villa was destroyed. Shan Qing Luo was stunned on the spot before turning her head to look at Yang Kai, as if asking if he was responsible for this. Red Moon territory and 10,000 Beasts Villa had been fighting for more than a decade and had always been suppressed. Shan Qing Luo herself had fought with Huang Tudao more than once, so she naturally understood just how powerful the other party was. Being able to destroy 10,000 Beasts Villa was not something Red Moon territory possessed, nor did anyone on Monster Star. The only one who could do this quietly was the man beside her. But for the past 3 days, she had not left his side at all. So how did he do it? Or did he go to 10,000 Beasts Villa before coming to see her? Yu Xiong said excitedly. When I first heard this news, I couldn't believe it either, and even went to investigate. But guess what? The Myriad Beast Mountain Villa has been razed to the ground, and there is no one left alive inside. Although I don't know who did it. It is definitely someone who is proficient in fire attribute strength and divine technique. Moreover, according to the information I obtained before, when the Myriad Beast Mountain Villa was destroyed that night, Old Dog Huang was holding a banquet with not only the Origin King Realm Elders of Myriad Beast Mountain Villa, but also the 2 traders, Qian Yen and Kuang Shi. Good. Ha ha. As expected, good and evil always have their retribution. Clenching his fists fiercely, a terrifying light flashed across his eyes. Little sister, it's time to act. Ooh. The mountain villa of 10,000 beasts had been completely destroyed, and all the experts had been killed. The Red Moon territory no longer had anything to worry about. It was time to reclaim the entire Monster Star. It wasn't me. Yang Kai saw Shan Qing Luo staring at him, shrugged his shoulders, smiled slightly, and turned to look at Lu Yen. When he heard that the Myriad Beast Mountain Villa had been destroyed by a fire attribute divine technique, he knew who was behind it. Lu Yen and Biluo going out that night had been concealed from Shan Qing Luo, but not from Yang Kai's perception. Obviously, it had been that night. Lu Yen happened to be looking at him at the same time, squinting her eyes as if to say, "Praise me." Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up, and Lu Yen smiled sweetly. "You did it?" Shan Qing Luo observed Lu Yen carefully, and also looked at her in surprise. She had thought that this little girl was the illegitimate daughter of one of Yang Kai's women, but now it seemed that she had been thinking too much. Yu Xiong's chatter was interrupted, and he looked at Lu Yen in amazement, curling his lips as he asked, "Are you kidding me?" It wasn't that his ability to accept such a thing was weak, but that he simply couldn't accept it. Biluo weakly said from the side, "Master Yu Xiong, the mountain villa of 10,000 beasts was indeed destroyed by her." Yu Xiong glanced at Biluo and laughed. "That's not funny at all." Biluo looked at him seriously. Yu Xiong's laughter gradually faded as he asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Luo said, "I was just about to report this matter to Her Majesty. That night 3 days ago, she immediately began recounting what happened that night. Although she was only recounting it in a straightforward manner, without the slightest exaggeration, the events of that night still replayed themselves in front of their eyes, causing Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong's hearts to skip a beat. When they heard that Huang Tudao was burned to death by Lu Yan's small flame, they broke out in a cold sweat. That was a third-order origin king. What kind of flame could burn him to death in 3 breaths of time? Yu Xiong's face couldn't help turning a little pale as he looked at Lu Yan with awe and fear in his eyes. When he came over just now, he had seen how cute Lu Yan was and had even touched her head casually. Now that he thought about it, he was really lucky. If he had provoked this little girl just now, wouldn't he have followed in Huang Tudao's footsteps? Since that flame could kill Huang Tudao and render him powerless to resist, it would definitely have no problem killing him. Swallowing hard, Yu Xiong put some distance between himself and Lu Yan, as if he could find some sense of security by doing so. Who is she? Shan Qing Luo turned to look at Yang Kai. Isn't she your daughter? Yang Kai spread his hands and said, I told you she wasn't, but you didn't listen at all. She is Lu Yan. Lu Yan? Shan Qing Luo was taken aback. She was naturally no stranger to Lu Yan, but in any case, she couldn't connect the artifact spirit with this little girl in front of her. The person in front of her was a living person of flesh and blood. Shan Qing Luo immediately understood that Lu Yan must have obtained some kind of great opportunity following Yang Kai all these years, allowing her to even form her own body. After recovering from her shock, Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes lit up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The masters of Myriad Beast Villa were all gone, and they no longer had the strength to fight against Red Moon territory. If they were to attack at this time, who on Monster Star could stop them? Smiling apologetically to Yang Kai, she said, Lord Husband, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you any longer. Yang Kai nodded and said, Go do what you need to do. There will be plenty of time in the future. This time, he had come back to take everyone to the star boundary, so he would not be gone for decades without any news. There would be plenty of time in the future for them to spend together. What's more, after these 3 days of expedition, both he and Shan Qing Luo needed to rest for a while. Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong quickly left, embarking on their journey to reclaim Monster Star, leaving behind Biluo to entertain Yang Kai. Biluo looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and asked, Master, what are your orders? Who would have thought that the boy who was trapped in Fragrance City by the Master of the Queen would one day grow to such an extent that even the Master of the Queen had to be protected by his shadow? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, I remember that there is a space array here in Red Moon territory. Take me there. Shadowed Star was now in a state of peace, so it would not be long before Monster Star did as well. But it was still necessary to guard against any masters from the Great Desolate Star territory making a comeback. On Shadowed Star, Su Yan was in charge, so Yang Kai was not worried about anything. On the other hand, Monster Star needed to be strengthened. The best way to do this was to connect the 2 cultivation stars so that they could help each other. If anyone dared to have ideas about Monster Star, Yang Kai would make sure they never returned. The group of 3 immediately walked towards the depths of Red Moon territory. According to Biluo, the space array in Red Moon territory was destroyed by Shan Qing Luo more than 10 years ago in order to prevent someone from using it to teleport into Red Moon territory. At that time, they had already lost contact with Shadowed Star, so they had no choice but to do this. Along the way, they encountered many monster race members from Red Moon territory, all of whom bowed respectfully to Biluo. Although she was just Shan Qing Luo's maidservant, she was still an Origin King, Realm Master, and naturally received the respect of a master. What's more, who in Red Moon territory did not know that the master had never really treated her as a maidservant. She and the master were like sisters. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai and Lu Yan, their eyes were filled with amazement. Since Biluo did not say anything, they did not dare to ask. Not long after, the group arrived at the place where the space array was located. The space array here was arranged by Yang Kai many years ago. Looking at it again at this moment, Yang Kai found that it was quite simple. Of course, this was because his cultivation had improved and his horizons had widened, but it was also because his attainments in space principles had deepened. "Master, do you need any materials?" Biluo asked. She vaguely remembered that arranging this space array required a lot of precious materials. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No need. You can go about your business." In the early years, when he arranged a space array in the territory of the star boundary, the main material used was space spirit stone, but that material was not of a high grade. Yang Kai had brought countless space spirit crystals and space spirit jades from the star boundary, so using them to arrange a space array would be much more effective. Biluo smiled lightly. "Serving Master well is what I should be busy with." Since Shan Qing Luo had instructed her to do so, she would naturally do her best, but as soon as these words left her mouth, she felt that there was some ambiguity. At that moment, Yang Kai's gaze fell upon her, and Biluo clearly felt his gaze pause on her red lips for a moment. So she quickly lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her face, making it impossible to see her expression. When she raised her head again, Yang Kai was already focused on the space array in front of him. Sensing someone's gaze, she turned her head and saw Lu Yen staring straight at her, her hands spread wide, as she drew a large circle. What? Biluo was really scared of her, especially when she made all kinds of gestures which always made her imagination run wild. "So many women, so many," Lu Yen said. Biluo savored this for a moment before regaining her senses and blushing as she asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Ha ha." Lu Yen put on a fake smile. Biluo really wanted to rip her mouth open. "Lu Yen, come help." Yang Kai called out. Lu Yen nodded and skipped over to Yang Kai's side, blowing on a pile of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades that Yang Kai had taken out. A cluster of flames immediately flew out and wrapped around the materials. With Lu Yan's help, arranging the space array became easier and easier. In just half a day, a brand new space array was erected again. After Yang Kai's adjustments and positioning, this space array could be directly connected to Shadowed Star without any need for transit, which was undoubtedly much more convenient. After instructing Lu Yen to stay behind and take care of it, Yang Kai stepped onto the space array and pushed his space force, disappearing in a flash of light. Biluo and Lu Yen only waited for half a day before the space array lit up and vaguely visible figures could be seen, each of them with a powerful aura. When the light dissipated, Biluo found many familiar faces, all of which were masters from High Heaven Sect and Shadowed Star. She had lived with Shan Qing Luo on Shadowed Star for a while, so she was no stranger to these people. Chapter 30:144. Biluo even saw Su Yen. Immediately, he froze in place. Su Yen had disappeared 20 years ago without any news, but now she had returned to High Heaven Sect. Not daring to neglect her, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Biluo greets the first madam." Although the number of women by Kai Yang's side wasn't small, if one had to rank the number one, it would definitely be Su Yen. It wasn't because of their deep feelings, nor was it because she was Kai Yang's first woman, but rather because she had an aura that made others believe in her. Shui Yu and Shan Qing Luo would occasionally quarrel, but in front of Su Yen, they were both honest. Facing this first madam, Biluo naturally had to show due respect. Su Yen responded with a smile. "Long time no see," Biluo said. "For 20 years, the Queen's master has been talking about Madam. If she can know that Madam is safe and sound, she will definitely be able to put down her worries." Su Yen turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Didn't you tell Luo?" Yang Kai scratched his face. "I forgot." "You don't have time, do you?" Su Yen teased. Even though Yang Kai's skin was thick, He still felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He had spent 3 days with Shan Qing Luo and had been completely indulging in his nonsense, so how could he have the time to talk about other things? Now that Su Yan had pointed it out, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Yan was not someone who liked to be entangled in this kind of thing, so she turned to Bill Yuo and said, "This time, I came here to help our Luo. Where is she? Take us to her." Although the masters of Myriad Beast Villa had all been killed, it had still been operating on Monster Star for more than 10 years and occupied almost 90% of Monster Star's territory. It would take a lot of time for Red Moon territory to recover this lost territory. Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Sect to test the effects of the space array and to recruit people from Shadowed Star to help. Su Yan and the other masters were just the vanguard, and there would be more cultivator coming to help Shan Qing Luo. Recovering Monster Star was only a matter of time. "Yes," Bill Yuo responded. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai and said, "I'll leave little sister Yu and Ning Chong to you. I know. I'll prepare to set off." Yang Kai nodded. Shadowed Star and Monster Star's experience. So he could not help but feel worried about Xianing Chong and Shuiyu. He was eager to see if they were safe Star territory. A few words were exchanged without any farewells, because everyone knew that they would be reunited soon. Su Yan led the group from High Heaven Sect away, while Yang Kai and Lu Yan stood on the space array and set off again. Water Moon Star, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai arrived here 1 month after setting off from Monster Star. Looking at the void, a look of doubt appeared on his face. He had thought that this place would be filled with war, just like the other stars he had encountered, but Water Moon Star was actually peaceful, with no traces of war at all. This made him feel a little uneasy. Outside the nebula, several starships crossed the void. Yang Kai keenly noticed the Netherworld Sect symbol on these starships, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He passed straight through these starships and rushed into the atmosphere. Violent explosions rang out behind them as several battleships belonging to the Netherworld Sect were blown up one after another before they could even see the enemy's shadow blooming with dazzling light. This abnormal movement immediately alarmed the powerhouses on the Water Moon Star. They all raised their heads to look. Many of them clearly realized what had happened, and their expressions changed. Their gazes were soon attracted by a stream of light that fell straight down from the sky, piercing through the clouds and falling into the main city that originally belonged to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. With a loud rumble, the city shook and the ground cracked. Gullies spread out horizontally and vertically. Gales whistled, and the surrounding houses collapsed. Asterisk. Asterisk. A number of figures flew over from all directions and stood in the void, looking towards this uninvited guest. Yang Kai looked around coldly as his heart sank. His previous worries had come true. Water Moon Star had fallen. None of the cultivator who appeared around him was familiar, and the clothes worn by several of them clearly had traces of Netherworld Sect. Even if the others were not from Netherworld Sect, they were likely from the territory of Great Desolate Star. How could it have fallen? Yang Kai could not understand. He was not surprised that Green Mountain Star had fallen. After all, there were no powerful masters or great forces on Green Mountain Star. However, even Shadowed Star and Monster Star had not fallen. So how could Water Moon Star have fallen? This was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was one of the 3 most powerful forces in the entire star territory. Before the rise of Shadowed Star and High Heaven Sect, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was even stronger than Purple Star and Sword Union. Such a star had actually fallen completely, and its current situation was even worse than Green Mountain Stars. What had happened here in the past 10 years? Where had Shuiyu gone? Where were the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Thinking quickly, Yang Kai's aura became cold and piercing, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This person had descended straight from Starfield, so obviously he was a bold master. At this moment, even if he had not taken action, the cold aura he was exuding was enough to frighten everyone. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Yang Kai swept his eyes around, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, not putting anyone in his eyes. Silence reigned as no one answered. All the cultivators in the territory of Great Desolate Star stared at him as if they were facing a great enemy. I say, Yang Kai slowly raised his fist, bent his arm back, and threw out a punch. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Are you deaf? With a bang, the sound of something exploding rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look and gasped. In the direction Yang Kai had thrown his fist, a cultivator had burst into a bloody mist on the spot, not even leaving behind a corpse. And that person was a First-Order Origin King. Blowing up an Origin King from 1,000 meters away with a single punch was simply too overbearing. Everyone, who had been extremely vigilant towards Yang Kai, felt their hearts go cold at this moment. With such a strong enemy, who could be his opponent? Almost at the same time, everyone took a few steps back. Only one person stepped forward, a tall and thin middle-aged man whose body was shrouded in death chi. A spirit array suddenly appeared in his hand, and he poured his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, the heavens and earth hummed as the city's spirit array activated. The Netherworld sect had occupied the Water Moon Star for several years now. In the past few years, they had been living in peace. No one had ever dared to cause trouble, so their daily life was a little more casual. However, they did not guard against people breaking into the city. Others were afraid of Yang Kai's might, but this tall and thin man was not, because he controlled the entire city's spirit array. If you had acted presumptuously outside, it would have been fine, but you just had to recklessly charge into the city. Just wait until I activate the spirit array to deal with you. While urging the spirit array, this tall and thin man shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Capture this person for me. This king will support you." As soon as his voice fell, the spirit array activated, and the power of the entire city's spirit array pressed down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure was obviously lowered, as if he was carrying 2 mountains on his shoulders. Everyone showed overjoyed looks when they saw this, and no longer hesitated. All of them pushing their secret techniques and artifacts to attack Yang Kai. The tall and thin man was first shocked, then overjoyed, as he shouted, "Spare his life." It was not that he disliked killing. Yang Kai had just arrived and killed an Origin King on his side, so how could he let him off so easily? However, Yang Kai was not pressed to the ground by his spirit array, and there were no signs of Yang Kai using his Saint Chi. This made him understand that Yang Kai's physique was extremely strong, and it was very likely that he cultivated some kind of profound body-tempering secret art. Body-tempering secret arts were not rare, but it was extremely rare to find someone with such a strong physique. As an elder of Netherworld sect, he was proficient in corpse refining techniques and liked this kind of cultivator with a strong physique the most. If he could capture him alive, he could slowly refine a heavenly corpse using medicines and secret techniques. This was an extremely precious material that could only be found by chance. It was even better than the materials he obtained on Water Moon Star a few years ago. With this reason in mind, how could he bear to see Yang Kai killed? Although it was possible to refine corpses after death, the effect of refining a living person would be better and more powerful. With this interruption, many of the cultivator who had attacked Yang Kai cursed. "Why didn't you say you were going to hold back earlier? Now that the attack had been launched, how could it be so simple to withdraw?" However, they had no choice but to obey this person's orders, so in desperation, everyone could only desperately withdraw some of their strength. Several of them were even injured by the backlash and vomited blood. With a series of rumbling sounds, many secret techniques and artifacts bombarded Yong Kai's body, causing a burst of energy to erupt and light to shine everywhere. Seeing this, the tall, thin man's heart sank as he thought to himself, "This is bad. I'm afraid I won't be able to refine a complete corpse. How could I refine anything?" His face became gloomy as he felt a pang of heartache, but when the light dissipated, he was shocked to find that Yong Kai was standing in place, safe and sound. Not only him, but even the little girl standing next to him looked calm, as if she had not suffered much damage at all. The tall, thin man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a kind of uneasiness began to grow in his heart. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, eat this young master's move, Yong Kai shouted as he punched out with both fists, sending out a barrage of fist shadows in all directions. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk bodies exploded midair one after another, and no one could withstand a single blow. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people who had gathered around were cleared away. Only the tall, thin man was left safe and sound, but at this moment he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet cold. Yong Kai turned his head and looked at him. "It seems that you are the one who can speak. Don't be afraid. I have some things to ask you. If you answer well, I'll give you a quick death." His black hair fell in front of his forehead, and his eyes were gloomy. The tall, thin man suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a giant beast, and even breathing became difficult. His will was not ordinary, and although he was horrified, he did not lose his courage. Raising his hand, he took out a copper ring and shook it quickly. Looking at Yong Kai, he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter who you are, since you dare to offend my netherworld sect, you must die today." Chapter 30, 145. With a series of clinking sounds, several figures suddenly appeared beside the thin and tall man. Some of these figures were tall and powerful, while others were short and delicate, but all of them exuded a thick corpse chi. Looking at their faces, Yong Kai could see that all of them were ferocious and had disheveled hair. Corpse refinement. Yong Kai raised his brow, quite surprised. He had not expected that the people of Netherworld sect would also be proficient in the corpse refinement technique. None of the Netherworld sect cultivators he had encountered before were proficient in this technique. It seemed that the Netherworld sect's secret techniques were divided into several schools, but no matter which school it was, they were all related to corpse refinement. Yong Kai's eyes narrowed again as he stared at one of the refined corpses and examined it seriously, his face sinking. "Brat, this seat will capture you, then carefully refine you, and make you one of my generals." The thin and tall man glared at Yong Kai viciously. Although the young man in front of him had just displayed extraordinary combat strength, this man was not someone to be trifled with. With the few refined corpses in his hands, even a third-order origin king would not be able to do anything to him. If he was not careful, he might even be captured, so he did not panic. On the contrary, he became more and more interested in Yong Kai because of his performance just now. The strength of a refined corpse was linked to the strength of the corpse before death. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the corpse would be after being refined. Yong Kai was not only strong, but his physique was also extremely tough, making him an excellent corpse refinement material that this man had been searching for many years. He couldn't help but want to laugh wildly in his heart. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. If he could refine this brat, his position in the Netherworld sect would immediately rise. With a flick of his wrist, several refined corpses roared ferociously as a thick corpse chi covered their bodies. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Yong Kai. Their sharp claws were like long spears, incomparably sharp, and their nails were a dark green color, obviously containing a potent poison. A ball of fiery light suddenly appeared, and a small and delicate firebird flew out and pounced towards the few refined corpses. It was agile and graceful, but also noble and graceful. The first refined corpse that came into contact with it was instantly set ablaze. The firebird did not slow down and flew towards the second refined corpse. In the blink of an eye, it had burned several refined corpses. "Leave this behind." Yong-kai growled and suddenly reached out to grab one of the refined corpses by the neck and pulled it over. The refined corpse struggled and resisted, its sharp nails whistling through the air towards Yong-kai's chest. However, it was as if it was stabbing into metal, producing a clanging sound, as it was unable to penetrate Yong-kai's chest. Lu Yen tilted his head. Although he didn't know what Lu Yan's intention was, he didn't ask. He controlled the flames and burned the other refined corpses in an instant. PFFF. The thin and tall man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Lu Yen in horror. His eyes were also bloodshot. Each of these refined corpses could display strength equivalent to an origin king, especially the most powerful one, which was refined from the corpse of a third-order origin king. With such a lineup, he was confident that no one in this hung Luo starfield could stop them, but now they had been almost burned to ashes by a 7- or 8-year-old little girl, and the most powerful refined corpse had been directly captured by this young man. His vision blurred, and the little girl floated in front of him like a ghost. She raised her head to look at him, and his frightened face was reflected in her clear black and white eyes. He watched as she raised a small hand and pressed it on his stomach. He didn't even have time to react. "Leave him alive as well." Yong-kai turned his head and ordered. Lu Yen released a small amount of strength from her hand, and the tall, skinny man's aura quickly deflated like a punctured balloon. He staggered a few steps before falling to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood, almost spitting out his internal organs. Dantian was destroyed, and his cultivation was wasted. For a cultivator, there was nothing more painful in this world. Coupled with the fact that his refined corpse had been destroyed and his mind affected, he had lost more than half of his life. The enemy had almost taken his life with just a wave of their hand. If they were serious, who in this world could be their opponent? Not even the sect master could. Where did these two lunatics come from? Yong-kai gripped the neck of the most powerful refined corpse with one hand, letting it scratch his body with its sharp nails as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. The refined corpse was being controlled, constantly roaring and struggling, as if it had gone mad. A series of cracking sounds came from its neck, indicating that its bones had been broken, but it no longer felt pain or thought, only wanting to destroy everything in front of it. So even if its bones were broken, it did not stop moving. Yong-kai took a light breath, slightly urging the power of his divine sense, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Dragon! Heaven! Hurt! Wake up!" Pure divine sense wrapped in his voice rushed straight into the mind of the refined corpse. In the darkness, there seemed to be the sound of something breaking, and the restless refined corpse suddenly became much more docile. Although it was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it was no longer as ferocious as before. Its eyes turned slightly, and its originally unfocused eyes gradually showed signs of focusing, but it was only a sign. Seeing this, Yong-kai immediately understood that its spirituality had not disappeared. Perhaps it was because it had only been a refined corpse for a short time, or perhaps it was because its strength was not bad. In any case, there was hope to wake it up. Immediately, he urged the power of his divine sense into the corpse's mind, carefully straightening out its chaotic thoughts. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the eyes of the refined corpse in front of him suddenly regained a trace of clarity, and its struggling hands also stopped. A strange expression appeared on its ferocious face. You are. Its voice was dry, as if it had not spoken for a long time, or because its body had been damaged, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Senior Long. Yang Kai's expression was complicated. Long Tian Shang. Yang Kai was not familiar with him, but they had met once when he came to Watermoon Star. This person was the supreme elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, he was AIO senior. So naturally, he was Yang Kai's senior. AIO left Star Territory with Yang Kai and went to the Star Boundary. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's huge foundation was handed over to Shuiyu to manage, while Long Tianshang stayed behind to stabilize the overall situation. In fact, in terms of strength, he could have left Star Territory with Yang Kai, but he had dedicated his life to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so he could not cut off his feelings for it. So he simply stayed behind to act as a protective umbrella for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Who would have thought that when they met again several decades later, he would be refined into a heavenly corpse, deprived of his freedom and enslaved? It was only because he met Yang Kai that he was able to awaken him for a moment. No one else could have such an ability. You are little brat Yang. Long Tianshang's thoughts gradually became clear as he remembered some fragments of his memories. Naturally, he had a deep impression of Yang Kai, Shuiyu's husband. Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior Long, we don't have much time. I want to know what happened to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. What happened to Shuiyu?" The last question was what he was most concerned about. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was gone, then it was gone. AIO was now in the Star Boundary, so he did not put a trivial Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in his eyes. The key was Shuiyu, so he had to be careful. However, even with Long Tianshang's cultivation, he had been refined into a heavenly corpse by Netherworld sect, so how could Yang Kai not be worried about the safety of Shuiyu? Shuiyu, Long Tianshang murmured hoarsely as more memories emerged. He looked down at his hands and said sadly, "Ah, so it's like this." Finally remembering his situation, he sorted out his thoughts and words and said, "Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is gone, and Shuiyu, when Watermoon Star fell, I covered for them to escape. As for where they are now, I don't know." All his memories stopped at the shocking battle that day. He had stalled the Netherworld sect and more than a dozen battleships in the territory of Great Desolate Star by himself. But in the end, he was exhausted and captured, then refined into his current appearance. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Did Shuiyu escape?" This was a blessing in disguise. Although he did not know whether Shuiyu was safe or not, at least there was hope. Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Have you seen this woman?" Lu Yen squatted in front of the thin and tall man from Netherworld sect. A cluster of flames flickered in her palm, then transformed into the image of a valiant woman. Although it was formed from flames, it was vivid and lifelike, showing her outstanding talent in controlling fire. She had refined the fire phoenix source, so controlling fire was naturally her specialty. Her tone was calm and soft, but in the ears of the thin and tall man, it was like a soul-stirring sound, causing him to shiver and shake his head repeatedly. "No, I've never seen her before." "Ha ha." Lu Yen smiled insincerely as another cluster of flames flew out, turned into a fire snake, and wrapped around the thin and tall man. It opened its big mouth and floated above the thin and tall man's head, hissing as if it would swallow him at any time. This flame could easily burn several powerful refined corpses, but at this moment, it seemed as if it had no temperature and did not cause the thin and tall man any harm. "You said you've never seen her before? Although I'm young, you can't lie to me." The thin and tall man raised his eyes and glanced at the figure formed from flames. "You'd better answer honestly." "There are many things in this world that are more painful than death," Lu Yen said lightly. "I've seen her before. Where did she go?" The thin and tall man said, "She fled to a cultivation star with some other people. There is a Star Lord on that cultivation star. The people in our territory of the Great Desolate Planet have been in a stalemate over there for years. Which way did she escape to? The thin and tall man raised his head and pointed in a direction. Lu Yen turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immersed his consciousness in his knowledge sea and looked at the star above it. Then he thought of something. Shui Yu and the others fled to a cultivation star with a star lord, and the direction was the same. If he guessed correctly, they should have gone to that place. It was a wise decision. Although that place was a bit far from the water moon star, it was the most suitable choice. Chapter 31:46. The conversation between Lu Yen and the tall, thin man entered Yang Kai's ears. At the same time, he was having a hard time communicating with Long Tianshang. Although the divine technique woke Long Tianshang up, his memory loss was too great. He could not recall many things. He only remembered that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a big tree that attracted the attention of many masters in the Great Desolate Star territory. Netherworld sect joined forces with several powerful forces in the Great Desolate Star territory to suppress Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Not only that, the famous pirates of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were also in cahoots with the cultivator in the Great Desolate Star territory. Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were the two largest pirate gangs in the entire Hung Luo star field. The pirates gathered in them were all extremely vicious. Compared to these two forces, He Yunxiang's fierce wind pirate gang was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Before they were invaded by the Great Desolate Star territory, these two forces had fought openly and secretly with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union for hundreds and thousands of years. The battleships of these forces sailing in the territory of the Great Desolate Star had all been robbed by them. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union had also joined forces to encircle and suppress them. Both sides had killed their own people. Now that the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star had invaded, some forces led by Netherworld sect showed extraordinary strength. Naturally, the villains of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair immediately turned to them and helped them do evil. Yang Kai finally understood why Water Moon Star had fallen. Being targeted like this, even though Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was strong, it could not guarantee its own safety. With several cultivation stars falling one after another, Water Moon Star, as the main star, naturally could not remain unscathed. With Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in such a state, Purple Star and Sword Union would not have an easy time either. The cultivator of the non-Hung Luo star field was not as good as the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Both of them were in the territory of the lower planes. Even if there was a gap in overall strength, the gap was not too big. If they fought fiercely, both sides would suffer. The key point was that the Netherworld sect was the dominant sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. It could command the heroes and give orders. However, the Hung Luo star field lacked such a leading sect. If High Heaven sect had been at its peak, they would have been able to, but after the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory, the several third-order origin kings in the sect had returned to their respective stars and were unable to fight together. Be careful. Long Tianshang warned solemnly. Be careful of what? Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Long Tianshang shook his head. He did not know what he wanted Yang Kai to be careful of, but he subconsciously warned him. He vaguely felt that there was someone he needed to be vigilant of, and this person was the key to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's escape. Yang Kai asked again, but Long Tianshang could not answer. Although he helped Long Tianshang regain consciousness for a moment, Long Tianshang had already been refined into a heavenly corpse. Whether it was his soul or body, both had suffered irreversible damage. The moment he regained consciousness was similar to the final radiance of the setting sun. A low roar came from Long Tianshang's throat as his eyes trembled violently. His consciousness was fading away, and soon he would turn back into a refined corpse that did not know pain and only knew how to kill. Yang Kai sighed slightly. The supreme elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had fallen into such a state. He could not help but sigh. Lu Yen came to Yang Kai's side and pulled the corner of his clothes. The tall, thin man, whose cultivation had been destroyed, was lying on the side, his face extremely pale. Lu Yen asked him a few questions and did not make things difficult for him. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the most terrifying scene in the world. He stared at Long Tianshang, his eyes filled with horror, and then shouted, "Kill me! Kill me quickly!" Yang Kai stared at him coldly, motionless. The tall, thin man begged miserably, "I beg you, kill me quickly," who would want to die if they could live. But at this moment his cultivation had been destroyed and he could not escape. If he was not killed, he would really experience something even more painful than death. Maybe it was the deep-rooted obsession of revenge. Or maybe it was the tall, thin man's voice that attracted Long Tianshang. But he suddenly turned his head and looked at him. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the tall, thin man. His sharp fingers directly pierced into the tall, thin man's chest and lifted him up high. Blood dripped down, and a scream resounded through the sky. Long Tianshang's face was hideous, and he let out a meaningless roar. His consciousness had been completely covered by the corpse qi. He opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and bit at the tall, thin man. Another tragic scream rang out. Long Tianshang tore a piece of flesh from the tall, thin man's body and chewed with his big mouth full of fangs. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. The so-called eating people was probably just a joke, but at this moment, it was really happening in front of him. "Kill me, I beg you." Wah! The tall, thin man was still begging. Yang Kai's expression was cold, and he just stared at him quietly. He watched Long Tianshang tear off the man's flesh and swallow it whole. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the tall, thin man stopped moving and died. Yang Kai stepped forward and came to Long Tianshang's side. He was still eating the flesh, and when he felt the breath of a living creature approaching, he suddenly turned around and roared. Yang Kai slapped him, and the wind and clouds surged. Not even his bones were left behind. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and several figures appeared. It was Li Jiao and the others who had been placed in the sealed world bead by him. This time, even Lu Yuqin was released. Lu Yuqin's cultivation was not high, but with Lu Sanyang's help, there was no danger in this place. At first glance, Li Jiao and the others were stunned when they saw the miserable situation around them. When they saw Yang Kai's gloomy face, they could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They did not know who had provoked him, but it seemed that he was not in a good mood. "Brother Li, there is something I need your help with." Li Jiao's expression became serious. "Brother Yang, just tell us what you need." "Help me reclaim this cultivation star." Yang Kai pointed to the ground under his feet. Water Moon Star was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and the birthplace of Shuiyu, so it could not fall into the hands of the Great Desolate Star territory. With Yang Kai's ability, he could reclaim it at will, but he did not want to waste any more time here. He could ask Li Jiao and the others for help, lest they become moldy in the sealed world bead. "No problem," Li Jiao agreed. He already knew what kind of people lived in the star territory. With his third stage emperor realm cultivation, it was easy for him to do this kind of thing. What's more, he also had the help of Lu Sanyang, He Yunxiang, Wan Bai Ting, the embodiment, and the others. Although the cultivation star was not small, if they acted separately, it would take less than half a month to complete everything. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask the embodiment. He will tell you who is an enemy and who is a friend. Okay. Leaving behind a few people to discuss the matter of reclaiming the cultivation star, Yang Kai and Lu Yen went straight to the central hall of the city. Originally, There were some cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory in the hall, but after watching the previous battle from afar, how could they not know that the Star of Slaughter had arrived? They had already fled without a trace. Kai Yang went straight in without encountering the slightest obstruction. Soon he arrived at a square and found the space array he had arranged here in the past. This array was not destroyed, but the connecting channels to many places had been cut off and could not be connected. Moreover, with Yang Kai's current needs, this array set up back then was not enough. He spent half a day with Lu Yen to modify and unblock this array, connecting it to Monster Star and Shadowed Star before setting off from Watermoon Star in a certain direction. As if feeling Yang Kai's anxiety, Lu Yen took the initiative to hold his hand. "Madam, you will be safe." Yang Kai forced a smile. "If Shui, you really escaped to that place, then there is no need to worry about her safety. Does Master know where Madam Shui you went?" Yang Kai nodded. "Most likely, in this direction. A cultivation star with a star master guarding it. There was no other possibility except for Tong Xian Realm. Tong Xian Realm Star Master was Xianing Chang. Shui, you knew this. Watermoon Star was destroyed, so there were only 3 places she could go: Shadowed Star, Monster Star, and Tong Xian Realm. Shadowed Star was too far away, so if she did not consider it, who knew what dangers she would encounter in the star field? Monster Star was closer, but it was a monster race star after all, and there was no star master guarding it, so the safety factor was not high. With Shui Yu's intelligence, there was only one choice she could make: go to Tong Xian Realm and find Xianing Chang. First, join him, and second, increase the strength of Tong Xian Realm. Lu Yen pondered for a moment and seemed to understand, asking, "In that case, why is Master so anxious?" Yang Kai said, "Tong Xian Realm is not like other cultivation stars. Back then, there were signs of world energy exhaustion. If little senior sister had not taken the risk to refine the star source and brought vitality back, I'm afraid Tong Xian Realm would be dead by now. What I'm worried about is not Shui Yu but little senior sister. If the cultivator on Great Desolate Star went all out to deal with Tong Xian Realm, even with Xianing Chang guarding it, it would be difficult to guard against them. After all, Tong Xian Realm had not fully recovered, and if it suffered from the flames of war, it would only make things worse. If the world energy was exhausted again, Xianing Chang, as the Star Master, would definitely be implicated. At that time, there would be nothing he could do. A Star Master and a cultivation star were bound together for good or ill. This was not a joking matter, and calculating the time, it had been several years since Shui Yu fled to Tong Xian Realm. During these years, how could the cultivators on Great Desolate Star be idle? They were definitely committing crimes on Tong Xian Realm. Xianing Chang was struggling to hold on by himself, but how long could he last? This was the fundamental reason for Yang Kai's anxiety. Lu Yen understood and no longer said anything, but his calm eyes suddenly burned with murderous intent. She was reborn because of Yang Kai, and with the help of Yang Kai, she grew step by step. If it were not for Yang Kai, she was afraid she would still be an artifact spirit floating in the earth lung fire. Perhaps one day she would be reborn, but that would definitely be thousands of years later. For her, Yang Kai was the heavens and the earth. Someone dared to make Yang Kai anxious. Just wait to taste the fury of the phoenix. Chapter 30:147. Tong Xian Realm was the second stop on Yang Kai's martial Dao path, and an important springboard for him to reach a higher realm. If not for the many opportunities and experiences he had on Tong Xian Realm, he would never have achieved what he had today. As his thoughts drifted, the past faded like smoke. Yang Kai stared at the stars he had not seen for a long time from the void, with a gloomy expression. All his previous worries had become a reality. Looking at the entire Tong Xian Realm from the starry sky, it was obvious that its situation was worse than green mountain stars. This star seemed to be suffering from a serious illness, showing a sickly and dispirited state, like an old man in his twilight years who was walking towards his grave. One after another, pitch-black spots, as if someone had casually sprinkled a few drops of ink onto Tong Xian realm, were clearly visible even from thousands of kilometers away in the star field. On the surface of the stars, there was a faint black qi permeating the air. Yang Kai observed these ink spots and vaguely felt that they were arranged into a kind of spirit array connected to each other, forming an invisible net that enveloped Tong Xian realm. This spirit array had not yet been fully formed, but it was slowly showing its extraordinary power. Even Yang Kai, who was in the star field, felt an extremely oppressive aura, not to mention the residents of Tong Xian realm, all of whom were affected by this spirit array. This spirit array was absolutely inhumane, and if it were to be fully activated, Tong Xian realm would definitely suffer a calamity. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Although he did not know when this spirit array would be fully formed and activated, it was obviously not something that could be completed in a few days. With his current ability, a few days was enough for him to run back and forth across Tong Xian realm and kill all the invading enemies. Logically speaking, Tong Xian realm had a star master, so the cultivator on Great Desolation Star should not have been able to invade so easily. The power of a star master was extraordinary, and a star master who had a foothold on his own cultivation star was basically invincible with the support of the star's source. However, the situation in Tong Xian realm was different. As he had told Lu Yen before, Tong Xian realm's world energy had been depleted several dozen years ago. Even if Xia Ning Chang later refined the star's source to help restore it, how much Tong Xian realm could recover in just a few dozen years? Compared to other cultivation stars, Tong Xian realm's world energy and principles were much weaker. If not for this, Tong Xian realm would not have been Saint Realm Masters. It was precisely because of this lack of principles and world energy that Tong Xian realm could not produce a more powerful cultivator, while other stars in the same territory could produce Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, and even Origin King Realm Masters. A few dozen years had only allowed Tong Xian realm to recover some vitality at most, and this restored vitality was likely to be exhausted with the arrival of the cultivator on Great Desolation Star. If Xia Ning Chang wanted to resist their invasion, he would have to rely on the strength of the entire stars. Once it was used too many times, it would definitely put an unbearable burden on Tong Xian realm. Therefore, even if she was the Star Master, she could not keep the cultivator on Great Desolation Star out of her territory. Letting them enter Tong Xian realm was probably a last resort. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang had already considered Xia Ning Chang's current situation. Suppressing the longing in his heart, he actually did not know where to find Xia Ning Chang and Shuiyu. Tong Xian realm was not big, but it was not small either. If they were hiding somewhere, he would definitely not be able to find them in a short time. It was better to take advantage of this time to kill some cultivator on Great Desolation Star's territory and teach them the consequences of offending someone they should not offend. After observing for a moment, Yang Kai leaped and rushed towards Tong Xian realm. He stared at the largest black dot in the stars in front of him and let the gravity of the earth pull him down. Lu Yen followed closely behind. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, but she was not slower than Yang Kai in the slightest. A moment later, the two of them rushed into the atmosphere, and the surrounding aura caused Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle. It was unpleasant and pungent, but with his powerful physique, he was able to ignore this kind of effect. However, if an ordinary cultivator were to be wrapped in this kind of aura, it wouldn't be long before their mind would be affected, and they would become a walking corpse. Previously, when he was observing in Starfield, he only felt that the situation on Tong Xian realm was not optimistic. Now that he rushed into the territory covered by these black dots, he found that the situation was worse than he thought. He did not know what these black dots were, but they made him feel like he had entered purgatory. The wind whistled in his ears, and Yong Kai's clothes flapped loudly. His black hair was blown by the strong wind and fluttered behind his head. At this moment, he was like a meteor falling from the sky, piercing through the void and falling towards the earth. His amazing speed made his body friction with the air and ignited a burst of fire. If one looked up from the ground, it was like a meteor was really falling, a spectacular sight. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Yong Kai raised his hand, opened it into a palm, bent his arm, and slowly pushed it down. An incomparably huge palm print suddenly took shape in front of him, covering the ground together with him. Moreover, as the distance between them closed, the palm print grew bigger and bigger, as if it could cover the sky and cover the earth. Among the black dots below, in the largest building, an old man with a face full of death chi was meditating. Judging from his clothes, he was a member of the Netherworld sect. Moreover, his cultivation was extremely high at the Third Order Origin King realm. Even in the Netherworld sect, such a cultivation was at least at the level of an elder. Originally, the Netherworld sect did not have so many Third Order Origin Kings. The number of masters they had was about the same as High Heaven sect at its peak, only 3 or 4 at most. However, invading Hung Luo Starfield had brought great benefits to the entire Netherworld sect, whether it was refining the Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 Soul Banner, or corpse refinement. They all required living people as raw materials. The more powerful a living person was, the more benefits they would receive. The Netherworld sect had unified the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and under its command, no one dared to disobey. No great force was its opponent. However, it was impossible for them to be too unscrupulous when cultivating. At most, they would find some excuses to destroy some sects and bring back the cultivator of those sects as cultivation materials, but it was impossible for them to be too unscrupulous. There was a limit to everything, and it was precisely because the Netherworld sect had grasped this limit that they were able to unify the territory of the Great Desolate Star without arousing public indignation in the entire territory. But after coming to the Hung Luo Starfield, things were different. The tyrannical nature of the Netherworld sect had been liberated. For them, everything that belonged to the Hung Luo Starfield could be slaughtered. With the countless cultivator in the Hung Luo Starfield as cultivation materials, how could the cultivation of the Netherworld sect's people not improve quickly? After the invasion of the Great Desolate Starfield, as long as one was a member of the Netherworld sect, they had at least broken through a minor realm. The elders, protectors, and deacons were even more amazing. They had all broken through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King realm, from the First Order to the Second Order, and from the Second Order to the Third Order. If it was just individual improvement, it would have been fine. But the key was the overall improvement of all the disciples of the Netherworld sect. This was an extremely terrifying situation. Today, in terms of overall strength, the Netherworld sect had already left High Heaven sect in the dust. There were more than a dozen Third Order Origin Kings, and more than half of them had broken through after invading the Hung Luo Starfield. Second Order and First Order Origin Kings were even more numerous. It was precisely because they had tasted all kinds of benefits that the Netherworld sect was extremely active in invading the Hung Luo Starfield. Wherever they went, no one in the Hung Luo Starfield could stop them. Even the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had fallen, let alone the other great forces. Only those cultivation stars with star masters were slightly troublesome to deal with. Tong Xian Realm was such a troublesome star for them to deal with, but it was only slightly troublesome. This star's world energy was thin, and its world principles were low, so nothing good could be born here. Normally, the Netherworld sect would not be willing to spend so much effort to deal with Tong Xian Realm. However, there were many powerful cultivators gathered here, This was exactly what the Netherworld sect wanted. If they could use these cultivator as cultivation materials, the sect could at least produce another third-order origin king, whether it was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys or, for the sake of cultivation, Tong Xian realm had to be taken down. Anyone who dared to resist must be killed. Only in this way could the Netherworld sect announce who was the master of this territory. For this reason, there were 5 third-order origin kings from the Netherworld sect guarding Tong Xian realm, one of which was the vice sect master of the Netherworld sect who had chased Shuiyu all the way here. The old man who was meditating in the main hall was the vice sect master of the Netherworld sect, Xian Xianming. He knew that there was a star master on Tong Xian realm, and he even knew that the star master was a woman with a third-order origin king cultivation. But he was not afraid. If it had been a higher-level star, it would have been fine, as Yang Kai might have had to spend some effort to deal with it, but this star was obviously of a very low level. As long as he could destroy the world energy of this star, it would be tantamount to destroying Tong Xian realm's source. At that time, he wouldn't even need to take action to deal with it, as the Star Master would suffer a terrible fate. And without the protection of the Star Master, those hiding rats would be at his mercy. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was arranged precisely for this purpose. Once this array was formed, the entire Tong Xian realm would be sealed off, and this cultivation star would no longer be able to obtain the essence of the star field. It was equivalent to water without a source, a tree without a root. Not only that, this 8 desolate spirit lock array would also summon the Netherworld sect's eye. At that time, the power of the Netherworld sect would spread throughout the Tong Xian realm, turning this place into a paradise for the Netherworld sect and hell for the other cultivator. A few years ago, when he led a group of people to this place, he was intercepted by the Star Master outside the stars. The funny thing was that the crystal cannons of the Netherworld sect's dozen starships fired at the same time and broke through the blockade set up by the Star Master after a dozen rounds. Over the past few years, the cultivator of the Netherworld sect and the other sects on the Great Desolate Stars territory had already traveled all over Tong Xian realm. The Star Master was unable to resist at all and could only shelter a small group of people in a small area. Since the Star Master refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. It would not take long, at most half a year, for the 8 desolate spirit lock array to be completely formed. At that time, the Star Master would not be able to resist. Chapter 30, 148. Suddenly, a great danger descended from the sky. Along with it, there was also an indescribably terrifying pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest. Xian Shuaming's expression changed as he spat out blood. The place he was in was the 8 desolate array core. Many disciples of the Netherworld sect and other sects within the territory of the Great Desolate Star had gathered here. The security was extremely tight, so he had never thought that someone would launch a sneak attack here. In fact, this was the case. In the past few years, other than when the 8 desolate spirit lock array was being built, those rats had come to harass them for a while, but they had disappeared without a trace. He was extremely relieved to be in retreat here, and was only waiting for the day when the spirit array was completed. He would then come out and kill a sea of blood. When he was in closed-door cultivation, his mind was extremely focused, and he couldn't be disturbed in the slightest. However, the enormous pressure that descended from the sky had forcefully dragged him out of that profound state. If it was only like this, then he wouldn't have suffered any injuries. However, the pressure was extremely terrifying, and even he couldn't take it lightly. His figure bent down, and he was injured. His eyes were filled with horror as he frantically pushed his Saint Chi and stood up. Resisting the huge pressure, he took a step out of the hall. Looking around, there were miserable cries all around. Countless disciples within the territory of the great desolate star were pressed to the ground. On the ground, there were blobs of red blood that were extremely dazzling. Obviously, these were all spat out by these disciples. Some of the weaker disciples even exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. In just the blink of an eye, over 100 cultivator had died tragically on the spot. Xian Xianming looked up, and his pupils shrank. In the sky, a beam of light fell from the sky, and a gigantic palm imprint came crashing down, covering the entire 8 Desolation Formation eye with some excess. What kind of divine technique is this? Who is dealing with me? Even if Xian Xianming was used to great storms, he still felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. This kind of power was not something an ordinary Origin King realm cultivator could do. Looking at the entire Tong Xian realm, only one person could do this, the Star Master who had been holed up for several years. However, the Star Master was a woman. At this moment, what was imprinted in his eyes was clearly a man's palm. How could this be explained? In a split second, there was no time to think. Xian Xianming knew that if he did not resist the 8 Desolation Formation, I would be in danger today. With the might of this palm, not to mention how many people would die here. If the 8 Desolation Formation eye was broken, then all his hard work and perseverance over the past few years would be wasted. As the Netherworld Sect's Vice Sect Master, he could not just sit and wait. With a roar, Yang Kai's seemingly thin body swelled up like a balloon, his clothes fluttering wildly as a spirit array suddenly appeared in his hand. Forming a series of seals with his other hand, Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into it. The 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array was a shocking array that was formed by 8 subarrays. Each subarray could operate independently. The place where Xian Xianming was overseeing was the eye of the array. It was much more powerful than the other 7 subarrays. The array disc in his hand was what controlled this array core. As soon as he activated the 8 Desolate Array Core, Yang Kai, who was diving down from the sky, let out a soft cry of surprise. The huge ink spot below suddenly twisted and wriggled. Then, thick black chi gathered together and turned into a ghost hand. The ghost hand formed a claw and stabbed towards the sky. Looking down from the sky, the ghost hand was not big, but in fact, it was huge. When the ghost hand spread out, it was enough to cover an area of 100 kilometers. It was powerful and obviously not easy to deal with. Of course, this was only for ordinary third-order Origin Kings. This array was arranged by an Origin King realm cultivator. No matter how powerful it was, it could not surpass a limit. However, Yang Kai was an existence that surpassed that limit and broke the rules. Troublesome. Yang Kai muttered softly and pushed a little more power. The palm print, which was already covering the sky, suddenly expanded by half, and its power suddenly increased. Xian Xianming's face was gloomy. He, who controlled the 8 Desolate Array Core, believed that he would not allow the enemy's sneak attack to succeed. Just as he was about to control the ghost hand to compete, he suddenly saw the palm print expand and was shocked. The enemy still had some strength left. How was this possible? Xian Xianming almost thought that there was something wrong with his eyes, but the pressure coming from his body was clearly not fake. Under his dumbstruck gaze, the pitch-black ghost hand and the gigantic palm print collided. The palm print paused for a moment before pressing down with a loud bang. Although its color was clearly much dimmer, the situation of the ghost hand was even more unbearable. It was like a piece of firewood that was cracking inch by inch. Xian Xianming used all of his strength and was actually unable to stop the coverage of the palm print. The world suddenly darkened, and even the light was blocked. The palm print slammed into the ink spot, and a violent pressure surged out. The ground suddenly caved in, and a huge crater suddenly appeared. The ink spot collapsed, and if one looked down from the sky, they would see a clear 5-fingerprint on the ground, covering the area originally covered by the ink spot. Asterisk pum pum pum. Asterisk, a series of muffled sounds rang out as bodies exploded into dust. None of the cultivator below the Origin King realm who was caught in the ink spot were spared. Some could not withstand the pressure before the palm print descended, and some were turned into meat patties by the palm print. One by one, the buildings were reduced to dust. Only a few Origin Kings were lucky enough to escape, but all of them were seriously injured. Many people did not even realize what had happened. They only felt a sense of crisis and then pain all over their bodies. At this moment, they looked around blankly and could not help but open their mouths wide. The 8 desolate array core had been broken. The Great Desolate Star territory's several years of operation had been completely wiped out. Countless disciples had been killed or injured. Such a loss could only be described as heavy. Xian Xian Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. His legs were completely shattered from the knees down, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed freely as he sat on the ground and looked around in horror. Although his cultivation was the highest here, and he was the strongest, he was the one who presided over the array core. He thought that he could compete with Yang Kai with the 8 desolate array core, but he did not expect to underestimate the other party's methods. After the 8 desolate array core was broken, the pressure he suffered was much greater than the others. His end was also the most miserable. Even the array disc in his hand had exploded, leaving him covered in dust. The other Origin Kings were also seriously injured at this moment, but they did not fall into his situation. Who was it? How could there be someone with such shocking methods in this world? Breaking the 8 desolate array core with a single palm was simply too incredible. Seemingly aware of something, Xian Xianming looked up and saw a handsome young man slowly floating down from the sky. He stood in midair and looked down. Is it this person? Xian Xianming released his divine sense and found that he could not detect the depth of this person's cultivation. Immediately after, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl flew down. She was delicate and gave off an unfathomable feeling. Your Excellency, who are you? Xian Xianming endured the piercing pain from his wounds and asked bitterly. Being stared at by this person, he did not even have the desire to escape. He knew that today was not a good day, but even if he died, he had to know. At the very least, he would know who was attacking them. Perhaps he could even pass on this news before he died. It seems that I didn't kill the wrong person. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his head to look around. This was the cultivator of Great Desolate Stars territory. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of Xian Xianming and stepped on his chest. Placing his arm on his thigh, Yang Kai leaned down and glared at him. Old dog, I want to ask you about someone's whereabouts. Where is this Star Master? Pay. Xian Xianming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood at Yang Kai. The person who had come was ruthless and merciless. Clearly, he was targeting them. Xian Xianming knew that he had no way out today. It would be useless even if he begged for mercy. So he decided not to waste his time and appeared to be extremely free and easy. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the mouthful of blood flew back into Xian Xianming's mouth, only to become extremely hard and shatter his teeth. Grinning, Yang Kai said, "You dare spit on me? Old dog, are you tired of living?" Xian Xianming sneered, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to scrape me, then scrape me. Enough talk." Yang Kai sneered, "If you want to kill me, then kill me? Who do you think you are? This young master won't kill you. If you don't kill this old master, when this old master rises one day, he will make you pay back 100-fold. Xian Xianming shouted, "Then this young master will wait." Yang Kai grinned at him, took his big foot off his chest, and turned to look at the other Origin King. Behind him, Xian Xianming's eyes flashed with a smug light. This kind of provocation was really useful. Although it was a bit cliché, it often had a miraculous effect, especially when dealing with these young and powerful guys. Yong Kai suddenly turned his head and ridiculed. "You're not so naive as to think I'll really spare your life, are you?" Xian Xianming's heart jumped and his Saint Chi surged, but before he could do anything, a burst of energy slammed into his forehead, causing his eyes to widen as he died with remaining grievances. "Old men who don't die are thieves. Sure enough." Yong Kai coldly snorted before turning back to the injured Origin Kings and shouting, "All right, who will answer my question now?" Although his voice was not loud when he asked the question just now, these survivors were all Origin Kings, so how could they not hear him? At this moment, hearing this, one of them asked cautiously, "If we answer you, is there a way out?" As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly trembled, and his 2 arms flew off. Pain shot through his body as he screamed. As he staggered back, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Feeling a chill on his legs, he looked down and saw that his legs had been cut off at the knees. His 4 limbs had been severed. A miserable howl resounded through the sky. Dan Tian felt another stab of pain as all his strength was drained from his body. His cultivation had been crippled. The rest of the people felt their blood run cold. Yong Kai said coldly, "I was just asking casually. It's your freedom to answer or not." "Fight it out with him," someone shouted. Yong Kai was so cruel and tyrannical that even if they answered him, they would not be able to survive. Everyone had cultivated to the Origin King realm, and none of them were fools. Even if Yong Kai promised to give them a way out, no one would believe him. If they wanted to live, they could only join forces to fight. "Let's go all out." Immediately, someone agreed and rushed towards Kai Yang. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures surrounded him, all of them surging with murderous intent as they pressed forward. Chapter 30:149. A moment later, the ground was littered with corpses. Apart from Yong Kai and Lu Yen, there were no other survivors. In the end, not everyone was a tough nut to crack. Although the surviving Origin Kings had joined forces at the last moment, it was nothing more than ants trying to shake a giant tree. Witnessing Yong Kai's murderous ferocity, one of them could not bear the pressure and told Yong Kai the answer he wanted. Although he did not escape death, he was at least happy. 9 Heaven's holy land. Yong Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. This name was quite familiar to him. Having said that, he was still the holy master of 9 Heaven's holy land back on Tong Xian realm. Later, a group of subordinates from 9 Heaven's holy land had been brought to Shadowed Star by him, but this time he had not seen them on Shadowed Star. Now that he thought about it, they had probably returned here with Xia Ning Chang. After all, this was their homeland, and with foreign enemies invading, they naturally could not ignore them. Xia Ning Chang choosing 9 Heaven's holy land as her foundation was a kind of nostalgia for him. "Let's go!" Yong Kai beckoned to Lu Yen, and Lu Yen rushed to his side and flew side by side with Yong Kai towards 9 Heaven's holy land. After Xian Xianming was killed and the 8 Desolation Array Core was broken, in another ink spot on Tong Xian realm, a 3rd Order Origin King realm old man suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes from his meditation and revealed a look of fear. At that moment, he faintly noticed something, as if a great crisis was about to descend. Frowning, he took out an array plate and used his Saint Chi to probe, but his face suddenly changed drastically. This array plate was the one that controlled this 8 desolate array, but because of the particularity of the 8 desolate spirit sealing array, this array plate could communicate with the other 7 array plates. At this moment, the old man sensed through this array plate and found that the remaining 6 array plates were safe and sound. Only the 8 desolate array core was unresponsive. He seemed to have lost contact with the 8 desolate array core. In an instant, an incredible thought popped up in Yong Kai's mind. not daring to be negligent. Yong-kai stood up and quickly arrived at his secret room. The secret room was filled with runes and spirit array patterns. Obviously, it was a carefully arranged spirit array, but Yong-kai didn't know what effect it had. The old man activated the spirit array, and the entire secret room immediately flickered. A moment later, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure only had a human silhouette and no facial features. It was as if it was cast from water, constantly changing. As soon as this figure appeared, it said, "Third Elder, I happen to have something I wanted to talk to you about. Just now, I heard some movement from Vice Sect Master Xion's side. I tried to contact Vice Sect Master Xion to ask about the situation, but I didn't get any response. Now, even the connection between the array plates has disappeared. Does Third Elder know what happened to Vice Sect Master Xion?" When the Third Elder heard this, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger. If he was the only one whose array plate had lost contact with the array core, there might have been a small accident. Perhaps things would improve after a while, but now even this old man was in the same situation as him. Coupled with the fact that he was the closest to the array core and had noticed some movement, the problem was obviously big. The Third Elder said, "This old master summoned you here because of this array plate. I don't know the specifics, but Vice Sect Master Xion hasn't responded. Let's wait and see how the others are doing." As the two of them were talking, a few more illusory figures appeared in the secret room, one after another. Even though they were far away from each other, under the guidance of the secret room's formation, everyone could still gather together and communicate as if they were facing each other. It could be said to be extremely convenient. Including the Third Elder, there were a total of 7 figures in the secret room. They were the masters from the Great Desolate Star Territory, who presided over the 7-8 Desolation Arrays. After a brief exchange, everyone discovered a shocking fact. They had completely lost contact with the array core, and even Vice Sect Master Xion had disappeared without a trace. The secret room was silent for a moment before one of them said in horror, "It couldn't be. Impossible." Another person immediately refuted, "Vice Sect Master Xion is a third-order origin king. Even if we fought alone, we would not be his opponent. He is also presiding over the 8 Desolation Array Corps. So who could possibly be his opponent? Vice Sect Master Xion should be fine. You old third, you were the closest to the Array Corps. Tell us what you saw just now." Everyone turned their eyes to the figure who had first arrived here. "You old third," said in a low voice. A stream of light fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. And then there was no more news from the Array Corps. The secret room became even more silent. "You old third," said, although it's hard to believe, judging from the current situation, Vice Sect Master Xion might really be. As he spoke, he couldn't help but shudder. If that was the case, then Netherworld Sect had really provoked a powerful enemy this time. But who could have such shocking means? "Third Elder, what should we do now?" The Third Elder's face was solemn as he pondered for a moment before letting out a long breath, seemingly having made a difficult decision. "We must cut off all means of retreat." Everyone was startled, and someone immediately said, "Third Elder, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. We have been operating here for several years, and will be able to complete our mission in half a year. If we do this now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Yes, we should first determine the situation with Vice Sect Master Xion before making any further plans." "Foolish," the Third Elder snorted. "This old man knows you don't want to believe it, but the truth is right in front of us. How can we not believe it? If Vice Sect Master Xion is really safe, why didn't he send a message? Why didn't the 8 Desolation Array Corps respond? I'm afraid the odds are against him. No matter who it is, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop that person. If that person could kill Vice Sect Master Xion under the protection of the Array Corps, then that person could break into these subformations and take their lives. It takes courage to cut off one's wrist. Moreover, our efforts won't all be in vain. Third elder, you mean the third elder sneered, luring the snake out of its hole. Moreover, it's time for that hidden chess piece to play its role. At that time, as long as we can subdue that Star Lord, it doesn't matter whether we have the 8 Desolation Array core or not. With the Star Lord's power, we might be able to fight that unknown enemy. Hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment and understood his plan. You old third was the first to agree. I agree with the third elder's decision. The main reason was that there was no sense of security in continuing to stay in these subformations, so it was better to take a gamble and have a glimmer of hope. Everyone present was an origin king and had lived for many years, so they quickly understood the pros and cons of such a decision. Naturally, no one objected and everyone nodded in agreement. In that case, everyone go prepare. After a stick of incense worth of time, we will work together to catch them off guard. Everyone nodded, and their figures disappeared like flowing water. Soon, only the third elder was left in the secret room, standing in place with his brow furrowed. The uneasiness in his heart had not dissipated, and had instead intensified after he made this decision. Gritting his teeth, the third elder put aside these distracting thoughts and turned around to leave the secret room. At this point, he had no better idea. Yong Kai, who was rushing all the way to Nine Heaven's holy land, frowned as he looked down at the ground below with a gloomy expression. The current situation of Tong Xian realm was very unsatisfactory. The world energy aura here was even thinner than when he left all those years ago, and the so-called spirit mountains and rivers had lost their former charm. It was as if all the stars had fallen seriously ill. If things continued like this, even if the Netherworld sect and the cultivator on Great Desolate Star did not wreak havoc, it would not take more than 100 years for the world energy aura here to be completely depleted. At that time, it would be impossible for another cultivator to be born, and the lives of mortals would become more and more difficult until the world energy aura was completely exhausted and the source collapsed, turning the planet into a dead star. Many of the countless dead stars in the territory of Tong Xian realm had undergone such a transformation step by step, perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago. These stars were still full of vitality and flourishing, but with the changes of the flowing time great emperor, even the brightest stars would die. People were born, grew old, got sick, and died, and the stars were no exception. The world of the cultivator was greatly affected, not to mention the world of mortals. Natural disasters were constant, and countless people were displaced. There were tragedies everywhere. This time, even if the cultivator on Great Desolate Star was driven away, it would take at least 100 years for Tong Xian realm to recover its yuan qi. Even though he had not returned to Tong Xian realm for many years as the holy master of Nine Heaven's holy land, he was still very familiar with this land. Thinking that he would be able to see Xia Ningchang and Shui Yusun, his mood improved a lot. After seeing them to relieve the pain of lovesickness, he would deal with the small fries on Great Desolate Star's territory. Among the 9 peaks, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, and the world energy was abundant. Tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered here, but many of them looked worried. This was the last pure land in the entire Tong Xian realm. As the Star Master, Xia Ningchang was unable to stop the invasion of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, nor could she stop them from arranging the 8 Desolate Spirit lock array to poison Tong Xian realm's world energy, but she could still protect Nine Heaven's holy land. With her here, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory would never be able to take a single step into the 9 peaks. At this moment, in the main hall, there were many people. Led by Meng Wuya and Old Demon, there was 9 heavens holy lands saintess and Ling elder Qian Ning, Li Rong and Han Fei of the ancient demon clan, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei of Twin Spirit Pavilion, the palace master of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and Wizard Jia of Netherworld Sect. In the main hall, there were about 30 acquaintances of Yang Kai. Except for a few people he knew in the central capital, the rest were friends he had made in Tong Xian realm. In addition to these people, there was another familiar figure. The young Union Master of Sword Union, Gu Jianxian, was also the son of Gu Yun. This person had a special constitution, the Great Void Sword Body, which made him a natural talent for the Sword Dao. After so many years, he was still as handsome and elegant as ever. His left and right sword servants Ling Yu and In Xing were by his side. After so many years of tempering, he had become more and more mature, no longer possessing the threatening sword intent of the past. His whole person was like a sword hidden in a scabbard, and although he did not reveal his full strength when he attacked, it was as if he was a bolt of lightning. At this moment, he was discussing something with another person in a low voice. This person was the current leader of Purple Star, one of the top forces in Tong Xian Realm territory, Ziwuji. Chapter 30-150. Back then, the sect master of Purple Star, Zi Long, had a falling out with Yang Kai because of his son and was killed by Yang Kai and his embodiment in the star field, causing Purple Star to be leaderless for many years, resulting in constant internal strife. However, in the end, Zi Wuji took over and became the new sect master of Purple Star. However, before Zi Wuji could enjoy the joy of becoming an overlord, the territory of Great Desolate Star invaded. However, due to years of internal strife, Purple Star's strength had greatly decreased compared to before. In the face of the Grand Desolation Starfield's masters, they were simply unable to resist. In less than half a year, they were completely uprooted by the Grand Desolation Starfield, losing several cultivation stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zi Wu Ji took some of his subordinates to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and lived a stable life for a while. However, as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was unable to hold on, he could only rush to Tong Xian Realm with Shuiyu and the others. Sword Union's experience was similar. Over the years, the cultivator in Great Desolate Star territory had become unruly in the Hung Luo Star Field. Since Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could not resist, Sword Union naturally could not either, and several of its former top forces fell one after another. This was also the reason why everyone had gathered here. 9 Heavens Holy Land was the last pure land, and hope for all of them. If they couldn't even protect this place, there would likely be no place for them in the vast star territory. Over the years, they had not sat still and waited for death. After discovering that Netherworld Sect had arranged the 8 Desolation Array, they had repeatedly tried to harass it, but unfortunately, the 8 Desolation Array was too powerful, and they could not break through it. Even if they were contaminated by the Black Qi for a long time, they would feel dizzy, and their Saint Qi would not be enough. Although they managed to kill some people, they were all insignificant pawns that had little impact on Netherworld Sect's grand plan. It could be said that this group of people had brought 9 Heavens Holy Land to its end. Although they did not know what effect the 8 Desolation Array had, they could tell that once it was activated, even Xianing Chong would no longer be able to protect them. After all, the foundation of Tong Xian Realm was too shallow. If it were a star like Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star that had a Star Master, how could the cultivator on Great Desolate Star act so presumptuously? How is Sister Xia now? Zi Wuji asked quietly. Gu Jianxian hugged the simple sword and slowly shook his head. I haven't seen her in 2 months. The last time I saw her. Let's not talk about it. Gu Jianxian couldn't bear to see such a person suffer such torment because of the poison in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Is Miss Shuiyu taking care of her? And Gu Jianxian nodded. They're like sisters, so it's only right to take care of them. That brother Yang Kai sure is lucky. Zi Wuji chuckled lightly before continuing. It's just that he's not a man, running away on his own, while leaving his woman to suffer here. Gu Jianxian frowned when he heard this. He was a sword cultivator and had a straightforward and resolute nature, so he didn't like to hear others speak ill of others behind their backs. However, this was their freedom. So even if he didn't like it, he didn't want to refute it. Speaking of which, he also felt that Yang Kai had gone too far. He had been gone for several dozen years without any news, leaving behind a few women to work hard in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Gu Jianxian didn't know if he was unable to come back or if he had long forgotten these women. If it was the latter, it would be too sad. Zi Wuji said sourly. That Sister Xia is both beautiful and intelligent, gentle and quiet. If this Zi can win her favor. Brother Zi! Gu Jianxian raised his head and glanced at him sharply, implying a warning. Others may not have known, but Gu Jianxian was well aware of this. Since the first time Zi Wuji saw Xia Ningchang, he had been shocked by her beauty and had repeatedly expressed his admiration towards her. Gu Jianxian simply pretended not to know. Now that they were in a bad situation, and Zi Wuji was a second-order origin king, it wasn't worth it to make such a fuss. It was just that Zi Wuji's words today had been too blunt. But then again, although that Sister Xia had always been wearing a veil, making it impossible to see her true face, anyone who saw her would still feel a rush of excitement. Shuiyu was also an extraordinary woman, but because she had been in a high position for many years, it was inevitable that she would give off an air of arrogance, making others feel a sense of distance. On the other hand, even though Xia Ningchang was a star master and a third-order origin king, she never put on airs and had an extremely gentle temperament. What man would not want such a woman? She was a perfect example of a good wife and mother, and whoever could marry her would have to cultivate 10 lifetimes of good fortune. It was inevitable that Zi Wuji would fall in love with her. Perhaps Zi Wuji also had thoughts of taking advantage of her to ascend. Xia Ningchang was also a star master, so if he could really marry her, breaking through to the third-order origin king realm in the future would not be just wishful thinking. The friendship between Gu Jianxian and Zi Wuji was not too deep. Before coming to Tongxian realm, they had not had many dealings, so Gu Jianxian did not know much about Zi Wuji's temperament. But at this moment, seeing Zi Wuji's rude words, Gu Jianxian had no choice but to give him a warning. Without mentioning anything else, if Zi Wuji revealed such intentions in front of others, he would definitely be rejected by Shuiyu, Meng Wuya, and the others. Zi Wuji also knew that he had misspoken and smiled awkwardly. Good fortune, good fortune. It was unknown who he was referring to. At the same time, in a room in the inner hall, Xia Ningchang was lying weakly on the bed, a faint black chi covering her body, as if she was terminally ill. Tongxian realm had been ravaged by the Netherworld sect, and as the Star Master, she had been the most directly affected. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was like a shackle that locked her body, and the 8 spirit arrays were like poisonous boils that constantly eroded her vitality. Her veil had been removed, revealing a face that could captivate all living beings. Her face was pale, causing anyone who saw it to feel distressed. Shuiyu sat beside the bed, holding her hand tightly, her heart filled with self-blame. At that time, Water Moonstar had been destroyed, and she had no choice but to come to Tongxian realm to seek Xia Ningchang's protection. But now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision. Tongxian realm was located in the periphery of the Star Territory, and was not valued by the Great Desolate Star Territory. It was only because she had brought a group of people here that they had attracted their pursuers. If it weren't for her, Tongxian realm would not have been ravaged, and Xia Ningchang would not have suffered such torture. The more she thought about it, the more she felt guilty, wishing she could take his place. the figure of a man appeared in front of her eyes, causing her to grit her teeth and shout in her heart, "Where are you now?" Suddenly, Xia Ning Chang, who was lying on the bed, groaned as her delicate brow furrowed, and her aura became unstable. Shui was startled and quickly raised her hand to press her forehead gently while at the same time pouring her saint qi into her body. Her furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and her unstable aura stabilized. However, Shui did not stop, thinking that something was wrong with her body. Shua, Xia Ning Chang suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright light bloomed from them. "Ning Chang," Shui called out in surprise. She had not seen Xia Ning Chang show such an expression for a long time. In the past few years, she had been sick, and even her figure had become thin and weak. What happened? Did the great desolate star territory finally make a move? Xia Ning Chang raised her hand and grabbed Shueyu's arm with all her strength. Her strength was so great that Shueyu felt a trace of pain. Although she was still weak, Xia Ning Chang's face was filled with joy. "If you have something to say it slowly. I'm here," Shueyu quickly comforted. He's here," Xia Ning Chang said. "Who's here?" Shueyu asked suspiciously, but as soon as she spoke, she was stunned as an unbelievable thought popped into her mind. Xia Ning Chang smiled. "He's here?" It was the same sentence, but Shueyu clearly understood the meaning behind it. Her heart suddenly thumped violently as she pursed her lips and said, He's really here?" Xia Ning Chang nodded slightly. "I can feel it. He's coming this way. Elder sister, you go pick him up, but don't let him come to me." After saying this, Xia Ning Chang closed her eyes as if she had fallen asleep, but a faint energy fluctuation came from her body. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stopped. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth reacted abnormally, flickering with fluorescent light, as if countless fireflies were dancing around him. These light dots quickly gathered in the middle, turning into a beautiful, multicolored butterfly that danced around Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his finger. The butterfly immediately fell on his finger. "Little senior sister." Yang Kai looked at the multicolored butterfly and called out softly. It was impossible for this butterfly to appear out of nowhere, so someone must have used some kind of secret technique. But besides Lu Yen, there was no one else around Yang Kai. So besides Xia Ning Chang, there was no one else who could do this. It seemed that Xia Ning Chang had also noticed his arrival, so she had deliberately given him some instructions, fearing that he would not be able to find them. As the Star Master, it was not surprising that Xia Ning Chang could detect his arrival. She also had the ability to do so. However, why didn't Xia Ning Chang show up in person? Before Yang Kai had time to think about this, the butterfly spread its wings and flew off, heading in the direction of Nine Heaven's holy land. Its movements were not big, but its speed was extremely fast, seemingly reflecting Xia Ning Chang's urgent mood at the moment. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. In any case, he would be able to see Xia Ning Chang in a short while, and when that time came, everything would become clear. Inside Nine Heaven's Holy Land's main hall, the originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down after a single person walked out. Meng Wuya hurriedly stood up and looked anxiously at Shueyu. "Madam Yu, how is Ning Chang now?" He had raised Xia Ning Chang single-handedly and treated her like his own daughter, so now that she was in such a difficult situation, he naturally couldn't sit still. However, Xia Ning Chang's current condition wasn't an ordinary injury or illness, but one that was closely related to the vitality of the entire Tong Xian realm. There was simply no medicine that could cure her. Unless all the cultivators in the Grand Desolation Star Field were driven away, and the entire star was properly managed, perhaps after a few dozen or 100 years, when the vitality of the star was restored, Xia Ning Chang would be able to recover. Shueyu shook her head gently. Meng Wu Ye immediately knew that the situation was still not optimistic and clapped his hands in annoyance, turning the chair under him into dust. Chapter 3151. Old Demon asked, "Madam Yu, is something the matter?" Seeing Shui Yu's solemn expression carry a trace of excitement, as she looked outside the hall, he immediately realized something. But when he followed her gaze, there was nothing there. The 9 peaks were now under the protection of Xia Ningchang's Star Master, so it was impossible for anyone from Great Desolate Star's territory to force their way in. Shui Yu suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked out of the hall step by step. When everyone saw this, they exchanged glances with each other before following her outside. In an instant, everyone gathered outside the hall. Meng Wuye glanced at Old Demon, both of them slowly shaking their heads, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, the 9 peaks' grand array trembled. Meng Wuye's face paled as he said, "An enemy is attacking." Everyone else was also on high alert. Shui Yu raised her hand. "Don't be nervous." As soon as these words came out, everyone calmed down and looked up, only to see the grand array rumbling as it opened on its own, not because it had been attacked by an enemy, but because it had opened on its own. The method to control this grand array was in Shui Yu's hands, and besides her, only Xia Ningchang could control it. But now, Shui Yu had not done anything, yet the grand array had opened on its own, so it was obviously Xia Ningchang's doing. Before they could figure out why Xia Ningchang would do such a thing, a figure suddenly walked out from the fog. It seemed like there was no movement, but in a few steps, it appeared in front of everyone. Its speed was so fast that no one was able to react. Everyone stared at him, as if a spell had been cast on them, stupefied. Only Shui Yu quietly stared at Yang Kai, a complex mix of love and hate flashing in her eyes as they gradually turned red. Yang Kai smiled at her, and Shui Yu could no longer hold back her tears as they slid down her cheeks. Even though this man had disappeared without a trace for several decades, he still appeared in front of her at the most critical moment. In an instant, she had found someone to rely on and was no longer as restless as before, calming down a lot. "Young master," Old Demon's lips trembled with excitement. "Subordinates greet Holy Master." And Ling Qian Ning and the others also recovered and stepped forward, half kneeling on the ground. "Greetings, Master." The ancient demon clans Li Rong and Han Fei also quickly saluted. Yang Kai, Hu Jiao Er, and her sister covered their red lips as they cried out in shock. Everyone's eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at him. They had never before seen him here, as if they were dreaming. See, Wu Ji asked in amazement. "Little brother Gu, could this person be the sect master of Shadowed Star?" Gu Jianxian replied solemnly, his brow furrowing slightly as he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment, the simple sword in his bosom had actually transmitted a sense of fear, causing him to be unable to even raise his fighting spirit when he looked at Yang Kai. As a sword cultivator, this was basically impossible. A sword cultivator's heart was firm, and when they encountered a strong opponent, their first thought was to fight and temper their sword cultivation. However, when he saw Yang Kai, his own sword was actually warning him, as if it was telling him that no matter what, he was not Yang Kai's opponent. Just how high was his cultivation? Even his spirit sword felt fear. Zi Wuji heard this and was startled. So it was him. It turned out to be him. Back then, Yang Kai had acted presumptuously on Purple Star's home star, and even killed several Purple Star masters. Later, Purple Star confirmed that both Si Long and his son had died at Yang Kai's hands, so the hatred between them was absolutely irreconcilable. However, this was the first time Zi Wuji had seen Yang Kai, so naturally he did not recognize him. What's more, what happened back then was already a thing of the past. Now, Zi Wuji needed to rely on Xia Ningchang's protection to survive, So how could he show any hostility to Yang Kai? Yang Kai walked over to Shuiyu, stretched out his hand, and wiped her tears, saying softly, "Don't cry, I'm back." The tears in her eyes stopped, and Shuiyu turned her head away, not letting him touch her, as she reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, but in front of so many people, it was not appropriate for him to linger, so he simply waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." Everyone was lifted into the air, unable to resist at all. "Where's Ning Chang?" Yang Kai looked at Shuiyu and asked. Xia Ning Chang had led him here, but now he had not shown up, which was a big problem. Coupled with what he had seen before, Yang Kai immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Shuiyu lowered her eyes and did not answer. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya sighed and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's face collapsed instantly as all his expectations collapsed, and his heart sank as if it was about to sink into an endless abyss. "Come with me," Shuiyu beckoned to him and walked towards the inner hall. Although she had many complaints about him, in the end, how could this matter be blamed on him? She only blamed herself for leading the pursuers here, bringing disaster to Tong Xian Realm and Xianing Chang. She was not a woman who would pester endlessly, and her indifference to Yang Kai was not because she resented him, but rather because she felt ashamed to see him. If something really happened to Xianing Chang, she would be the culprit. Yang Kai stepped forward to catch up with her and reached out to grab her soft hands. Her small hands were cold, as if they had no temperature, and after struggling slightly, she could only let him go, not daring to look at him. The figures of the two disappeared, but the outside of the hall was still quiet. The long period of depression and uneasiness had not been alleviated much by the arrival of Yang Kai, because everyone understood that even if Yang Kai's cultivation was heaven-defying, and he could drive away the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, the injuries suffered by Xia Ning Chang could not be easily healed. At that moment, another small figure slowly walked over. Meng Wuya let out a soft cry of surprise and looked at her. The next moment, he revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that the small figure was actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She was very cute, but gave people a very strange feeling. After carefully thinking about it, he immediately understood why it was so strange. No expression. This little girl's face did not have the slightest change of expression, just like an ancient well. It was very strange. In front of the little girl, there was a multicolored butterfly fluttering. She walked up the stairs from the foot of the mountain, step by step, neither fast nor slow, as if she was chasing the multicolored butterfly, but also as if she did not want to miss it. "She probably doesn't want to see you." Outside the inner hall, Shuiyu stopped and said with her head lowered. She didn't want to see him. Not that she didn't want to see him, but she didn't dare let him see her haggard appearance. As a woman, Shuiyu could understand her feelings. Women always wanted to show their best side in front of the man they liked. Yang Kai held her hand tightly. "Thank you for your hard work." Tears once again poured out uncontrollably, as if the past few decades of longing and all the grievances she had suffered could disappear with this one sentence. Shuiyu shook her head. "Ning Chang is the one who has suffered the most. You can talk to her, but don't force your way in." And Yang Kai nodded, turned to face the door, raised his hand, and knocked gently, calling out, "Is anyone home?" There was no response from inside the room, but Yang Kai could clearly feel Xia Ning Chang's aura, but it was extremely weak, like a thin thread that could break at any time. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart ache, and at the same time, his murderous intent soared. Xia Ning Chang's current state was undoubtedly related to the actions of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star on Tong Xian Realm. All of them had to die. None of them should even think of escaping. "If you're at home, please open the door." Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, his voice still soft. There was still no response. Yang Kai continued, "Ning Chang, I'm back. Can you see me?" "Junior brother, I miss you very much. All these years I've been away, I often think of you. Now that I'm finally back, do you have the heart to shut me out? Yang Kai rambled on for a while. Shuiyu grabbed Yang Kai's arm and slowly shook her head. Xia Ningchang was usually extremely gentle and obedient to Yang Kai, but when it came to her image in Yang Kai's eyes, she also had her own principles. Yang Kai sighed and shrugged. All right then, Ningchang, you rest well. Junior brother, I'll go kill all those small fries and avenge you first before coming back to see you. Turning around, he winked at Shuiyu. Shuiyu understood and turned to leave with him. But after taking a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud noise from the room behind them. Shuiyu and Yang Kai glanced at each other and both paled. With a bang, the door was knocked open, and Yang Kai rushed into the room and helped Xia Ningchang up from the bed. His hand touched Xia Ningchang's back, but now his little senior sister was much thinner. Although she wasn't completely skin and bones, he estimated she only weighed about 70 kilograms. With her height, 90 kilograms or even 100 kilograms was normal. Her thin flesh and bones pressed against Yang Kai's hand, piercing Yang Kai's heart. However, Kai Yang was not in the mood to pay attention to this because, at this moment, Xia Ningchang was spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blanket on the bed had been dyed a deep red, and her body was shrouded in a faint black aura. At this moment, the black aura was like a living thing that was constantly churning. Not only that, some parts of her body had become extremely dark, as if someone had sprinkled ink on her body. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai looked down at Tongxian realm from high up in the sky. The only difference was that those ink spots before were all over the world, but now they were all on little senior sister's body. After counting, there were exactly 7 of them. Great Desolate Star territory. Netherworld sect, you're courting death. Although Yang Kai didn't know why such a sudden change had occurred, it was obvious that there was some movement on Great Desolate Star's territory. He had just broken the array core of the Great Array, and now his little senior sister had been killed. There was definitely some kind of connection between them. The ink spots were slowly expanding, and although they weren't fast, a slight movement would affect the whole situation. Every time these ink spots expanded, they would devour Xia Ningchang's vitality, making the black qi shrouding her body thicker. If these ink spots expanded to cover her whole body, Xia Ningchang's fate would be sealed. Chapter 30, 152. Ningchang. Shuiyu was dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the spot, never having expected such a turn of events. She had thought that it was because of Yang Kai's return, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. Kai Yang sat sideways on the bed, letting Xia Ningchang lie in his arms. Both of his hands went under her armpits, holding her small hands, and methodically pouring his pure qi into her body. Yang Kai had sealed his cultivation. So, although he could only display the strength of a peak origin king, the essence of his emperor qi had not changed much. Emperor qi was 2 levels higher than source qi and saint qi, so pouring it into Xia Ningchang's body immediately had a miraculous effect. The 7 black dots that had been slowly spreading across Xia Ningchang's body slowed down significantly and even showed signs of being suppressed. Even the tumbling black qi around her body stabilized. Yang Kai worked hard for half a quarter of an hour, carefully not daring to relax, but he could only suppress the 7 black dots to the size of a fist. He knew that these black dots were only external manifestations of Xia Ningchang's body. The most fundamental cause was the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory who had tampered with Tongxian realm. If Yang Kai was not wrong, it should be the effect of those Yin Qi spirit arrays. Tongxian realm was closely related to Xia Ningchang, so if he wanted to solve Xia Ningchang's current problem, he must first solve the disaster on Tongxian realm. In other words, unless those spirit arrays were uprooted, it would be impossible to get rid of these black dots. Uprooting those spirit arrays was not difficult, and Yang Kai only needed to make a trip there. But the premise was that he had to stabilize Xia Ningchang's vitality first. The black qi and black dots that shrouded her body were constantly devouring her vitality and Tong Xian realm's vitality, making her extremely weak. Now that they had suddenly erupted, she was immediately hit hard. If Xia Ningchang's vitality was not stabilized first, she would be in danger of dying. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw several jade bottles to Shuiyu. "Take out some pills and give them to her." Shuiyu caught them, opened the caps, and poured out some spirit pills. Pinching Xia Ningchang's small mouth, she stuffed these spirit pills into her mouth before pressing her hand on her chest and slowly guiding her Saint Qi downwards to help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies. However, the effects were minor. However, the effect wasn't great. These spirit pills were only Tao's source grade, so their effects were limited. Yang Kai had many emperor pills on hand, but with Xia Ningchang's cultivation, he couldn't give her any of them. Otherwise, just one would be enough to cause her body to explode. He slapped his head and scolded himself for being foolish. He had actually forgotten about that thing at such a crucial moment. Immersing his consciousness into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took out a green leaf a moment later. On this leaf was a drop of milky white juice. This juice was white and flawless, but it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, as if it wasn't just a drop of juice, but a life of its own. The leaf was the same. The leaf was the leaf of the immortal tree, and the sap was also the sap of the immortal tree. Both were extremely precious, and even in the star boundary, they were treasures that would cause countless people to fight for them. But at this moment, they were taken out by Yang Kai without hesitation. If it could resolve Xia Ningchang's current crisis, Yang Kai would not hesitate to refine the immortal tree. However, Yang Kai had not yet found a way to refine the immortal tree, so a single leaf and a single drop of sap was the limit of what Xia Ningchang could bear. Pinching open her mouth, Yang Kai put the leaf and the sap into her mouth. Yang Kai raised his hand and gently patted her back, causing the two things to roll into his stomach. Pushing his emperor qi slightly, Yang Kai felt as if he was holding a delicate porcelain, his movements extremely gentle. Any moment of carelessness could cause Xia Ningchang, who was in his arms, to suffer an accident. The leaf and sap of the immortal tree slowly melted, and the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills she had taken before also spread out. A faint green light suddenly bloomed from Xia Ningchang's body and merged with the black qi, diluting it. Seeing this, Shuiyu wept with joy. Although she did not know what method Yang Kai had used or what he had given Xia Ningchang, the scene before her undoubtedly showed that Xia Ningchang was getting better. Sure enough, it was impossible to live without a man at home. Shuiyu could not help much at the moment, so she could only constantly call out Xia Ningchang's name, hoping to wake her up. The green light gradually became stronger, and the exhausted vitality gradually recovered. The black qi that shrouded Xia Ningchang's body was suppressed, and the two colors intertwined on her body, gradually reaching a balance. The effects of the immortal tree were extremely powerful. If it were anyone else, even if they were on the verge of death or seriously injured, they would still be alive and kicking at this moment. But Xia Ningchang's situation was different. The root of the problem was that the immortal tree had not been able to solve the root of the problem. With a moan, Xia Ningchang's eyelashes trembled. Soon after, her eyes slowly opened to a slit. Shuiyu whispered, "Ningchang, Ningchang, you elder sister." Xia Ningchang's eyes were a little dazed, but after seeing Shuiyu's appearance, her mind gradually returned to normal. But soon, she felt herself lying in a spacious and comfortable embrace, and her mouth and nose were filled with a longing scent. Leaning her head back and resting it on Yang Kai's shoulder, Xia Ningchang looked at the side of his face and smiled bitterly. "Junior brother." She did not want to see him, but in the end, he still saw her like this. So it must be very, very ugly. Call me husband. Yang Kai gently touched her with his forehead. Xia Ning Chang's pale face turned slightly red, but it disappeared in a flash as she lowered her head and softly called out. Yang Kai laughed. It's fine if Su Yan calls me junior brother, but everyone can't call me that. For better or worse, this husband is the head of the family. Where will I put my face in the future? He turned his head to look at Shui Yu and asked, What about you? Shui Yu shyly said, You saved Ning Chong first? Xia Ning Chong said, I feel much better. After a few words, her complexion improved a lot, and even her voice became louder. She no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. Wrapped in the green light, her whole body felt warm and comfortable. She wished she could lie in this man's arms until the end of time. Shui Yu angrily said, Ning Chong, how can you be like this? Xia Ning Chong pursed her lips and smiled. Shui Yu said, Husband. She stared at Yang Kai with an expression that said, Are you satisfied now? A person flashed through the door. It was Meng Wuya, and his face was full of anxiety. He and the others had been outside the hall before, so they did not know what had happened here. Now that he saw Xia Ning Chong lying in Yang Kai's arms with a shy expression and Shui Yu smiling again, he inexplicably relaxed. The haze that had been suppressing in his heart for a long time was swept away. Looking at each other, Yang Kai and Shui Yu immediately understood. Putting Xia Ning Chong down again, Yang Kai said, Lie down properly. Wait for your husband to go kill some people and help you vent your anger. As he turned around, his clothes were pulled. Xia Ning Chong was lying on the bed looking at him with a frightened expression. Her eyes made his heart ache. She was afraid that Yang Kai would leave and never come back like last time. She was afraid that everything just now was just a dream. If that was the case, she would rather not vent her anger. She would rather have him stay by her side than leave her. Yang Kai patted her hand and said, Don't worry, I will be back soon. This way, you can count to 100, and I will reappear in front of you. What if I don't come back? Xia Ning Chong asked. I will definitely come back. Xia Ning Chong nodded gently, loosened her hand, and closed her eyes. Yang Kai gave Shui Yu and Meng Wuyu a look, and they stepped out. Lu Yan stood outside the door and looked up at him. Yang Kai patted her head and said, Stay here and look after her. Lu Yan nodded obediently. Meng Wuyu frowned slightly. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked a little girl to stay here, and he didn't even understand the relationship between the two. Could it be that she was Yang Kai's daughter? It had to be said that Lu Yan's image could easily lead to such misunderstandings. But even if she was Yang Kai's daughter, there was no trace of cultivation on her. So what could she do by staying here? After a while, they stepped into the outer hall. Meng Wuya said anxiously, That group of bastards seems to be escaping from Great Desolate Star's territory. Young boy, tell me what to do. It was because he noticed that the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was fleeing that he hurriedly went to find Yang Kai to discuss countermeasures. While they were talking, they had already arrived outside the hall. A group of people were looking up, following their gazes. Yang Kai immediately saw streams of light flying out from all directions, escaping into the star field. There was no lack of huge starships among them. Sure enough, as Meng Wuya said, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was escaping Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai sneered. Escape? Where can you escape to? He had planned to deal with the cultivators on Great Desolate Star after meeting with Xia Ning Chong and Shui Yu, but he hadn't expected them to flee like birds startled by the twang of a bow. But do you think you can escape death like this? Little senior sister's pain will be repaid 100 times, 1,000 times over. Everyone looked at him. Although he had just returned, when he stood here, he was everyone's backbone. Stretching out his hand, he pointed to the sky and said in a low voice, "Entangle them. No need to fight, just don't let them escape easily." Everyone was shaken when they heard this and agreed in unison. "Wait!" Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone turned to look at him, only to see that the person who spoke was the current leader of Purple Star, Ziwuji. Yong Kai glanced at him and frowned slightly. He didn't know him. "Greetings, big brother Yang." "This one," Yong Kai interrupted him. "If you have something to say, say it quickly." A trace of displeasure flashed across Ziwuji's eyes. Although he knew that Yong Kai's strength was extraordinary, having reached the second-order Origin King realm several dozen years ago, and having gone to a mysterious place, he was still the master of Purple Star. Although he was living under someone else's roof, his own strength was not bad. Now that they were facing a powerful enemy, every bit of strength he could offer was extremely precious, whether it was Shuiyu, Xia, Ningchang, Meng Wuya, or the others. All of them had been polite to him over the past few years. Yong Kai's sudden display of strength naturally made him unhappy. Restraining his thoughts, Ziwuji said, "Great Desolate Star's territory has many people. As far as I know, there are several third-order Origin Kings, and now there are more than a dozen starships escorting them. With just a few of us, I'm afraid we'll be like sheep in a tiger's den." Chapter 3153. What's more, they are already on the verge of fleeing, so why bother provoking them? This is what it means to not pursue a cornered enemy. I asked Brother Yang to reconsider. "Are you done?" Yong Kai looked at him. Ziwuji nodded. Yong Kai no longer paid any attention to him, and instead raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Entangle them for me." Ziwuji was stunned, not having expected this person to be so stubborn as to not listen to persuasion. To a certain extent, Yong Kai's concerns weren't wrong. Although Nine Heaven's Holy Land had gathered a large number of masters, and many of them were of extremely high grade, compared to the lineup of the Grand Desolation Star Field, they were still somewhat lacking. If Yong Kai really chased after them, not only would he fail to kill the enemy, he would also be in danger of losing his own life. The best way to deal with this situation was to respond to all changes by simply allowing the people on Great Desolate Star to leave, giving them a chance to catch their breath. After all, 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so there was no need to worry about not having a chance in the future. Ziwuji's efforts to persuade Yong Kai were simply playing the lute to a cow. However, Ziwuji couldn't help cursing in his heart. "Since you're so stubborn, I'd like to see who is willing to accompany you in your madness." But soon he was stunned, because as soon as Yong Kai gave the order, Li Rong and Han Fei both nodded and turned into two streaks of black light that shot straight up into the sky, followed by all the ancient demon clan members. Meng Wuya, an old demon, followed closely behind. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air turned into two streaks of light, one purple and one blue, that entwined with each other. One figure after another rushed out without the slightest hesitation or doubt. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Purple Star and Sword Union remained in front of the hall. Have they gone crazy? Ziwuji's face was blank. Yong Kai's eyes turned back, pierced through the void, bent, his knees bowed, and shot out, disappearing in an instant. "Brother Z, let's also go help them," Gu Jianxian suddenly said. Ziwuji turned to look at him. "Brother Gu, have you also gone crazy?" Rushing forward now was tantamount to throwing away their lives. The others might have been fine, but the key was that Gu Jianxian had also made such a decision. Because of their circumstances, Yong Kai had developed a sense of appreciation for Gu Jianxian over the past few years, so he could not understand why Gu Jianxian would act so unwisely. Gu Jianxian smiled. "If you're not a mad demon, you won't survive." The quaint long sword in his arms trembled incessantly, making his blood boil. He couldn't wait to have a big fight and release the sword intent accumulated in his body. Sword cultivators specialized in the Tao of slaughter, and he had been holed up all these years. He felt that his heart of the sword had been worn down quite a bit. Although the current situation was not optimistic, it gave him an endless desire to fight. Regardless of whether he was wise or not at this moment, he only needed a big battle to vent his anger. Gu Jian's heart and sword became one as he shot out like a bolt of lightning. The left and right sword attendants followed him without saying a word. Si Wuji's eyes twitched. No matter how thick his skin was, he was too embarrassed to remain here alone, so he could only call out to the purple star cultivator to rush forward, while secretly making up his mind to only fish in troubled waters. If he found that the situation was not right, he would immediately flee. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in front of the hall, and the entire 9 heavens holy land fell silent. Little senior sister, thank you. Yang Kai laughed loudly, his fists like dragons, a storm of fists bombarding downwards. He did not intercept the cultivator on Great Desolate Star because he had more important things to do at this moment, which was to deal with the 7-8 Desolation Spirit Arrays. These 7 spirit arrays were like 7 malignant tumors growing on Tong Xian Realm. If they were not removed, they would erode the vitality of Tong Xian Realm and Xia Ning Chang. Even though Yang Kai had stabilized Xia Ning Chang's situation with the leaves and sap of the immortal tree, these 7 spirit arrays still needed to be dealt with first. Yang Kai wanted to rush to the location of these 7 spirit arrays as quickly as possible, but while he was flying, his body suddenly became light, and he appeared here, teleporting hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. This was obviously the work of Xia Ning Chang. She was the star master of Tong Xian Realm, so it was not a problem for her to teleport a person here. Although she was still recuperating in her room at this moment, she obviously realized Yang Kai's plan, so she decided to help Yang Kai with the power of the Star Master. This was also her way of saving herself. Down below was one of the 7 black dots. Logically speaking, the situation should be no different from the largest black that Yang Kai had destroyed before, but at this moment, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star seemed to have done something, causing the black to spread wildly in all directions. The huge black that was constantly devouring the surrounding land, and an extremely uncomfortable aura was being emitted from it, as if it was connected to the underworld and purgatory. Boundless fist shadows slammed down and rushed into the black. In an instant, black chi tumbled like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, causing an unpredictable chain reaction. The expansion of the huge black suddenly stopped, followed by a violent explosion, and a black halo shook the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai withdrew his fist, took a deep breath, and looked down. The black that was no longer in shape. Although it had expanded a lot, its color had dimmed. No matter what the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Domain had done before they left to make this 8 Desolation subformation erupt with such power, it was still a spirit array. As long as this spirit array was broken, these black dots would no longer be a threat. As time passed, the heaven and earth aura would assimilate and nourish them, and these black clouds would disappear one day. Without waiting for Kai Yang to look around, his body suddenly became light again, as if he was being held by an invisible hand. When that invisible hand put him down, he was already in another place, and below him was another black that was rapidly spreading in all directions. Yang Kai did the same. Next, little senior sister, don't tire yourself out. If you feel any discomfort, don't force yourself. Junior brother's cultivation is heaven-defying now, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to travel quickly. Right? I forgot to tell you Su Yen is fine. I've brought her back. She's probably with Luo now. When this matter is resolved, we'll return to Shadowed Star together. When the time comes, we'll be reunited and have a good chat." Again and again, Yang Kai kept talking to himself. Although he did not get any response, he knew that Xia Ningchang had been paying attention to him and was helping him at the critical moment. Such help undoubtedly saved him a lot of time on the road. Although Tong Xian realm was not too big in his current situation, it would still take him some time to deal with the 7 black dots. With the help of the Star Master, all of this became simple. However, this was a bit of a burden for Xianing Chang. Her condition had just stabilized, so it was not appropriate for her to use too much strength. In less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the 7 black dots were removed and the 7 spirit arrays were destroyed. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Good, little senior sister, you should rest. Leave the rest to me." A breeze blew past, and something seemed to leave Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai knew that Xia Ningchang had been paying attention to him. Yang Kai looked up, and his gaze instantly became as sharp as a sword, no longer as gentle as before. High up in the sky, above the clouds, blood and corpses were thrown down as one figure after another was entangled in a fierce battle. Although the forces gathered by 9 Heavens' Holy Land were not weak compared to the lineup on Great Desolate Star's territory, it was not as good as the one on Great Desolate Star's side, so it quickly fell into a disadvantage. On Great Desolate Star's side, there were as many as 4 third-order origin kings. If Xian Xianming, who was killed by Yang Kai, was included, there were 5. Although most of them had just broken through, third-order origin kings were still third-order origin kings, so how could they be so easy to deal with? Xue Yu alone was entangled with one person, the Netherworld Sect's 3rd elder. Among all the masters on Great Desolate Star's territory, this person was the strongest. Both were third-order origin kings, but Xue was full of vitality while the 3rd elder was old and vigorous. For a time, they were evenly matched, and with the power of their artifacts and secret techniques, neither side could do anything to the other. The strongest against the strongest. This was the best way to deal with this situation. Otherwise, if the 3rd elder were to take action, no one on 9 Heavens' Holy Land side would be able to resist. Meng Wuya and the old demon were each entangled with a powerful enemy, but they were both being beaten into a corner. In a short time, both Meng Wuya and the old demon had suffered some minor injuries. Facing the methods of these third-order origin kings, they could only engage in a roundabout battle, unable to engage in a direct confrontation. Hu Jiao and her sister's sword harmonization technique, and although they were both only first-order origin kings, their situation was much better than Meng Wuya and the old demons. 2 blue and purple sword lights crisscrossed and weaved into a huge sword net that enveloped the last third-order origin king on Great Desolate Star's territory, making it impossible for him to escape. Li Rong, Han Fei, Gu Jianxian, and his 2 sword servants Chen Ning and Enling all of them were fighting fiercely, keeping Yang Kai's orders in mind, and entangling their enemies, not allowing them to escape easily. "Since you dare chase after us, I'll make you all die." The 3rd elder forced Xue Yu back with a palm strike before laughing loudly and quickly retreating. The other masters on Great Desolate Star's territory seemed to have received some kind of order and quickly distanced themselves from their opponents, one of them even diving deep into the sword net created by Hu Jiao and the old demon to pull his companion out. 3rd elder stood high up in the sky, his face filled with anger as a sinister grin appeared on his face. Behind him, the 12 or so starships lined up in a row, their crystal cannons flashing white light as they aimed directly at the 9 Heavens' Holy Land cultivators. Escaping was just a pretense. Their biggest goal was to lure the snake out of its hole, and now it seemed that this goal had been achieved. The well-prepared starships only needed a single round of fire to blast this group of 9 Heavens' Holy Land cultivators to smithereens. Victory was in sight. But 3rd Elder's heart still palpitated slightly as he felt that something was wrong, making him extremely uneasy. His eyes swept across the crowd, but he did not see any strange faces worthy of attention. Who was it that broke the 8 desolate array core and killed the vice sect master? Oh no! Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice, his face turning pale. The dozen or so starships lined up in a row were like vicious beasts that would devour a person without spitting out the bones, giving off a strong sense of pressure. When the crystal cannons flashed, a great sense of crisis filled everyone's hearts. Chapter 3154. Starships had always been a powerful weapon for attacking cities, and crystal cannons were even more powerful. How much damage could a dozen starships and hundreds of crystal cannons display? Even Netherworld Sect's 3rd Elder could not easily predict. The only thing he was certain of was that 9 Heaven's holy land could not stop them. Shuiyu and the others could not stop them, but they had no choice because behind them was 9 Heaven's holy land and Tong Xian realm. If they avoided these attacks, it would be 9 Heaven's holy land and Xia Ningchang who would be attacked. Xia Ningchang's situation had only just stabilized, so if he were to be shot by these hundreds of crystal cannons, it would only make things worse. Shuiyu's figure flickered, her long hair fluttering behind her. As she stood high up in the sky, one by one, figures gathered around her, forming an impenetrable defense around her. 3rd Elder was overjoyed and shouted, "Since you don't want to hide, you can all die." Waving his hand, he ordered the cannons to fire. The light from the crystal cannons was extremely dazzling as the energy they released reached its peak. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The expected scene of crystal cannons firing together and destroying the world did not appear. Instead, an aura so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate rapidly approached from behind. The 3rd Elder suddenly turned his head, and then his eyes started to tremble. He saw a young man with fluttering black hair rush out from the side and crash into the dozen or so starships on Great Desolate Star's territory alone. Compared to the huge starships, this person's figure was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, filled with a tragic and resolute aura. However, when this person hit the starships, the defenses of the starships themselves were like paper to him. The 3rd Elder casually waved his fist, and a huge hole appeared on the side of a battleship. With a violent sound, sparks flew in all directions, and miserable cries could be heard from the inside as life was extinguished one by one. In the blink of an eye, this young man rushed out from the other side of the starship and headed straight for the second one. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky, piercing through one Origin King grade starship after another with unparalleled momentum. Asterisk, hong hong hong. Asterisk, every battleship was emitting explosive sounds. By the time he rushed out of the last battleship, none of the dozen or so battleships were intact. The crystal cannons that were originally shining with dazzling light had become extremely unstable at this moment, their light flickering. Rumble, one of the battleships, suddenly exploded, engulfed by the flames. The gigantic body of the battleship collapsed, emitting creaking sounds as it slowly fell downwards. Another battleship was engulfed in flames. The 3rd ship, the 4th ship, in just a few breaths of time, more than a dozen warships were wiped out. All the cultivators on the territory of the Great Desolate Star were scared out of their wits. A chill ran down their spines from head to toe. They felt chills all over their bodies, and their hands and feet were icy cold. Everyone looked at the young man with fear and fear in their eyes. What kind of person was this? He had actually destroyed a dozen warships so easily. Was this still something that could be done by a human? A thought flashed through the 3rd Elder's mind as he cried out involuntarily, "It's you?" He had been wondering who had broken the 8 Desolation Array core, and who had killed the Vice Sect leader Xian Xianming. It was not until now that he had seen this shocking method that he was suddenly enlightened. It's him. It was definitely him. There was no one else who had the ability to destroy the 8 Desolation Array Corps and kill the Vice Sect leader. Who was this? How could he be so powerful? Shueyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had made up her mind that even if she had to die here, she would not let those crystal cannons hit Tong Xian realm. She had not expected that he would arrive at the critical moment, instantly giving her someone to rely on. These ups and downs made her heart tumble, and a proud look appeared on her face. This is the man I chose. Gu Jian Xian looked absent-minded, and the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. No wonder my long sword gave me a warning. Has this guy become so strong? When they first met, his cultivation was not even as high as his own. Although Gu Jian Xian knew that he had a promising future, he did not expect him to be so far ahead of him in just a few decades. He had left Gu Jian Xian in the dust. What is his cultivation now? Is it comparable to the legendary great emperors of Star Field? No wonder he asked me and the others to entangle the cultivator on the great desolate star territory. With the strength he has shown so far, even if everyone on the great desolate star territory swarmed him together, they would not be his opponent. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse because of the arrival of one person. Many of the cultivator on the great desolate star territory turned ashen. Facing this young man, they did not even have the courage to fight. Kill. Yang Kai coldly spat out a word. When he spoke, he was still in the same place, but when his voice fell, he had already appeared on the other side. The third elder only saw a vague shadow pass through his camp, and before he could react, the other party had calmly left. The third elder was startled, and instinctively felt that he had just walked through the gates of hell. Asterisk chi. Asterisk, there was a strange sound, and many of the cultivator on the great desolate star territory looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a scene that made them tremble in fear. A headless corpse was standing in the air, blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain. The corpse still maintained a defensive posture, but its head was nowhere to be seen. Turning his head stiffly, the third elder saw the corpse's head, but at this moment, it was being held in the hand of the young man who had suddenly appeared. The expression on its face was blank, as if it did not understand what had happened even after its death. That was a third-order origin king. The master who had just fought with Meng, Wuya, and beaten him into a pulp was now directly beheaded by Yang Kai. No one saw clearly how he did it. Kill, Shueyu shouted. The anger and resentment she had accumulated over the years, and even the guilt she felt towards Xia Ning Chong all erupted at this moment, turning into thick murderous intent as she took the lead and rushed towards the cultivator on the great desolate star territory. How could the rest of the cultivators hesitate? After witnessing Yang Kai's methods with their own eyes, they immediately knew that there was no possibility of losing today's battle, so all of them used their movement skills and leapt out. The battle began again, but the situation had been reversed. The cultivators on the great desolate star territory were deterred by Yang Kai's power and had lost all will to fight, while Nine Heaven's holy land charged forward with unparalleled anger. The result of this battle was already decided from the very beginning. Yang Kai did not remain idle either. Xia Ning Chang's torture was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. So how could he not collect some interest? Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Yang Kai pounced towards the third-order origin kings, sending out a series of palm strikes and punches. These third-order origin kings, who were usually arrogant and insufferably arrogant, exploded into blood mists one after another, completely unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, only the third elder remained. The third elder looked around in horror, not knowing that he had already lost. This person's strength was something he had never seen before, and no one in the starry sky territory was his opponent. In a flash, his opponent had already arrived in front of him, only half a meter away. Before he could withdraw, the third elder was grabbed by the neck and lifted high up. He was unable to circulate his Saint Chi at all, and even his bones felt like they were being crushed. Only when facing this person personally did the third elder fully understand the horror of this person. When I wasn't at home, you were quite happy. Yang Kai looked at him coldly as he exerted a little force in his hand, ending the third elder's life. Wait! The third elder shouted with a red face. Yang Kai grinned fiercely. If you have any last words, speak quickly. If you don't speak now, you won't have the chance. The third elder, on the other hand, shouted fiercely, Let me go, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. The third elder coldly said, Your Star Master. Don't you want to go back and see how she's doing? If nothing unexpected happened, she should have been captured by now. Activating the 7-8 desolation arrays and luring the snake out of its hole was just one of his preparations. He also had a second one, which was to deal with Xia Ning Chang. 9 Heavens Holy Lands masters had all been dispatched, so at this moment, their defenses were practically non-existent. So there was no possibility of failure in this plan. Unfortunately, before he had time to use this trump card, he was the only third-order origin king left on his side. In his heart, he cursed Yang Kai for acting so decisively and ruthlessly. He had only wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, but who knew he would end up attracting a man-eating tiger instead? Really? Yang Kai tilted his head. You can go and confirm it. My Netherworld sect has fallen today, so this old master doesn't ask for anything else. If you let me live, I'll spare your Star Master. Idiot. Yang Kai exerted force in his hand and separated the third elder's head from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and the head that flew into the air had a look of disbelief on its face, as if it still couldn't figure out what was going on with Yang Kai. I've already told him the truth. Doesn't he need to confirm it? His thoughts were cut off, and he fell into eternal darkness. Yang Kai stood midair and swept his eyes over everyone, curling his lips as he muttered, Sure enough, it's hard to guard against a thief in your own home. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered Long Tianshang's warning before he lost his mind. It seemed that Long Tianshang had learned some secrets before he was refined into a heavenly corpse. Glancing at 9 Heavens Holy Land below, Yang Kai raised his brow. Forget it, I'll go back later. He was not worried about Xia Ning Chang's safety at all. This third elder had calculated everything, but he would never have imagined that Lu Yan was guarding Xia Ning Chang. With little Lu Yan here, who could hurt Xia Ning Chang? Yang Kai attacked again, his figure shuttling through the void, killing one master after another from Great Desolate Star's territory. Many people saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but how could Shuiyu and the others let them escape so easily? They all used various methods to intercept, coupled with the fact that the number of masters on Great Desolate Star's territory was decreasing as the battle went on. It soon became a massacre. After just half an hour, the battle was over. None of the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory survived, and all of them were killed. As for 9 Heavens Holy Land's side, except for those who died, when they tried to intercept them at the beginning, after Yang Kai came to support them, no one was injured. Most people were covered in blood, some of their own, some of their enemies, all of them gasping for breath. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kai Yang, filled with admiration and amazement. Everyone was very curious, just how strong had he become? Today's battle seemed to be just a casual move, not his full strength at all. Chapter 3155. Just as the cultivators of 9 Heavens Holy Land and the cultivator on Great Desolate Star were engaged in a decisive battle above the clouds, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared in the empty 9 Heavens Holy Land. This figure wore a purple robe, giving off an aura of incomparable magnificence. Zi Wuji. He did not follow Gu Jian Xin out, and instead returned to Nine Heaven's holy land after fainting with his spear. Gu Jian Xin. And the others were focused on fighting the enemy, so how could they pay attention to his small movements? Although the Holy Land was under the protection of Xianing Chang, and outsiders could not invade, Zi Wuji was still one of them, so the impregnable defenses of the Holy Land were nothing to him. Zi Wuji returned to the main hall with ease, muttering under his breath, as if he was cursing something, his face filled with hatred and resentment. A moment ago, he had received a secret order that put him in a difficult position, but, for the sake of his life, he had no choice but to go all out. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to save his life, but he would also be able to get close to Xianing Chang, killing two birds with one stone. Zi Wuji carefully approached the inner hall while trying to conceal his aura. He knew that, in the eyes of a Star Master, it was impossible to hide his whereabouts, especially when he was so close to her. However, the premise was that the Star Master was in good condition and had the strength to perceive the situation around her. Xia Ningchang's condition was very bad, getting worse and worse with each passing day. Zi Wuji had confirmed this with Gu Jian Xin earlier, so even though he was a little nervous, he still had some confidence he would succeed. After crossing the inner hall, Zi Wuji soon arrived at a room not far from the main hall, and after turning a corner, he was overjoyed. The door of this room was open, and there was no trace of any spirit array. The heavens are really helping me. Before he could rejoice, though, a burst of crisp and pleasant laughter suddenly reached his ears. Zi Wuji was taken aback and froze in place, because he recognized that this laughter belonged to Xianing Chang, and although she was still quite weak, she was obviously not as bad as he had imagined. What happened? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be lying in bed and not even have the strength to speak? How could she still laugh? Then who was the one who was laughing with her? In an instant, Zi Wuji decided to retreat. Although he could not disobey these orders, if his life was in danger, he had to consider whether he should carry them out. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered the identity of the person who had spoken to Xia Ningchang, that 7 or 8-year-old girl. She was the only one who didn't leave out of all the people who came in earlier. It seemed that it was her. Zi Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. It really was a false alarm. If it was that little girl, there was no need to worry too much. The only thing he had to worry about now was Xia Ningchang's condition. If he had the strength to laugh, would he have the strength to mobilize the power of the stars? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'm not a match for him. Just as he was hesitating, Xia Ningchang's voice suddenly rang out, "Come in if you have something to say." "Why are you hiding outside? Cough, cough. What are you doing?" He had been discovered. Zi Wuji was startled at first, but his mood quickly calmed down. Since Xia Ningchang was not unconscious, it was natural for her to discover him. After all, he was so close to her. Moreover, listening to her voice, he could tell she was really weak. After struggling for a moment, Zi Wuji immediately made up his mind, and no longer concealed himself, hurriedly rushing towards the room, while shouting, "Sister Xia, something bad has happened." As he rushed into the room, a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Xia Ningchang's face changed, and she could not help straightening her body from the bed, as she asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Zi Wuji said bitterly, "Brother Yang, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, deliberately tantalizing the other party. Even though Xia Ningchang had doubts in her heart, she could not help turning pale and focusing her divine sense on the battlefield above the clouds. At that moment, Zi Wuji suddenly launched an attack, purple light flashing from his palms as he sent them towards Xia Ningchang, unable to bear it any longer, and saying, "Young Lady Xia, please don't blame me. This Zi was forced to do this, but you can rest assured that I won't take your life. It's just," before he could finish his words, though, the expression on his face suddenly froze, because a small figure had suddenly appeared in front of him, a pair of clear black, and white eyes staring at him quietly without the slightest emotion, as if she was looking at a stone or a lump of dirt. This caused Zi Wuji's heart to palpitate uneasily. "Scram," Zi Wuji shouted. Since he had already taken action, he would not turn back. This little girl did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I'll start with you, sending out a palm towards Lu Yan's head. As his palm landed, Zi Wuji passed by Lu Yan, but when he turned his head to look at her in shock, his eyes trembled. She was completely unscathed. This delicate little girl was actually completely fine after being hit by his full force. She still stood there quietly, and her figure didn't even sway in the slightest. A creepy feeling grew in his heart. Did I make a mistake? Before he could figure it out, though, a fire snake wrapped around him and tied him up. So, when Yang Kai finished dealing with the cultivator on Great Desolate Stars territory and returned here, he saw Zi Wuji tied up in a corner, shivering. The fire snake flicked its forked tongue in a ferocious manner, and although its flames were tumbling, it did not release any scorching aura. Otherwise, Zi Wuji would have been burned to ashes. "Sure enough, it's you?" Yang Kai glanced at him, seemingly having expected this. Although Third Elder's words had not been clear, how could he not have guessed what was going on? Sweeping his eyes over the battlefield, Yang Kai guessed the meaning of Third Elder's words. Lu Yan tugged at the corner of his clothes and pointed to herself, indicating that this was her work, and then put on a praise me expression. Yang Kai rubbed her little head and said, "Well done." Lu Yan narrowed her eyes, a look of enjoyment on her face. "Oh, little senior sister, why are you sitting up? Quickly lie down." Yang Kai walked over to the bed and helped Xia Ning Chong lie down. Xia Ning Chong showed a smile and said, "I'm fine." With the nourishment of the immortal tree's essence, Yang Kai had broken the 7-8 desolate subarrays and prevented the spread of the ink spot poison. She felt much better than before. She should have been recuperating, but she was very curious about Yang Kai's experiences outside over the years, so she sat up and pulled Lu Yan to talk to her. Lu Yan also sympathized with her and only talked about some of the interesting things Yang Kai had experienced outside, not mentioning the dangers he had faced over the years, which naturally made Xia Ning Chong laugh. "Have you counted to 100? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and scratched her nose. Xia Ning Chong said, "Not yet." How could she really count? She was only focused on chatting with Lu Yan. Yang Kai laughed. "It seems that I didn't break my promise." While talking, Shui Yu also walked in from the outside, and when she saw Zi Wuji, she was startled and asked what happened. Zi Wuji cried and begged, "Sister Yu, save me." Shui Yu frowned as she looked at him, then at Xia Ning Chong. Although she didn't know the cause and effect, with her intelligence, she quickly guessed what had happened, and her pretty face suddenly sank. "How dare you do this?" Before this, there had been no warning at all. It wasn't that Zi Wuji had hidden himself well, but that in the past few years, coupled with his identity, no one had expected him to seek refuge on Great Desolate Stars territory. But now that she thought about it, this person did seem to have some suspicions in the past few years. "I didn't mean to. I was forced to do this." Zi Wuji showed a bitter expression. "It's just a simple barrier." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yang Kai had not carefully examined Zi Wuji before, but now that there was a problem, he immediately discovered that there was a very hidden barrier on Zi Wuji's body. The person who had placed this barrier was very skilled, and with the level of the cultivator in Great Desolate Stars territory, it would be impossible to find any clues without a close and careful investigation. Moreover, this barrier had been planted for at least 7 or 8 years. It seemed that when Purple Star was broken, this barrier had already been planted. Zi Wuji said, "If possible, how could I do such an unjust thing? Sister Xia has protected me for so many years. This sea is extremely grateful, but this barrier is difficult to break. This sea has tried for many years, but still failed. If I were to be discovered, I would be tortured. If a ray of light suddenly shot out, interrupting his words. Si Wuji's face filled with shock as he thought Yang Kai was going to kill him. But after this light entered his body, he immediately felt his body lighten, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. With a thought, Zi Wuji stared at Yang Kai in horror. The barrier planted by a master on Great Desolate Star's territory had actually disappeared. This should have been a joyous occasion, but Zi Wuji couldn't bring himself to be happy at all. Instead, a deep sense of regret washed over him, like a tide, as he thought to himself that if he had told Yang Kai about his situation before, he would have already regained his freedom. And now, Zi Wuji's lips moved, but no sound came out, only bitterness filling his mouth. "Kill him," Yang Kai said coldly. "No, let me go." Zi Wuji screamed in horror. Lu Yan's thoughts flashed, and the fire snake wrapped around Zi Wuji immediately came to life, releasing a scorching aura. "Wait," Yang Kai said again, before winking at Lu Yan. "Throw him out and kill him. Don't dirty this place." Lu Yan nodded, controlled the fire snake, and flew out with Zi Wuji. A moment later, a scream came from afar. Shuiyu shook her head and sighed. This was a true case of refusing to walk the road to heaven and barging into the gates of hell. Even though the overall situation was already set, he still insisted on seeking his own death. Purple Star had suffered one blow after another since several decades ago, so it was likely they would never be able to turn things around again. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's current situation was not good, its foundation was still there. As long as it could recover those cultivation stars, there would always be a day for it to make a comeback. "Little senior sister, you should rest." Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang's soft hand and put her down without any explanation. Xia Ningchang showed a helpless look and could only let him do as he wished, her cold little hand holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. Her red lips squirmed, but before she could speak, Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here with you. I won't go anywhere." Xia Ningchang nodded before closing her eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Shuiyu before opening his other hand with a smile. Shuiyu gave him a disgruntled look before walking up valiantly and leaning into his arms. Lu Yan pursed his lips and walked out unwillingly, but he still closed the door very softly. Chapter 30:156. First, he met Su Yan by chance in the ancestral territory. Then he returned to Shadowed Star to quell the war, then went to Monster Star to help Shanqing Luo. Now, the connecting Xian continent had been settled. The people close to him were safe and sound, which was his greatest happiness. The rest could be dealt with slowly. Xia Ningchang had been suffering for many years while maintaining the protection of Nine Heavens' holy land. When Shuiyu and the others occasionally went out to harass the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory, she also had to take care of them, so she hadn't had any real rest for many years. Now that her troubles had been resolved and Yang Kai had returned, she snuggled up to Yang Kai and soon fell asleep. With her current cultivation, she no longer needed to rely on sleep to replenish her spiritual energy, but she still fell into the most ordinary of slumbers. Her expression was serene as she curled up beside Yang Kai. It was unknown what she was dreaming of, but she actually revealed a faint smile. Shuiyu was lying on the other side of Yang Kai, the two quietly communicating with their divine senses, describing their experiences and lives over the years. A sweet fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, and although he had no lust for her, he couldn't help but kiss Shuiyu's red lips. Shuiyu stretched out her hand and blocked his lips, saying faintly, "If you don't solve Ning Chang's problem, don't even think about touching me." Although Tong Xian realm had been pacified, and the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory had been beheaded, the damage Xia Ningchang had suffered could not be easily erased. Even though Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to restore her vitality and also destroyed the 8 desolate spirit lock array, as long as Tong Xian realm was not restored, Xia Ning Chang would not be able to live in peace. Yang Kai scratched his head. It will take decades or even 100 years. Can you afford to wait? Shui Yu snorted. I don't mind. I'm just afraid you can't afford to wait. You underestimate me too much. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had been in the star boundary for many years, and if he hadn't encountered a fire with Zhu Qing, he would probably still be a virgin. He wasn't a gentleman. He would be tempted by beauty, but he wouldn't go out of his way to have sex. Shui Yu said, You're also not allowed to touch Big Sis and of Luo. Yang Kai's face fell. Why do you have to do this? Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. He had 4 women on his side. If he couldn't touch any of them, then what fun would there be in life? The path of martial arts was not only about the glory of cultivation. If Shui Yu and Su Yan's Shanqing Luo colluded, they might be able to convince them. No, they would definitely be able to convince them. Shui Yu snuggled into Yang Kai's embrace and said in a tender voice, Ning Chang is like this now. It's all my fault. As long as her problem isn't solved, I won't feel at ease. Husband, I beg you, please think of a way to help Ning Chang recover quickly. Yang Kai pinched her nose and said fiercely, If you dare to say the word beg again, I'll do you right now. Shui Yu spat. Yang Kai reached out and lifted her chin. Ning Chang won't blame you, so you don't need to blame yourself. If she was in your position, she would have made the same choice as you. Correspondingly, you won't blame her. But Yang Kai smiled slightly and rubbed his head. But you really did give me a difficult problem. Solving Xia Ning Chang's problem wasn't so simple, but even if Shui Yu hadn't said so, he still had plans. A few decades or 100 years, whether it was him or Xia Ning Chang, was too long. He couldn't wait, and neither could Xia Ning Chang. Husband, you don't have a way? Shui Yu asked with a sad expression. I was thinking. Yang Kai hesitated, and I thought of something. Shui Yu showed a look of pleasant surprise and looked up at him. If I do well, will there be a reward? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Shui Yu's face reddened, and she lowered her head and whispered, You only know how to play dirty tricks. Ning Chang is one of your people, so how can you ask me for a reward? It's really unreasonable. She pouted. Then what kind of reward do you want? Yang Kai reached out and tapped her red lips. Shui Yu glared at him, but took the initiative to straighten up and press her lips against his. After a while, Shui Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's hand that was wandering under her clothes. She slowly shook her head. Xia Ning Chang was still sleeping next to her, so how could she be so presumptuous? Yang Kai also didn't force her. He knew that she wasn't in the mood right now, so he pulled her into his arms and enjoyed this moment of peace. Xia Ning Chang slept for 5 days and didn't wake up until 5 days later. Seeing Yang Kai sitting next to her in the same position as before, as if she hadn't moved at all these days, Xia Ning Chang suddenly felt distressed and somewhat guilty. After 5 days of rest, her spirit had improved, but her problem had not been solved. The 2 auras in her body were entangled, one green and one black, but it was obvious that the green aura had the upper hand. She only needed to wait a few more days for the black aura to disappear. She didn't need to worry about her own problems. The only thing she needed to worry about now was Tong Xian realm. However, over the past few days, Yang Kai had thought about a lot of things and had already come up with a plan. The reason why he hadn't acted immediately was because he wanted to wait for her to wake up so she wouldn't be disappointed when she didn't see him. After spending some time with her, Yang Kai told Shui Yu to take care of her, then got up and walked out. Opening the door, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Lu Yen squatting beside him. After greeting her, the 2 of them walked out together. The hall was still crowded with people. A few days ago, they had killed the invading enemy, so the excitement had not yet dissipated. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Meng Wuya and the old demon immediately came forward to greet him. "How is Ning Chong?" Meng Wuya asked. "Don't worry, little senior sister's condition is very stable. Over time, her situation will get better and better." Hearing this, Meng Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked around, glancing at all the familiar and unfamiliar faces before cupping his fists and saying, "Many thanks for your help over the years." Meng Wuya laughed and scolded, "Smelly brat, don't treat us like outsiders." Yang Kai said seriously, "Although Tong Xian Realm's crisis has been resolved, the situation in the entire star territory is still not optimistic, so there may be areas where I will need your help in the future." When the day comes that all the enemies in Tong Xian territory have been swept clean, this junior will hold a banquet to celebrate. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into contemplation. They had been trapped in Tong Xian realm for the past few years, so they didn't know much about the situation in the outside world, but they could imagine that the outside world wasn't very good either. So, I ask you all to hurry up and cultivate. Perhaps we will soon begin a new expedition. Saying so, Yang Kai threw a space ring to Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya caught it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately showing a look of shock. The space ring was filled with a variety of cultivation materials, and these things were obviously extremely precious, many of which Meng Wuya had never seen or heard of before. Although Meng Wuya hadn't examined them carefully, such a huge amount of materials was enough for thousands of people to use for several years. With the help of these materials, everyone's strength would definitely usher in a glorious period in a short time. I'll have to trouble Senior Meng to distribute these things. Next, I will open a communication channel between this place and the outside world. When the time comes, we will be able to connect Water Moon Star, Monster Star, and Shadowed Star. 1 month. You only have 1 month. After 1 month, I ask you all to follow me out. Nine Heavens Holy Land also had a space array arranged by Yang Kai, and together with Lu Yen, Yang Kai quickly modified and upgraded the space array to connect to the outside world. After instructing Lu Yen to stay behind, Yang Kai stood on the space array and activated its power. After a flash of light, he disappeared. On Water Moon Star, Yang Kai's figure appeared in the main hall and saw a young girl sitting cross-legged with a lot of source crystals piled up around her. She seemed to be cultivating. The young girl obviously felt something and hurriedly opened her eyes, raised her head, and called out in surprise, "Lord Yang, Yuqin, are you alone?" Yang Kai smiled at her. The young girl was Lu Sanyang's daughter, Lu Yuqin. Although her cultivation was nothing in the star boundary in the territory of this side of the star, it was quite good. Staying here to guard the space array would ensure that it would not be destroyed and robbed. Lu Yuqin was obviously much more cheerful than before, her small face flushed as she nodded. "Mother said that this space array is very important to Lord Yang and told me to stay here and not let anyone get close. Where are your parents now?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yuqin said, "They are in the city." Saying so, she pouted, "They are ignoring me." Yang Kai laughed. "They are reunited after a long separation, so it's inevitable that they are a bit lovey-dovey." Lu Yuqin snorted. "They stick together all day long. So annoying." Although she said so, she obviously did not blame them. On Dragon Island, she and Lu Sanyang depended on each other for survival and suffered all kinds of bullying. Now that Li Jiao was by their side and taking care of them, Lu Yuqin was also happy to see this. So how could she blame them? "Okay, you cultivate carefully. I will go find your parents," Yang Kai said and released his divine sense slightly, immediately determining the location of Li Jiao and the others. In a hall somewhere in the city, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Wan Baiting, and He Yunxiang were gathered together. In addition, there were many unfamiliar faces, but all of them were origin kings. These people looked at Li Jiao and the others, especially Li Jiao, with eyes full of admiration and worship. There were quite a lot of people, more than a dozen. They seemed to be discussing something as Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, bored and absent-minded. He was a third-order emperor, realm master. So being placed here by Yang Kai to reclaim Watermoon Star was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After splitting up with Lu Sanyang and the others, it took him less than a month to complete the task. However, after reclaiming it, he still had to work hard. After all, he did not know whether Watermoon Star was important to Yang Kai. But things here were simply meaningless to him, so he would rather go sightseeing with Sanyang. The origin kings present here were all Yang Kai's subordinates when he was subduing Watermoon Star. These masters were originally from Watermoon Star or Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and over the years they had been hiding and fighting against Netherworld sect, but after being awed by Yang Kai's strength, they had all submitted to him. Chapter 3157. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open, and a man stood up and shouted, "Who goes there?" They were discussing important matters here. So who dared to disturb them so presumptuously and barge in without notice? Looking up, a young man stepped in. At first glance, he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Just as he was feeling confused, though, a gust of wind blew past him, and Li Jiao greeted him in surprise. "Brother Yang." Lu Sanyang, Wan Bai Ting, Yun Xiang, and the others also stood up and saluted. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Over the past month, most of them had witnessed the shocking means of Li Jiao and the others. Yun Xiang was only a third-order origin king, and although she was strong, her strength was limited. As for the remaining three, whether it was Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, or Wan Bai Ting, their strength was unfathomable. In front of them, origin kings were like children that could be crushed at will. How could anyone who could receive such solemn treatment from these masters be ordinary? After taking a look, a few people let out a soft cry of surprise, revealing a look of surprise. They obviously recognized Yang Kai. In the past, Yang Kai had also come to Watermoon Star and met many people. Even after several dozen years had passed, this memory had not faded. Shui Yu's husband, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's son-in-law, and the Master of Shadowed Star. Any one of these titles was enough to attract their attention, but now he actually recognized these masters. Moreover, looking at the attitude of these masters towards him, it seemed they were quite respectful and even grateful. Suddenly remembering Li Jiao's casual remark that the reason why they were here on Watermoon Star was because they had been entrusted by one person. Now, it seemed that this person was Yang Kai. For a moment, everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "Brother Yang, I have lived up to your expectations. This cultivation star has been recovered, and all those miscellaneous fish have been cleaned up." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Thank you for your hard work. And I came here this time because I have something to ask of you." Li Jiao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, if you have any instructions, just say it. There's no need for the word request." Yang Kai twisted his fingers. "Lend me some money." "Ah." Li Jiao was stunned. "Lend me as many source crystals as you have. I'll return them to you when we reach the star boundary." Only then did Li Jiao confirm that he had not misheard, and burst into laughter. He hurriedly took off his space ring, transferred the source crystals into another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai. Only these. Although he was the master of the Fire Dragon Palace, it was impossible for him to bring too many source crystals with him. After all, the Fire Dragon Palace also needed to develop, and the cultivation of the disciples required a large amount of source crystals. If he took away all the source crystals, the sect would not be able to operate. What's more, Fire Dragon Palace owed a huge some of money to High Heaven Palace, and more than 90% of the source crystals in the palace had been used to pay off the debt. As such, he only had a few 100,000 high-rank source crystals in his space ring. The number of mid-rank and low-rank source crystals was slightly more, but it was not in line with his identity as a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. In short, he had been living a tight life for the past 2 years. "I have some here." Lu Sanyang stepped forward and took out his own source crystals. Yong Kai did not mind and took them all. Wan Bai Ting and He Yunxiang were helpless in this matter. In fact, Yong Kai had worked hard in the star boundary over the years and had accumulated an incalculable amount of source crystals, but most of them were left in High Heaven Palace. Even though he had a lot on hand, for his next plan, the more source crystals the better. No matter how much he had, it would never be enough. "May I ask, Brother Li, have you dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays?" Yong Kai put away the source crystals and asked. Li Jiao said, "I'm not a master, but I know a thing or two." "Good, come with me." Yong Kai reached out and grabbed his arm before leading him out. Li Jiao was speechless. He did not know why Yong Kai was in such a hurry, but he did not resist and simply signaled to Lu Sanyang, telling her to wait here. Through the space array, Yong Kai and Li Jiao returned to Nine Heaven's holy land together. "Come." Yong Kai leapt into the air. Li Jiao followed closely behind. After a short while, the two flew 1,000 kilometers up in the sky. Yong Kai pointed down and said, "Brother Li, take a look." Hearing this, Li Jiao looked down and couldn't help frowning. Looking around, the entire Tong Xian realm seemed to be wrapped in an uncomfortable aura, and on the surface of this cultivation star, there were many obvious traces of poison. "Brother Yang, what do you want me to do?" Li Jiao vaguely understood Yong Kai's plan. Yong Kai asked, "Is there any spirit array that can quickly restore this cultivation star's Yuan Qi?" Li Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, "This Li knows a kind of spirit array called the Profound Heaven Spirit Array. It may be of some help to Brother Yang." Yong Kai raised his brow and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Li to arrange the Profound Heaven Spirit Array." Li Jiao said, "The Profound Sky Spirit Array is divided into a few types, namely the 18 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 36 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 72 Profound Sky Spirit Array, and the highest level is the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array. The resources required for each type are greatly different, and the requirements for setting it up will also increase with each level, but the effects will also become better and better. If this was the star boundary, Thisly would be able to easily set up the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array, but here I can help." Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself and said, "Brother Yang, you also know that this world rejects higher level powers. We need to suppress our cultivation in order to move around here, but isn't it the same for spirit arrays? The Profound Heaven Spirit Array's existence already surpasses this world. So I'm afraid that even if I arrange it, it will still be useless. What if we can obtain the help of the Star Master? This cultivation star has a Star Master." Li Jiao was greatly surprised. This cultivation star was in tatters, and its world energy was dried up. Even if it had a Star Master, it was likely that he was already beyond cure, so he didn't even think about this before. Now that he heard Yong Kai say this, he suddenly realized something. Yong Kai wanted him to arrange a spirit array to restore this cultivation star's Yuan Qi, so he was afraid that it wasn't for this cultivation star, but for that Star Master. Understanding, Li Jiao said, "If we can obtain the help of the Star Master, then this matter is very promising. The Star Master was the master of this world, so even if the Profound Heaven Spirit Array was rejected by this world, the Star Master could eliminate this rejection and allow the Spirit Array to operate. Then what kind of Profound Heaven Spirit Array does Brother Yang want this Li to arrange?" "Naturally, It would be the best, Li Jiao said in surprise. The amount of materials required is not a small number, 108 profound heaven spirit array. Even the Fire Dragon Palace might not be willing to arrange it, so it wasn't worth it for a cultivation star from the lower plane, Yang Kai resolutely said, at all costs. Saying so, he tossed the space ring in his hand to Li Jiao for him to inspect. Li Jiao probed it with his divine sense and immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Inside, source crystals were piled up like mountains, simply too many to count, and all kinds of cultivation materials were dazzling. Even as a sect master, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel his blood boil. In comparison, the source crystals he had just lent to Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a fraction. After the shock was horror. Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace had been established not long ago and had no business, so it was impossible for him to earn so many source crystals. His only source of income was fighting and looting everywhere. These piles of source crystals and artifacts represented the enemies Yang Kai had killed and the sects that had been flattened. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Fortunately, he had not fallen out with Yang Kai back then. Otherwise, the Fire Dragon Palace would not have had a good ending. Is this enough? Yang Kai asked. If it's not enough, I still have another load on hand. It's enough! It's enough! Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. If so many materials were not enough, it would be unreasonable. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Li. If you need any help, just ask. Naturally. And I also need Brother Yang to tell the master of this star that this Li needs some cooperation from her. Good. Immediately, Li Jiao took out a few blank jade slips and used his divine sense to inscribe the various essences of the profound sky spirit array before handing them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to inform Xia Ning Chang of this matter, while Li Jiao needed to fly around Tong Xian Realm to carefully survey the situation there before deciding where to set up the spirit array. The profound sky spirit array was not a very mysterious spirit array in the star boundary, but it had many variations. With Xia Ning Chang's perception, it was naturally not difficult for her to comprehend its mysteries. Yang Kai also accompanied her to comprehend it. After a few days, they were familiar with it. On this day, Xia Ning Chang suddenly sensed something and smiled. That person is here. Saying so, she waved her hand gently. Li Jiao was wandering outside Nine Heaven's Holy Land, thinking about how to enter or call Yang Kai to come out and pick him up when the thick fog in front of him suddenly split to the left and right, revealing a passage for him to enter. Li Jiao immediately stepped in. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai was waiting. Seeing Li Jiao come in, he hurriedly asked, Brother Li, how did your investigation go? Li Jiao replied, although it took some time, it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai was overjoyed. That's good. I'll tell Brother Yang where to set up the spirit array. The preliminary preparations need to be done by Brother Yang in advance. When the spirit array foundation is refined, we can start setting it up directly. While speaking, Li Jiao took out a jade slip and stretched out his hand to touch it. After a flash of light, a projection of a round sphere was projected from the jade slip. This sphere was mostly occupied by yellow and blue, and was not evenly distributed. At a glance, Yang Kai recognized that it was a projection of the entire Tong Xian realm. Yellow naturally represented the earth, while blue was the land filled with water. It seemed that Li Jiao had spent a lot of effort in the past few days. Not only had he run all over Tong Xian realm, he had also painstakingly drawn such a map. Although he did not dare say it was 100% accurate, it was not far from the mark. After identifying the location, Yang Kai pointed to a certain place and said, Brother Yang, please take a look. This is where we are now. Yang Kai nodded, recognizing that it was the location of Nine Heaven's Holy Land on Tong Xian realm. Chapter 3158. This place has the richest world energy and the most perfect world principles on the entire continent. It can be used as the profound sky spirit array core. Li Jiao waved his hand, and a red light spot immediately appeared on the projection of Nine Heavens' holy land, as if it had been marked by him. The people of Great Desolate Star had been running rampant on Tong Xian realm for several years now, so Nine Heavens' holy land was indeed the only place left unscathed. What's more, Xia Ningchang was here, so it was the most suitable place to use as the spirit array core. Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he would remember this. Li Jiao waved his hand, and 8 small black spots immediately appeared on the projection of Tong Xian realm, matching the location of the 8 desolate spirit lock array that had been broken by Yang Kai. Li Jiao said, "These 8 places suffered the most severe poison. If this Li's guess is correct, someone should have arranged a spirit array in these 8 places. If we want to restore the yuan qi of this star, these 8 places must be treated with great importance." Brother Li's words are reasonable. Li Jiao raised his hand again, and red spots appeared on the spherical projection one after another. This Li has been running around for a few days and has investigated some places. In total, I have chosen 108 places to arrange the spirit array. Besides the spirit array core and these 8 places, there are 99 other places. No matter which one it is, Brother Yang needs to go there personally and bury enough source crystals in these places. When the spirit array is activated, these source crystals will be transformed into world energy by the spirit array to nourish this star. Wonderful. Yang Kai clapped his hands and praised. He had been studying the 108 desolate spirit array with Xia Ningchang these past few days, so he had some understanding of its operation and layout. At this moment, after listening to Li Jiao's plan, he suddenly felt that it was very feasible. If Xia Ningchang wanted to recover quickly, she had to rely on the transformation of Tong Xian realm. Perhaps she could obtain a Star Master's reverse nourishment like Yang Kai did on Shadowed Star, pouring the power of the stars from the outer heavens into Tong Xian realm. If that was the case, there would be no need for a profound sky spirit array. However, Xia Ningchang's cultivation was not high enough, so it was impossible for her to achieve what Yang Kai had done. The Star Master's reverse nourishment was too far away for her. Yang Kai was able to easily achieve this because his own realm had far exceeded the limit of Shadowed Star's cultivation. If Brother Yang feels there is no problem, then this Li will do as he pleases. Thank you, Brother Li. Li Jiao gently nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. There is one more thing this Li needs Sister Lu Yan's help with. Yang Kai's spirit lock. Li Jiao needed to refine a variety of spirit arrays, so Lu Yan would be able to help lest she become bored and idle all day. The two of them immediately handed over the materials. Yang Kai took the source crystals and handed the remaining materials to Li Jiao to handle. These were the materials he would need to refine the heavenly profound spirit arrays foundation. After dividing up the work properly, Yang Kai didn't stop and immediately found a suitable place in Nine Heavens' holy land, lifted his foot, and smiled. "Little senior sister, please lend me a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the solid ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into quicksand, and he continued to fall without any resistance. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He didn't panic at all as he silently calculated his position. A moment later, he called out to stop. By then, he had already sunk 10,000 feet into the ground. He took out a large number of origin crystals and scattered them, filling the depths of the earth. This point in Nine Heavens' holy land would be the array core of the profound sky spirit array, so the demand for source crystals was particularly high. Although Yang Kai didn't count them, he left behind 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals before stopping. 1 million high-rank source crystals was a huge fortune even in the star boundary, not to mention in the territory of the lower plane. The only thing circulating in the territory of the star boundary was crystal stones. Even the best crystal stones were worth less than a low-rank source crystal. If the world energy contained in these million source crystals was drawn out, it could instantly transform 9 heavens' holy land into a paradise not inferior to a sect in the star boundary. After he finished arranging the array core, he immediately flew up and turned to another place. After a stick of incense worth of time, he compared the information in the jade slip in his hand and stopped at a location. This place was the periphery of a city. However, the city, which should have been noisy, was now deserted and dilapidated. Obviously, it had been abandoned. Yang Kai called out to Xia Ningchang again and did the same thing, leaving a large number of source crystals here. In the following days, he ran around Tongxian realm, according to the instructions in the jade slip given to him by Li Jiao, making the preliminary preparations to arrange the array. In the desert, in the depths of the sea, in the jungle, on the plains, Yang Kai's busy figure was left everywhere. During the journey, he didn't let Xia Ningchang intervene. Although Xia Ningchang could teleport him anywhere in Tongxian realm with just a thought, doing so would consume some of her energy. Only when burying the source crystals did he ask Xia Ningchang for a little help. Along the way, he consumed countless source crystals and used almost 90% of the ones he had accumulated. It wasn't that he wasn't rich, but this matter was related to Xia Ningchang's future, so he wouldn't be stingy, no matter how much he had. A few days later, after all 108 places were dealt with, scratching his head, Yang Kai communicated with Xia Ningchang, who had been paying attention to him, and jumped down to the ground. The ground parted, allowing him to pass through unimpeded. Soon he arrived at the Earth's core. This was the place where Tongxian realm source was born. It was also the place where Xia Ningchang refined its source. It could be said to be the core of the entire Tongxian realm. Hot magma flowed, as if it could burn everything. Yang Kai raised his hand and pulled out a huge source crystal lode from the sealed world bead and dropped it into the Earth's core, sinking into the magma. Yang Kai only had this one source crystal lode, which he obtained outside Maplewood City. He had been using it in the sealed world bead to cultivate his embodiment and had consumed a lot of it, but for the current Tongxian realm, it was still a huge sum of money. It was conceivable that with the help of so many source crystals from Yang Kai, the situation of the entire Tongxian realm would immediately improve when the profound sky spirit array was activated. Although it still needed time to repair and nourish it, it wouldn't take as long as a few decades. In other words, Xia Ningchang's recovery period would also be shorter, perhaps a few years or even 10 years before he would be as good as new. And this was not all. As long as the profound sky spirit array continued to operate, the situation of Tongxian realm would become better and better, and the world energy would become richer and richer. At that time, this star would definitely grow to a level comparable to Shadowed Star and Watermoon Star. It would no longer be the same as before, where it could only breed a cultivator to the Saint Realm at most. It could also breed Saint Kings, Origin Returning Realm, Origin Kings, all the way to the peak of the territory of this star. If it became better, the benefits Xia Ningchang could obtain would also be greater. Filled with longing for the future, Yang Kai returned to 9 heavens' holy land. Li Jiao and Lu Yan were refining the spirit array's base. Even with Lu Yan's help, Li Jiao had consumed a lot of his strength at the moment. If not for the large number of spirit pills he had taken, he would have collapsed long ago. Yang Kai assisted him from the side. 2 months passed in a flash. And on this day, Li Jiao handed the last item to Yang Kai, his eyes hazy and a little dazed. I did not disappoint. The 108 profound sky spirit pillars had been refined, and his task had been completed. During this period, he had made several mistakes and wasted a lot of materials, but Yong Kai had made sufficient preparations, so wasting some materials was not a big deal. Yong Kai reached out and accepted the spirit array, thanked him, then raised his hand and sent Li Jiao into the sealed world bead, allowing him to rest and recover. Fiddling with the profound sky spirit pillar in his hand, Yong Kai raised his eyes and looked towards the core of Nine Heaven's holy land, smiling slightly. "Are you ready?" A cool breeze brushed past his face, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheek. This was Xiaoning Chang's response. "Then let's begin." Yong Kai's figure flickered and immediately came to the place where the source crystals were previously buried. Taking a deep breath, he pushed his Emperor Qi slightly and threw the profound sky spirit pillar forward. His hands quickly formed a series of seals as he pointed towards the profound sky spirit pillar. Streams of light disappeared into the profound sky spirit pillar one after another. The profound sky spirit bead that was falling down seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the 1-foot-long profound sky spirit bead had turned into a 1,000-meter-long pillar that even several dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. The complex patterns on the profound sky spirit pillar flickered as it fell straight down, as if an invisible hand was holding it and leading it to the ground. In Nine Heaven's holy land, countless people looked up with shock in their eyes. Although this profound sky spirit pillar was not an artifact and was only the foundation of a spirit array, it still exuded an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Not to mention being hit by it. Even a graze from it would likely result in death. The ground turned into a vortex, revealing a passage that guided the profound sky spirit pillar deeper. Yong Kai shouted in a deep voice, "Array core pillar, buried 666 meters, exposed 333 meters. Little senior sister needs to be careful." Silently, the profound sky spirit pillar continued to descend, and when it reached a certain depth, it suddenly stopped and the ground reformed, binding the profound sky spirit pillar tightly. 333 meters, no more, no less. After Yong Kai checked and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he rushed to another place with Lu Yen following closely behind. The All-Heaven Profound Spirit Formation was set up using the 108 profound spirit pillars as the base of the formation. The placement of each profound spirit pillar and the depth of its placement were extremely particular. The slightest difference could lead to a difference of 1,000 li. Fortunately, Li Jiao was still relatively familiar with this formation. It seemed that the mythical Dragon Palace had once set up this formation. However, it was not 108, but 72 all-heaven profound spirit formations. Although the number was different, the foundation was the same, so there would be no mistakes in the information he provided. The profound sky spirit pillars were refined by him and Lu Yen together, so as long as they were arranged properly, they should be able to smoothly open the spirit array. After 2 months, Yong Kai returned to the places he had been before, burying the profound sky spirit pillars above the source crystals. It took Yong Kai 7 days to complete the 108 profound sky spirit pillars. After that, he and Lu Yen went back and forth cross-checking and confirming that there were no mistakes before returning to Nine Heaven's holy land. Chapter 3159. In Nine Heaven's holy land, Yong Kai's black hair and robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the void. His expression was solemn as he held a bronze array plate in his hand. This was the array plate that controlled the profound sky spirit array. It was something he, Li Jiao, and Lu Yen had spent a lot of effort to refine. Now that everything was in place, all that was left was the east wind. Closing his eyes for a moment, Yong Kai gently stroked the array plate with his finger, slightly inhaling and exhaling his Emperor Qi, causing the array plate to shine, brightly. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes as they shone brightly. Holding the array plate in one hand, he formed a series of hand seals with the other, sending rays of light into the array plate as he shouted, "Rise." The array plate shone brightly. A humming sound came from the depths of the ground as the entire nine heavens holy land shook. Countless cultivators who were meditating were awakened and hurriedly left their secluded meditation to investigate the situation. At a glance, they saw the figure standing in the void and understood that it was him who had caused this and not some powerful enemy invasion. Only then did they feel relieved. In nine heavens holy land, the profound sky spirit pillar, which was the core of the array, suddenly underwent a strange change. On the surface of the 1,000-meter pillar, the complex patterns flickered. An invisible vibration wave suddenly spread out with the profound sky spirit pillar as the center, covering thousands of kilometers of nine heavens holy land and covering the entire Tong Xian realm. The profound sky spirit pillars lit up one after another under the influence of this vibration wave, forming a resonance with it. The patterns on their surface flickered brilliantly, and if one were to look down from the star field, they would notice that there seemed to be 108 lights on the entire Tong Xian realm, flickering one after another. Wherever the vibration wave passed, the light was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's hand seals changed faster and faster as his expression became extremely solemn. Although his cultivation was profound, he had sealed himself and had to preside over this Tong Xian realm spirit array, so he didn't dare to be careless. Today's matter was related to Xianing Chang, so he had to treat it with caution. Sweat slowly seeped from the tip of his nose. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the profound spirit pillar of nine heavens holy land once again emitted an invisible vibration, repeating the previous action. This pillar was like a rhythmically beating heart. Every time it beat, the remaining 107 profound spirit pillars would resonate with it. As the number of times this happened increased, this resonance would connect head to tail, no longer separating them from each other. At that time, the 108 profound spirit pillars would become a single entity, covering the entire Tong Xian realm. Again and again, the invisible vibration waves spread out. The 108 lanterns were lit and extinguished again and again. But as time passed, the frequency was slowly increasing. A day later, the frequency of drinking a cup of tea had been reduced by half. Another day later, it was reduced by half again. After another 3 days, the Xianling pillar at the eye of the formation would flicker every few breaths. The remaining 107 Xianling pillars were the same. Furthermore, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that these Xianling pillars were not flickering one after the other. Instead, they were flickering simultaneously. Yang Kai focused on activating the array plate and presiding over the spirit array, unaware of the passage of time. Finally, the frequency of the Xianling pillars in front of him seemed to have reached a certain limit. An invisible aura spread out, as if an ancient beast had suddenly awakened. Yang Kai looked tired, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai changed his hand seals and threw the array plate high up into the air. A stream of light entered the array plate, and a loud shout rang out. "Open!" The array plate hummed. The 108 lanterns that had been flickering continuously were all extinguished at this moment, leaving not a single trace of light. But in the next moment, the extinguished lights were reignited. There was no distinction between front and back, and no distinction between each other. They had completely become one. 108 vibrations rippled out together, and from each Xianling pillar, 107 rays of light shot out in all directions, crossing the sky and weaving a giant net over the entire Tong Xian realm. At this moment, all the living beings on Tong Xian realm looked up. The crisscrossing rays of light were like meteors falling from the sky, converging to form a meteor shower that covered the entire world. This scene was shocking, but no one felt fear or hesitation. Instead, they felt an impulse to worship it. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong, asterisk humming sounds constantly rang out, and each Xianling pillar was closely connected to the other 107. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk, as if a key was inserted into a keyhole, the 108 profound heavens spirit array was instantly unlocked and began to display its shocking effects. The heavenly might was brilliant, clouds gathered, and principal strength circulated, beginning to repel this spirit array that was beyond this world's existence. Suddenly, a white and flawless jade hand flashed through the air. Wherever that jade hand passed, the heavenly might dissipated, and everything returned to normal. If Xia Ningchang had not used the power of the Star Master to protect and interfere, this 108 profound heaven's spirit array would not have been able to function properly. Li Jiao was right. Even those from the Emperor realm could not safely exist in this world. They had to seal their own cultivation. So how could this 108 profound heaven's spirit array from the star boundary work? If it was a slightly lower level spirit array, it would have been fine. But this 108 profound heaven's spirit array was an emperor-grade spirit array. It had long surpassed the limits of this world. Xia Ningchang's flick of the wrist actually allowed this large array to exist. The moment the 108 profound heaven's spirit array began to operate, not only the entire nine heavens holy land, but the entire world began to tremble. The net of light that covered the entire world gradually disappeared, but the 108 Xianling pillars were connected as one, and the spirit array began to operate. The source crystals buried under the Xianling pillars by Yang Kai finally began to work, with the Xianling pillars as a guide. Countless source crystals turned into pure world energy at this moment, which was then absorbed by the Xianling pillars and integrated into the world energy. Such rich world energy. In nine heavens holy land, there was a burst of exclamations, because at this moment, the world energy in the holy land seemed to have risen to a new high, and it had not reached its limit yet. It continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, nine heavens holy land was wrapped in a layer of world energy. It was so dense that one couldn't even see their 5 fingers. It was as if they were immersed in a sea of world energy. No one had ever felt such a rich world energy aura before. Nine heavens holy land, as the paradise of Tong Xian realm, was naturally one of the best, but no matter what, there was always a fear of comparison. Because Tong Xian realm's world energy had been exhausted in its early years, it had been unable to give birth to powerful cultivators. So even if nine heavens holy land was at its peak, it still couldn't compare to an ordinary spirit mountain on Shadowed Star or Watermoon Star. But now, the cultivation environment of nine heavens holy land was not much worse than an ordinary place on Shadowed Star or Watermoon Star, and it was constantly improving. In time, Tong Xian realm would definitely become a cultivation star like Shadowed Star or Watermoon Star. Such a situation occurred everywhere in Tong Xian realm. Every cultivator who survived the war cheered happily and ran off to tell others about it. The sun was shining high in the sky, but there were still drops of rain falling. The cheering cultivators seemed to be frozen in place as they looked up stupidly, reaching out to catch the raindrops and licking them with their tongues, shocked on the spot. Spirit rain. This rain was not ordinary rain. Each drop of rain was full of rich world energy. It could almost be said that it was condensed from pure world energy. When the spirit rain first appeared, it was just a drizzle, but soon it began to pour down, covering all parts of this world, not missing a single corner. In the withered wilderness, new green sprouts appeared, and on the dry earth, sharp horns sprouted from the grasses. At this moment, The sick cattle mooed and stood up again. The dying old man suddenly opened his eyes, which should have been turbid and dull, shining brightly. A group of descendants who were ready to cry were stunned. When the profound heaven spirit array was in operation, it not only brought an increase in world energy, but also an uncontrollable vitality. Yang Kai was still standing in the void, holding the 108 profound heaven spirit array's array plate in his hand. His divine sense spread out like a tide, investigating the situation in every corner. Seeing this situation, a satisfied look appeared on his face. This time, the problem of Tongxian realm was solved thanks to Li Jiao. He himself was not deeply involved in the Tao of spirit arrays and had never heard of a profound heaven spirit array. If not for Li Jiao's 2 months of hard work, this spirit array would not have been arranged. The effect today was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, and he could not help but feel grateful. The debt owed by Fire Dragon Palace to me was written off. Good or bad, I went through life and death with Li Jiao. These days I was at his beck and call, so Yang Kai could not bring himself to ask for more debts. In any case, those debts were nothing to High Heaven Palace, so there was no need to make them tighten their belts. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai glanced around and immediately flew off in a certain direction. In front of the hall, 2 figures stood quietly. One was a national beauty, and the other was a beauty that could captivate all living things. Little senior sister, why did you come out? Yang Kai flashed to the side of the 2 women and held Xia Ning Chang's arm with one hand. He was extremely nervous. Why didn't you lie down? Instead, you ran out. Slow down. Don't walk. It's raining outside. Just stay here. Shui Yu cast a sidelong glance at him and said, if I didn't know better, I would have thought that Ning Chang was pregnant. Xia Ning Chang's face turned red when she heard this. Yang Kai touched his chin and thought about it seriously. That's fine. Xia Ning Chang hurriedly changed the topic. I just came out to take a look. I suddenly felt a lot better. Although Xia Ning Chang had Yang Kai's help to stabilize her vitality and prevent it from being corroded, she was still weak and her face was still pale. But now, her face had regained some color. This was not only because she was embarrassed by Shui Yu's teasing, but also because of the effect of the formation. Although she was the Star Master and could grasp the situation of the entire stars with a single thought, most of the time, it was a habit to look with the naked eye. It was also a more intuitive experience. This formation is really good. Junior brother, thank that Mr. Li for me. Xianing Chang looked at the spirit rain pouring down. If Yang Kai was not standing here, she would have rushed in and danced in the rain to vent the joy in her heart. Chapter 30, 160. Of course, Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't need to thank Li Jiao due to his current relationship with him, since Xia Ning Chang had asked, he naturally had to accept this task. 10 years, Xia Ning Chang suddenly said. What? Xia Ning Chang smiled slightly. Within 10 years, Tongxian realm will be restored. The great desolate stars cultivator had only taken a few years to recover from this torment disaster, but even with the massive amount of source crystals Yang Kai had spent, and the help of the great spirit array, it would still take 10 years to recover. Destruction was often much simpler. Are you satisfied with this? Yang Kai looked at her with a grin. Xia Ning Chang blinked. Then what else do you want? Yang Kai said, Tongxian realm is not like the other stars. Its grade is lower, so it won't be enough to restore it. Also, 10 years is a long time. Shui Yu rolled her eyes and said, does husband have a way to make this Tongxian realm better? Where there's a will, there's a way. Yang Kai laughed. He had some plans in mind, but he didn't know if they would succeed, so he didn't dare to make any promises in front of them. He didn't want to lose face if he couldn't achieve what he promised. Shuiyu seemed to see through his thoughts and curled her lips. If you can make Tong Xian realm better, I will. You will what? Yang Kai looked at her with burning eyes. Shuiyu blushed slightly, but she stood straight. You can do whatever you want. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. I want to sleep with you. Pay. Shuiyu spat. In a flash, Kai Yang appeared between her and Xianing Chang. Hugging each of them in his arms, he shamelessly said, if you want a horse to run, you have to feed the horse grass. Big blanket to sleep with. Big blanket to sleep with. Rogue. Shuiyu glared at him fiercely, her flirtatious expression almost stealing Yang Kai's soul. She lowered her head and said shyly, you have to convince Ning Chang first. The senior sister's face was as red as blood. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Yang Kai said seriously, the intersection of yin and yang is the Tao of heaven and earth. Yes, it's settled then. Who said it was a promise? Xia Ning Chang was anxious. That kind of thing was simply unthinkable. However, Yang Kai lowered his head and gave her a peck on the lips. She instantly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. However, she had never acted so intimately with Yang Kai in front of others. Shuiyu watched with a smile, but her red lips were caught off guard by Yang Kai. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't tempted, but he still remembered Shuiyu's words. If he didn't recover Xia Ning Chang, he wouldn't be able to touch her. At this time, although he could succeed if he persisted, how could he beat the expectation of sleeping with her? Humph, two naive women. Do you think you're the only ones? When the time comes, Shan Qing Luo and Su Yan won't be able to escape. Laughing heartily, Yang Kai flew away. Shuiyu touched her red lips and stomped her feet. Smelly man. Amidst the rain, Yang Kai put his hands on his waist and shouted, everyone, Great Desolate Star has invaded our territory for more than a decade, killing our star's cultivator and robbing our territory of our women and wealth. Now, it's time for us to fight back. The rain was noisy, but it couldn't cover up Yang Kai's voice, which reached everyone's ears clearly. Please follow me to battle. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed to Starfield. Blood for blood. Roars shook the heavens. The grievances accumulated over the past few years didn't disappear after Tong Xian realm was purged, but instead became more and more intense. Within the territory of Endless Star, on a dead star, Yang Kai sat on the top of a barren mountain, one hand supporting his cheek as he closed his eyes, and meditated. His divine sense surged through his knowledge sea, shuttling through the endless star. Star was the star of the entire Hung Luo star field. He had inadvertently obtained it when he first entered the star territory. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, only using it as a tool to guide the way. With the help of this star, he had never gotten lost in the star territory. At that time, he discovered that this star was different from the ones drawn by ordinary star masters. It seemed to constantly change, corresponding to every corner of the entire star territory. However, because the star was too big and its territory too vast, if one didn't investigate carefully, it would be impossible to notice this change. Later, he learned that the star he had inadvertently obtained was actually the star's source of the entire star territory. It was also by using this star that he was able to sense a slight connection with Hung Luo Starfield in the ancestral territory and return here. Wukong had said that every time he went to a star territory, he would find the source of that star territory and then refine it so that he could become the master of that star territory and no longer be rejected by the world principles. The source of a star territory was ever-changing and had no fixed form, compared with the source of a cultivation star. The source of a star territory was almost a legendary existence that could only be found by chance. Yang Kai being able to obtain it could be said to be a great opportunity. However, he had not been able to use the source of this star territory because he had never refined it, Only by successfully refining the source of this star territory could he truly become the master of Hungluo's star field. At that time, he wouldn't even need to do anything himself. With just a thought, he could kill all the cultivator in the great desolate star territory. It had been half a year since he left Tong Xian realm, and during this time he had been trying to refine the source of this star territory, but he had made no progress. Even though his cultivation was now at the Emperor realm, the star territory was so vast that it contained countless stars. If he wanted to refine it, it was tantamount to controlling all these stars, which was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. There must be something wrong. Even Wukong had to seal his cultivation when he entered the star territory. Only after refining the star territory's source could he begin to act unscrupulously. Since Wukong could do it, so could Yang Kai. Yang Kai secretly regretted not asking Wukong more about this. If he went to the ancestral territory to find him now, not to mention whether he could find him, even if he did, this guy might not necessarily tell him. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had not boasted in front of Shui Yu and Xia Ningchang at that time. Otherwise, he would not have the face to see them now. At that time, Yang Kai only had a vague plan in his mind, which was to refine this star and become the master of this star territory. At that time, he would be able to control the power of the entire star territory and replenish Tong Xian realm's nutrients, upgrading it to a star like Shadowed Star and Watermoon Star. Now, it seemed that he had been too naive. Is it still not possible? A clear and melodious voice came from beside him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and pulled Lu Yen into his arms, continuing to support his cheek with his hand. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Lu Yen looked up at him, reached out and stroked the hard stubble on his chin, and said softly, if you have an idea, try it. There's nothing to lose. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded, got up, and asked, how long until they gather here? About 10 days before the agreed time. 10 days should be enough. You stay here, and let me know if there's any news. I'll try this new idea. Okay. Lu Yen nodded. Yang Kai stomped his feet and shot up into the sky like an arrow, quickly disappearing. Entering the star field, Yang Kai flew forward aimlessly, neither too fast nor too slow. As he flew, he circulated his emperor chi, leaving his aura along the way. At the same time, according to the star in his knowledge sea, he delineated an area that was neither too big nor too small. With the star as a reference, Yang Kai was not worried about getting the location wrong. He kept flying around this area, as if he was drawing a circle, and the circle was filled with his aura. 5 days later, Yang Kai came to the center of this circle and suddenly stood still, closing his eyes. Immersing his knowledge sea, Yang Kai silently probed the star. Suddenly, his body shook as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He clearly felt an unusual area in the star in his knowledge sea, and this area was exactly where he had spent the past few days leaving his aura. There's hope. Perhaps the direction he had been trying for the past 6 months was wrong. If this method worked, it meant that refining the star territory's star source was completely different from refining the star's star source. Previously, he had been trying to refine the star source by directly attacking the star atlas in a sea of consciousness, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Now, it seemed that the way to go was from shallow to deep, from the outside to the inside. What method should he use to refine it? Apart from the star refining art, there was no other cultivation method. Making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the star refining art, immersing his mind into the special area in the star. In an instant, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if his whole mind had spread out and filled the places he had been in the past 5 days, closely connecting his aura to the places he had been. Even without opening his eyes, he could see everything that was happening in this area, down to the tiniest detail. Slowly operating the star refining art, His mind left a brand in a certain area of the star, gradually changing the color of this area. There were no grand waves, nor were there any ups and downs. Everything seemed so calm and natural. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He had actually found the right method to refine the star refining art on the spot. In his knowledge sea, the color of the small area in the star seemed to be somewhat different from other places, and in the corresponding star field, there was also a special area. Yang Kai didn't use any of his strength, simply changing his mind. And then his figure constantly flickered within this area, leaving behind afterimages, as if there were countless of him existing at the same time. This was a special star field, a star field that belonged to Yang Kai. In this area, just like on Shadowed Star, he could dominate everything. His figure suddenly came to a halt as an eager light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. If that was the case, it would mean that his idea was really correct at that time. As long as he spent a little more time, he would be able to refine the star and become the master of the Hung Luo star field. Let's do it! Yang Kai took a deep breath and let out a roar, a strange sound coming from the depths of his soul as the shackles on his sealed cultivation were suddenly unlocked. First order Tao source realm, second order Tao source realm, third order Tao source realm, the Emperor realm, safe and sound. There was no repulsive force from the world, nor was there any hostility. It was a success. Chapter 3161. Abandoned Lair was one of the two most notorious danger zones in Hung Luo star field. It was both dangerous and evil, with only the equally famous Galaxy Ridge being on par with it. More than 90% of the space pirates and the outcast warriors of the entire space zone were gathered in the two places. The people who lived in the two places were all vicious, brutal, and ruthless people. For thousands of years, the three great forces in the Star Territory had constantly clashed with these pirate gangs and had even joined forces to try and eliminate them. But whether it was Abandoned Lair or Galaxy Ridge, they were both easy to defend and difficult to attack. What's more, they were protected by natural spirit arrays, so it was not easy to take them down. Repeated invasions not only failed, but also resulted in heavy losses. Abandoned Lair was not a real lair, but an extremely chaotic star territory. Chaotic force fields, violent asteroid seas, and star field storms were its most natural barriers. If one was not familiar with the way in and out, even a third-order origin king would be in danger if they got lost. At the center of the chaotic area, a lot of broken, enormous asteroids were scattered. Every one of the asteroids was immeasurably large. The pirate gangs in the abandoned lairs had planted their roots on the asteroids and thrived for countless years, growing stronger and stronger. The countless star pirate gangs, large and small, were the foundation of Abandoned Lair. Among these star pirate gangs, the strongest and largest one was called the Ruthless Blood Pirate Gang, and its leader, Jiang Shuesong, was a proud third-order origin king. With such strength, even in the entire star territory, he was a peak existence with few rivals. He was naturally the king of evil. Jiang Shuesong had cultivated for 1,500 years, and it was rumored that he had some connections with Sword Union, one of the three great forces in the star territory. When he was young, he was also a young genius of Sword Union, and the higher-ups of Sword Union had high hopes for him. However, some kind of accident happened, and as a result, he killed his master and brother, betrayed Sword Union, and fled into Abandoned Lair. A few hundred years later, a ruthless blood pirate gang appeared here. Jiang Shuesong's hair was completely white, indicating that he was in his twilight years. For a third-order origin king, this was very unusual. Even though he was already old, his figure was still ramrod straight like a sword. It seemed like the education he received in the Sword Alliance when he was young was still affecting him. As he sat there, his entire body was like a sharp sword that hadn't been unsheathed, and its edge was completely restrained. On the opposite side of the table, an extremely old man was lightly sipping his tea while his entire body was suffused with a bloody aura that caused others to feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though he was similarly old, if one observed carefully, one would notice that this person's body surged with a bloody glow, and his bloody aura was even more exuberant than a man in his prime. Moreover, this bloody aura wasn't ordinary, and it instead carried a ghastly aura that was extremely strange. "Did you find out anything?" The old man put down his teacup and asked softly. In this abandoned lair, Jiang Shuesong was the overlord. There had never been anyone who could speak to him as an equal, let alone ask him such a question. Although it was a question, there was a faint arrogance of a superior speaking to a subordinate. The old man's cultivation was also a third-order origin king, not any weaker than Jiang Shuesong, and the symbol on his clothes clearly indicated his origin. Great Desolate Star Territory, Netherworld Sect. This old man was a vice sect master of Netherworld Sect. Jiang Shuesong still didn't know his name, only that he called himself Olding. The sword master's sword heart was resolute, and he would rather break than bend, not to mention a peerless sword master like Jiang Shuesong. If someone else dared to show even the slightest disrespect to him, Jiang Shuesong would have cut them down with his sword and let them have a taste of his own power. However, against this Olding, Jiang Shuesong wasn't sure he could win. What's more, although he was dissatisfied with Old Ying's condescending attitude, he didn't want to become an enemy of Netherworld Sect. Over the past dozen years, he had witnessed the strength of Netherworld Sect, and if they really fought, this abandoned lair wouldn't be able to resist Netherworld Sect's attack. Hearing this, Jiang Shuesong quickly said, "There is no useful information. The people in Noble Star's territory died too quickly, so no useful information was passed on." Olding said, "It's impossible that there is no clue at all, right? In recent months, the territory of Great Desolate Star had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the results of the invasion over the past dozen years had been destroyed. They had lost contact with many stars, such as Monster Star, Shadowed Star, Water Moon Star, Green Mountain Star. He didn't care about the life or death of the cultivator of the other great forces, but he cared about the situation of the Netherworld Sect disciples. What frightened him the most was that he had lost contact with Tong Xian Realm. One had to know that there was a vice sect master on the other side, and his cultivation was on par with Old Ying's. There was also the assistance of 4 other third-order origin kings. With such a lineup, how could Hung Luo Star Field resist, let alone destroy them? Perhaps there was a small accident on the other side that caused the connection to be cut off. But when this conjecture appeared, Olding couldn't convince himself. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he asked Jiang Shuesong to send someone to inquire about the situation. In the end, he got such an answer which made him quite unhappy. "There are indeed no clues. If Olding doesn't believe me, you can send someone to investigate," Jiang Shuesong replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Unlike Galaxy Ridge's submission to Great Desolate Star's territory, he chose the path of cooperation. He cooperated with Great Desolate Star's territory to destroy Sword Union and take revenge for the blood feud of the past. In terms of the results, the cooperation was not bad. Sword Union was indeed destroyed, and some of the cultivation stars in its possession fell into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. Sword Union fell apart, and only the young Union Master escaped the disaster and went to Tong Xian Realm to seek refuge. However, Tong Xian Realm was also in a precarious situation. Once Netherworld Sect's plan succeeded, Sword Union's young Union Master would have nowhere to hide and would die, without a doubt. His 1,000-year enmity had been avenged, but Jiang Xuesong didn't feel much joy because he had mistakenly underestimated the strength of Netherworld sect. Although he was still the biggest leader of Abandoned Lair, the entire Abandoned Lair was basically controlled by Netherworld sect. He was no longer worthy of his title. If Netherworld sect really wanted to deal with him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Asking a tiger for its skin was the reason for his actions today. However, there was no benefit in dealing with an unbending greatsword cultivator, and it would only increase internal friction. That was why Netherworld sect tolerated him, but this cooperation was no longer possible. Jiang Xuesong had long lost the capital to cooperate with them, although he hadn't become their lackey yet. When Hengluo Starfield completely fell, the first person Netherworld sect would deal with would be him. Olding faintly smiled. Coupled with his gloomy aura, this smile gave people a bone-chilling feeling. This old man can still trust the words of the chief. It's just that the events of the past few months have been bizarre. The chief is a local, so do you know who in this world has such heaven-defying methods? Jiang Xuesong raised his sword-like eyebrows and said in surprise, "Does Olding think that those who have lost contact with them are all doomed?" Olding sighed. This old master doesn't want to think so, but I'm afraid it can't be wrong. If it was only 1 or 2 places that had lost contact, it could be explained as an accident. But in the past few months, there had been too many places where they had lost contact, so many that Olding was shocked. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that some hidden master in Hengluo Starfield had come out of seclusion. This master was currently hunting down Great Desolate Star and Netherworld sect. Jiang Xuesong was slightly shocked. If even Olding said so, then he was probably right. After pondering for a while, he said, "Back then, there was an old man in Star Territory who was known as the strongest in Star Territory. His strength was unfathomable." Who? Wu Dao. Who in Star Territory didn't know Wu Dao's name? When Jiang Xuesong was young, Wu Dao was already a third-order origin king. After so many years, Wu Dao's cultivation had probably improved, so it made sense if he was the one taking action. But it shouldn't be him. Jiang Xuesong slowly shook his head. "Why do you say so?" Olding asked. "Because he left the Star Territory several decades ago and went to a more mysterious world, the Star Boundary." Old Ying's eyes flashed with a look of yearning, but it was quickly extinguished. The Star Boundary? Jiang Xuesong looked at Olding in amazement. This was the first time he had heard this term, so he was quite curious. "Go on." Olding was too lazy to explain. Hengluo Starfield didn't know about the existence of the Star Boundary, but Great Desolate Star Territory knew about it. That was because the Netherworld sect's ancestral founder had gone to the Star Boundary and established a sect there, using the Great Divine Technique to send down a decree and some treasures. As the vice sect master of Netherworld sect, he was naturally not unfamiliar with the Star Boundary. The previous sect master, Yin Lusheng, had gone to the Star Boundary. The Star Boundary was a place that all cultivators yearned for, as it had more complete world principles and a higher martial Dao path. If it weren't for his old age, he would also want to go to the Star Boundary. Jiang Xuesong said, "Since it can't be Wu Dao, then I can't think of anyone else." While speaking, he frowned and hesitantly said, "It's also impossible for him." Who? A junior called Yang Kai. "Since it's a junior, why mention him?" Olding said unhappily. Jiang Xuesong said, "Although I have never met Yang Kai, he is not an ordinary junior. Wu Dao was able to go to the Star Boundary, all thanks to him. Back then, it was Yang Kai who took Wu Dao and a few others away from the Star Territory. At that time, there were rumors in the Star Territory that in less than 100 years, this junior would become the strongest person in the Star Territory and replace Wu Dao's position, but he left so early." He sighed. "It is this Zhang's regret that I couldn't fight him." "If you have such a wish, Then this young master will satisfy you." A person's voice came from afar. When the first word was heard, the person seemed to be still several dozen kilometers away, but when the last word fell, a heroic figure appeared in front of the hall. The dim light of the abandoned lair shone on his back, casting a long shadow that seemed to cover the entire hall. His face was obscured by the shadow, making it impossible to see his features. Only his eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Xuesong and Olding both held their breaths. The newcomer did not emit any aura, but it made their hairs stand on end and their blood run cold. Chapter 30, 162. Who goes there? Jiang Xuesong roared as he stood up. The figure strode in and arrived in front of Jiang Xuesong in a few steps. Jiang Xuesong felt as if a giant dragon was pressing down on him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and fall into a chair. The sword heart that he had cultivated for 1,500 years actually made a cracking sound, and a fine crack appeared on it. Had he become timid? Only now did Jiang Xuesong come back to his senses and realize what had happened to him just now, causing a look of extreme shock to appear on his face. His life had been bumpy, and he had encountered countless powerful enemies, but no matter when or what kind of enemy he faced, he had never been timid or retreated. No matter how many tricks the enemy had up their sleeves, no matter how high their cultivation was, he would break them with a single sword strike, even if it meant being crushed to pieces. It was precisely because of this determination that he had tempered his flawless sword heart. But in that moment, he had felt timid for the first time in his life, causing a flaw to appear in his perfect sword heart. Yang Kai looked down at him, almost sticking his face to his face as he grinned. "Head chief, you really are forgetful. You were just talking about this young master. How could you forget in the blink of an eye?" "You are..." Jiang Xuesong's eyes trembled as an extremely absurd idea appeared in his mind. He resolutely said, "That's impossible. Anything is possible." Yang Kai turned around and sat down on the table before turning to Olding and asking, "Are you from the Netherworld sect?" His casual attitude made it seem as if he had not entered a dragon's lair, but rather a familiar neighbor's home. Even with Old Ying's rich experience, he could not help but feel that this was absurd. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai stared at Olding. "Are you the Netherworld sect master?" "No." Olding shook his head. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said regretfully, "I didn't find the right place." Sword intent suddenly surged as a brilliant sword light flashed, illuminating the hall. Everything in the world seemed to lose their luster at this moment, leaving only the light of this sword. Jiang Xuesong had brazenly attacked without any warning. As a swordsman, he shouldn't be sneak attacking others from behind. In the past, he had never done so. He had always defeated his enemies fair and square. However, Yang Kai's forceful approach had actually caused him to feel timid. His sword heart was covered in dust, and he couldn't care less about anything else. Before the sword chi arrived, Olding raised his hand, and a blood-red banner appeared in his hand. It was one of the 2 most commonly seen secret treasures of the Netherworld sect, the Blood Sea Banner. However, the Blood Sea Banner in Old Ying's hand was obviously more powerful than all the Blood Sea Banners Yang Kai had encountered so far. The aura it exuded was at the peak of Origin King grade, and if not for this world's restrictions, it would have become a Dao Source grade artifact with just a little bit of refinement. Olding waved the Blood Sea Banner, and a rolling sea of blood gushed out from it, turning into a sea of blood that enveloped Yang Kai. At the same time, the unparalleled sword intent also slashed at Yang Kai. Jiang Xuesong felt a sense of loss. Although he didn't know what this young man's cultivation was, how could he survive being attacked by a sword cultivator within 3 meters of him? What's more, Olding was cooperating with him at this moment. Although the 2 of them had always been at odds with each other, at this moment, They were of one mind and cooperated with great tacit understanding. As the sword light slashed down, Jiang Shuesong's face changed drastically while Olding obviously felt something and his body shook violently. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they turned into two streams of light and rushed out of the hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Amidst the rolling sea of blood, a fist suddenly punched out, shattering the sea of blood and causing the sword light to disappear. Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived outside the hall. He didn't give chase and instead just leaned against a pillar, watching with interest. Jiang Shuesong and Olding rushed out of the hall. Looking around, they were immediately stunned. They saw over a dozen pitch-black warships had appeared in the abandoned lair that they had thought to be impregnable. A great formation surrounded the entire abandoned lair. Figures flew down from the warships one after another, charging onto the meteors of various sizes as they pursued the cultivator in the abandoned lair. Since when? The abandoned lair was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was protected by a natural formation as well as the extremely terrifying star field storms. Only those who were familiar with the patterns would be able to find a safe passage in and out. Although the Netherworld sect was quite powerful, Olding knew that he would have to pay quite a price if he had to lead people to attack the abandoned lair. The reason why he could enter this place safely was because Jiang Shuesong had taken the initiative to contact him over a decade ago. However, at this moment, this seemingly safe place had been silently breached by someone. It was basically a nightmare. Powerful auras surged in from all directions, clearly telling Olding and Jiang Shuesong a cruel truth. Today was probably going to be a bad day. A small figure suddenly flew towards them. Jiang Shuesong's eyes focused as he saw that it was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Olding had obviously noticed her as well. With a cold expression, he waved the Blood Sea banner in his hand and pulled the little girl into it. Jiang Shuesong's figure suddenly retreated, quickly distancing himself from Olding. "What are you doing?" Olding looked at him angrily. "Quickly join hands with me and leave this place." This guy was simply crazy. Even at a time like this, he still wanted to distance himself from him. Did he really think that he could rely on a broken sword to kill his way out of this encirclement? Jiang Shuesong looked at him seriously and shook his head. It's up to fate. Although he didn't see anything special about the little girl when she approached him, the sword heart in his body actually sent out a strong warning. A voice shouted in his heart, "Go further. Go further. Go further." "Are you crazy?" Olding was furious. "Right now, only you and I can." "HM?" Halfway through his words, he suddenly looked down at his Blood Sea banner and saw a red flame appear on it, rapidly spreading in all directions and burning wildly. The scorching aura caused Olding to shiver. He desperately poured his Saint Chi into the banner in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But no matter how hard he tried, the flames remained unmoved and instead continued to expand rapidly. Pooh. Olding coughed up a mouthful of blood. His artifact had been damaged, and he had also suffered a backlash. The small figure stepped out of the Blood Sea banner and gently tapped Old Ying's head with a white jade-like finger. Old Ying's entire body immediately went limp like a deflated balloon. Lu Yen picked up Olding and looked forward, but Jiang Shuesong had already become one with his sword and turned into a streak of sword light as he flew away. What the hell? What the hell was this little girl doing? Not only was she safe and sound after being taken into the Blood Sea banner by Olding, she had even managed to escape and destroy the Blood Sea banner while severely injuring Olding with a single finger. Such strength was beyond his imagination. No matter how powerful his sword heart was, he couldn't summon up the courage to fight. Only a single thought filling his mind. Run. Run as far as possible. Don't run. A clear voice like the tinkling of spring water sounded in his ear. Jiang Shuesong turned his head to take a look and saw the little girl walking side by side with him in an unhurried manner. She was even carrying the dying Olding in her hand. The corners of his eyes twitched fiercely, and he almost had the urge to curse. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence as the sword light became even faster. I said, Lu Yen stretched out her small hand and grabbed the long sword. The sword light instantly went from extremely fast to extremely still as she angrily shouted, "Don't run!" The incomparably sharp Origin King-grade long sword that could split mountains and sever seas was held by her, unable to cause her the slightest harm. Wah! Jiang Shuesong coughed up a mouthful of blood, but this time, because of the impact, he turned his head to look at her, almost wondering if he was dreaming. A moment later, Lu Yen carried Olding in one hand and Jiang Shuesong in the other, and returned to the hall, dropping the two of them on the ground. Old Ying's aura was weak, and his injuries were not light. Although Jiang Shuesong's situation was better, he had lost all will to fight, and his eyes were dim, as if covered by a shadow. Yang Kai crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, smiling slightly upon seeing this. "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Yen pursed her lips, as if blaming Yang Kai for being so polite to her, venting her anger by kicking Jiang Shuesong. Jiang Shuesong didn't say a word, not daring to say anything despite his anger. Yang Kai squatted down and stared at Olding. "Where is your Netherworld sect master now?" Olding looked up at him and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know." "How can you not know?" Yang Kai frowned and said fiercely, "Old thing, don't lie to me. Your cultivation is not bad, so you should be an elder. How can you not know where your sect master is?" Olding said with a sad face, "I really don't know. He might be in the Galaxy Ridge." "Might be?" Yang Kai frowned and said with a fierce face, "Is he there or not?" Olding said in a trembling voice, "This old one can't be sure." "Trash!" Yang Kai scolded, grabbing his clothes and throwing him out. Olding screamed and flew 100 jong away before exploding in the air. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit for the invasion of the Great Desolate Stars territory, and the sect master of the Netherworld sect was the main culprit. Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle the score with him, but he couldn't find him here. However, it didn't matter. This was the first battle of the Hung Luo Starfield's counterattack. As long as the Netherworld sect master was still in the Hung Luo Starfield, he would be found sooner or later. At this time, the Galaxy Ridge should have also made their move. They were led by Su Yan, so the Galaxy Ridge shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At the same time, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard the passage between the two planets. The Great Desolate Stars territory wouldn't be able to get any reinforcements from there, let alone escape from the Hung Luo star field. The reason why Yang Kai had waited here for 10 days was mainly because he wanted to capture all of Abandoned Lair in one fell swoop, not letting a single enemy escape. He and Lu Yen could certainly rampage through this place, but Abandoned Lair was too large, and if they didn't have a corresponding number of helpers, there would definitely be some fish that escaped the net. Now, it was different. Of the two strongest people in Abandoned Lair, one was dead, and the other was injured. The entire Abandoned Lair was surrounded by his own people. It was impossible for the Great Desolate Stars territory and the Star Pirates to escape. The sounds of fighting continued. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Jiang Shuesong, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. "If you have any useful information, tell me, and I'll give you a quick death." Chapter 30, 163. Half a day later, the noise gradually subsided. The abandoned lair was in ruins and corpses were piled up like mountains. This sinful land that had existed for tens of thousands of years was finally cleaned up today. Deafening cheers resounded through the clouds. Everyone was venting the joy in their hearts. Since the invasion of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this was the first large-scale victory in more than 10 years, and it was a crushing victory. Although they only destroyed the abandoned lair, which was far from killing all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Today's battle was like a spark that illuminated the territory of the Great Desolate Star. This spark could also start a prairie fire. I'll leave the rest to you. Yong Kai smiled at the people around him and floated away alone. This time, he didn't even take Lu Yen with him. The Dharmakaya, Lu Yen, Wan Bai Ting, and Su Yen were all beyond the limits of the territory of the star. In addition, there were many strong people in the territory of the star. Such a lineup was enough to easily solve the problem of the star territory. It only took time. Yong Kai didn't need to stay. He had more important things to do. Where is he going? Wan Bai Ting looked at Lu Yen, who was unhappy, and asked, to refine the territory of the star. Everyone was shocked. Could the territory of the star be refined? They had only heard of someone refining a cultivation star and becoming a star lord. They never knew that even the territory of the star could be refined. If the refining was successful, how amazing would it be? Could it be that he could become the master of the entire star territory? No one dared to imagine what kind of changes Yong Kai's trip would bring to the territory of the star, and no one dared to imagine how powerful Yong Kai was now. In the Wugan star field, Yong Kai went with the flow without a specific goal or a fixed direction. He left the abandoned lair and flew away, constantly urging his power and leaving his aura along the way. The previous experiment proved that the idea in his mind was feasible. In this case, he would go all out. Although it was a little troublesome and took a little longer, it was still a path. Perhaps he could find a more effective method in the process of refining. 10 days later, the star field around abandoned lair was refined by Yong Kai. At the same time, the star field and the corresponding position of the star in his sea of consciousness changed color, seemingly becoming brighter. Although this brightening range was only a drop in the ocean compared to the entire star, it was still a good start. After successfully refining this star field, Yong Kai immediately set his sights on the next star field. Day after day, the cycle repeated. Not only did Yong Kai not feel bored, he even immersed himself in it. As the star field of various sizes was refined, and as the star in his sea of consciousness was lit up one by one, he vaguely felt that he had gained a weak connection with the entire territory of the star. With a thought, all the refined positions were within his grasp. If he had such a connection in the ancestral territory, he believed that he would not need to rely on the star to accurately locate the Hungluo star field. The territory of the star was vast and boundless, nurturing hundreds of millions of creatures. There were places of death, but there were also places where vitality flourished. During the refining process, Yong Kai seemed to be able to experience everything, giving him all kinds of different feelings. 1 month, 2 months, half a year, 1 year, 2 years, Yong Kai was like a leaf of duckweed, wandering in the territory of the star. And as large pieces of the star field were refined by him, the area lit up in the star also became larger and larger, and the refining speed also became correspondingly faster. Not only that, but he also found a faster refining method. In the endless meteorite sea, Yong Kai shuttled back and forth, jumping from one meteorite to another, leaving behind his own aura. Half a day later, he brushed past the meteorite sea. Looking back, the meteorite sea was like a rolling dragon, wandering aimlessly in the territory of the star. Wherever this meteorite sea passed, his aura would be scattered along the way, saving him a lot of time. This was one of the methods he found, borrowing the power of the meteorite sea to refine the star field it passed through, and the effect was not bad. In addition, there was a second method which seemed a little overbearing and direct. Above one of the stars, yellow sand danced in the air, and the clouds were turbid yellow, obscuring the sun and moon. The environment of this star was extremely harsh, and from time to time there would be strong winds blowing. Yang Kai descended from the sky, and when he looked around, he saw that this star was not a true dead star. Although the surface of the stars was mostly sand, there were occasional patches of greenery. There were some strange birds and beasts living on this star, and when they noticed Yang Kai's arrival, they fled in all directions. This was not a dead star. A dead star had no vitality, but at this moment, it was filled with vitality, nor was it an aging star's. Instead, it was a star that was slowly growing and exuding vitality. Although nothing special could be seen for the time being, if Yang Kai were to return here tens of thousands of years later, this star would definitely be full of vitality. Even if it was not as good as Shadowed Star, it would not be much worse than Tong Xian Realm. Yang Kai naturally would not wait for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, he leapt up and fell head first, his whole body spinning like a top. The earth hummed, and a passage leading directly to the ground immediately appeared. 10,000 meters underground, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. In front of him was a mass of gray-white energy that was floating about. At first glance, it looked like a candle flame, dim and unclear, but filled with obscure world principles. This was the star's source of the star. It was not as good as the star source of Yang Kai's Shadowed Star, nor was it as good as the source of Xiaoning Chang's Tong Xian Realm. This source was like a placenta that was still in the process of being born. The territory of a star was unimaginably vast, so it was not surprising that some stars that were recovering or growing would give birth to such a source, but the cultivator would not choose to refine this kind of thing because refining it would not bring any benefits to the cultivator and might even cause some harm. Who knew if such stars could really grow? If one day the situation suddenly changed, causing the stars to weaken and their source to collapse, the cultivator who refined them would definitely be implicated. However, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. In other words, he had come to this place precisely for this source that was still in the process of being born. If his grand plan succeeded, there would be no possibility of backlash, but if it failed with his current strength, he was not afraid of such a small backlash. Reaching out to touch the source, Yang Kai found that the source seemed to have a trace of its own consciousness and wanted to avoid him, but in the end, it was still an inanimate object, so it could only react slightly. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Follow me, and you will have endless benefits." Regardless of whether it could understand the meaning behind it, he grabbed the source energy and activated the star refining art, refining it in a short while. In his knowledge, see. On the star chart, the light that symbolized this cultivation star suddenly flickered and became incomparably bright. However, it quickly returned to its original appearance, only becoming slightly brighter than before. Yang Kai observed the star, determined the location of his next target, and soared up. Fire Cloud Star. Looking down from the sky, the stars were brightly lit, and the major cities were peaceful. The common people lived and worked in peace, and the cultivator flowed endlessly. The invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory did not seem to have much impact on Fire Cloud Star. It still maintained its previous state, bustling with activity everywhere. It was not that the cultivator of Fire Cloud Star was very powerful. Although the overall strength of this star was good, it was still a bit worse than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The only reason it could remain intact was that it had a star master. It was different from Tong Xian Realm. Although Xiaoning Chang was also there, Tong Xian Realm's foundation was weak and couldn't withstand too much trouble. Even the star master couldn't cook without rice, which was why the people of Netherworld sect broke in and set up the 8 desolate spirit lock array. Fire Cloud Star was much stronger than Tong Xian Realm, and with the help of the Star Master, the Netherworld sect had to pay a certain price if they wanted to invade. This was why Fire Cloud Star had been spared from war for more than a decade. Existences like Fire Cloud Star were not unique in the entire star territory, and there were at least 5 or 6 such existences. The original plan of the Netherworld sect and Great Desolate Stars territory was to first deal with the other cultivation stars that were easy to break through before dealing with these stars, with Star Masters. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes, and Yong Kai's return ultimately caused them to fail. Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chi-Hua has failed to greet you, but I hope this honored guest will come and have a chat. A majestic voice suddenly rang out from between the heavens and earth, and the entire fire cloud stars seemed to fall silent at this moment. Everyone raised their heads, and many knelt on the ground, praying devoutly as they chanted, "May Master Chi-Hua live for 10,000 years." This voice sounded like thunder in Yong Kai's ears, as if the god of thunder was striking a lightning rod in his ears. The world principles seemed to reject this voice, and if an ordinary third-order origin king encountered such a situation, they would likely suffer some internal injuries, but Yong Kai just picked his ear with his little finger and grinned before turning his gaze towards a certain direction, his eyes flashing like lightning. "Is this a show of strength?" Smiling lightly, Yong Kai responded, "Sure." Leaping up, he turned into a stream of light and flew off. 3,000 kilometers across the Flame Mountain range. Magma tumbled and flowed. Numerous large and small volcanoes spewed out black smoke like giant dragons swaying in the 9 heavens. The air was scorching hot, and if one's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would not even be able to get close to this place. Chi-Hua's Flame Palace was built on one of the largest volcanoes. The palace was majestic and grand, crimson in color. At first glance, the entire palace seemed to be made of magma. At a glance, one could tell that its owner had a fiery temper. A moment ago, inside the Flame Palace, the sound of music and dancing filled the air as Fire Cloud Stars, Star Master Chi-Hua entertained the various masters of Fire Cloud Star. Because today was Chi-Hua's wedding day. As people who made a living on Fire Cloud Star, they naturally had to come and congratulate him. On Fire Cloud Star, there was nothing more important than a Star Master's wedding, so whether they were willing or not, they all rushed to the Flame Mountain range. Chapter 30, 164. Chi-Hua was Fire Cloud Star's Star Master and a third-order origin king. It could be said that he stood at the peak of star territory, so there was not much point in cultivating any further. As such, since 500 years ago, Chi-Hua had begun to indulge himself in pleasure, drinking fine wine and sleeping with beautiful women. Although the concubine he had taken in today was only a first-order returning realm cultivator, she was a stunning beauty. Most of the martial artists did not pay attention to etiquette. In the hall, Chi-Hua and the bride were both dressed in red, sitting side by side. All the guests were celebrating to their heart's content. When they came up to toast, they also gave generous gifts. There were many flattering words, causing Chi-Hua to laugh loudly, his voice like thunder. The bride sat motionless with a faint smile on her face, showing a dignified and generous temperament. Many women secretly pointed at her, their words full of envy and jealousy, thinking that she had climbed up a branch and was now a sparrow or a phoenix. When it was time for a second-order origin king to come up and offer a toast, Chi-Hua suddenly raised his glass and looked into the distance, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the void, revealing an extremely dignified look. The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Chi-Hua put down his glass and shouted loudly, "Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chi-Hua has failed to welcome you, so please come with me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They had never seen Master Chihua act so politely. He had reached the peak of his cultivation and was the Star Master of Firecloud Star. It could be said that he was in charge of the life and death of hundreds of millions of cultivators across the stars. Even third-order origin kings had to lower their posture in front of him. Who was it that could receive such solemn treatment from Master Chihua? What kind of person had such qualifications? Just as they were puzzled, though, an extremely strange voice rang out in their ears. "Good." Everyone could not help feeling strange. Although they did not see the person who spoke, such a response was too presumptuous, simply not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Facing the Star Master of Firecloud Star, this person did not at least show some basic respect. The lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly cooled down as everyone wore strange expressions. Yong Kai's figure flashed like lightning, crossing the 3,000 kilometers of Flame Mountain, heading straight for the towering Flame Palace. Suddenly, a shout came from below, "Master, please give me a ride." Yong Kai looked down and saw a man standing on top of a black rock, surrounded by boiling lava and scorching heat. The environment was extremely dangerous. This person was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and was quite young, looking about 27 or 28 years old. He had a square face and ragged clothes, obviously having suffered a lot on his way here. His exposed skin was covered with burn marks from the magma, and the St. Chi barrier he was using to protect himself was dim, as if it would collapse at any moment. As Chihua's residence, the 3,000-kilometer Flame Mountain was not a place where ordinary people could trespass. If a second-order origin returning realm master did not have any guidance, they would eventually be buried here. However, he didn't back off. Even though he was battered and exhausted, his eyes were filled with determination. It was as though even if Yong Kai didn't agree to it, he would still barge into Flame Palace. Even if he were to die here, he wouldn't have any regrets. "Are you calling me?" Yong Kai stopped and looked at him. "Master, please give me a ride. Chui Mengyuan will be very grateful." The young man bowed deeply. Although his face was covered in dirt, his etiquette was impeccable. At a glance, it was obvious that he had received an extremely good education. "Why should I give you a ride?" Yong Kai grinned. "What benefits do you get?" Chui Mengyuan shook his head. "Besides my life, this Chui has nothing else." Yong Kai curled his lips. "Your life is worthless in my eyes." Chui Mengyuan's eyes dimmed, and he sighed slightly. He no longer insisted and leaped up to fly out. At this moment, the rolling lava around him turned into living creatures and condensed into fire pythons that bit towards him. Chui Mengyuan's heart sank. He knew that he was going to die, so he didn't resist and just glanced at the Flame Palace longingly. The scorching heat suddenly disappeared, and the pain he imagined didn't come. Chui Mengyuan was startled, and only then did he realize that he had been saved. The fire pythons pouncing towards him turned into magma and fell down. He lifted his head and looked at Yong Kai gratefully. "Thank you, Master. Forget it. Since you and I are fated, I'll give you a ride." Yong Kai grinned and grabbed Chui Mengyuan's collar. He carried him in his hands like he was carrying a chick. In a split second, the surrounding scenery receded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the peak of the Flame Palace. After being left behind by Yong Kai, he was still in a daze. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he saw Yong Kai striding towards the Flame Palace. He gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. The palace door was wide open. The interior was resplendent and extremely luxurious. When Yong Kai walked in, pairs of eyes looked at him from all directions. They were scrutinizing and slightly hostile. At the top, a burly man with red hair and a red beard sat there like an iron tower. He was dressed in red and looked like a ball of flame that could burn the entire world. His red eyes were like two dazzling lanterns that shone with frightening radiance. Chui Mengyuan flashed out from behind Yang Kai. He looked at the bride beside Chihua with a complicated expression. He moved his lips and murmured. Although his voice was soft, it couldn't escape Yang Kai's ears. The bride was also shocked. However, she quickly lowered her eyes and returned to normal. Chihua and Yang Kai looked at each other. One was overbearing while the other was calm and profound. There seemed to be invisible forces colliding in the hall. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Suddenly, Chihua laughed and held the hand of the bride beside him. Today is my big day. It's really a joyous occasion to have a distinguished guest. May I know your name? Although he was asking, he still sat on the top seat and looked down. He didn't even look at Chui Mengyuan and treated him as if he was nothing. Yang Kai smiled slightly. A name is just a code name. Don't mention it. Today, I came uninvited because I have something to trouble Brother Chi with. Chihua lowered his eyes and said lightly, let's talk about it after today. Today is this Chi's wedding. If little brother doesn't mind, you can stay and drink a cup of wine. He turned around to ask, but didn't get a corresponding answer. He was a little unhappy. He felt that this young man was too arrogant. How could he be in the mood to talk to him? Moreover, he actually called him Brother Chi? Wasn't he being too arrogant? Did he really think that by giving him some face, he would be able to talk to him as an equal? He didn't directly drive him away, because he faintly sensed Yang Kai's strength. Coupled with today's wedding, he didn't want to experience any twists and turns in his life. Normally with his temper. How could he endure it? The way he addressed Yang Kai had also unknowingly become little brother, giving off a sense of superiority. Initially, he thought that Yang Kai would listen to him. Unexpectedly, he shook his head and said, "This is a serious matter. Although I'm not in a hurry, it's better to settle it as soon as possible. Please forgive me, Brother Chi." Chihua pulled a long face. He didn't know Yang Kai and didn't have any grudges against him. He just disliked his arrogance and didn't need to take action. However, if this guy went overboard, he didn't mind adding blood to the flame palace. He said in a deep voice, "Is that so? Why don't you tell me what's so serious about it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "It concerns the peace of this star territory." Chihua was stunned. His laughter was thunderous. Many guests also laughed with mockery. For a cultivator to suddenly stand up and say that he had something to do with the peace of this star field, no one could hold back their laughter. It was like a frog had come to them and told them that the sky was falling. The guests were all smart and had long noticed the change in Chihua's attitude. When they saw Yang Kai acting like this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Immediately, an old man with a goatee shook his head and said, "Brat, this is the Flame Palace. It's not a place where you can speak without thinking. Go back to where you came from. Master Chihua is in a good mood today and probably won't hold it against you." "That's right, brat. Get lost. Don't delay our toast." Master Chihua was so polite to him. He's actually a lunatic. What a joke. This star territory has been peaceful for a long time. How dare he spread such nonsense? Yang Kai wasn't affected by all the mockery. He frowned and looked at Chihua. "Brother Chi, have you sealed off all the news?" "Why, these guests didn't seem to know what had happened in the star territory all these years. How dare they say that it had been peaceful for a long time? Didn't they communicate with the outside world?" Yang Kai recalled the barrier he encountered when he first came to the Fire Cloud Star. He immediately understood that it wasn't that they didn't communicate with the outside world, but that the Star Lord had sealed everything. They couldn't get any news from the outside world. He turned to the old man with the goatee and said, "Do you know about the Netherworld sect in the Great Desolate Star Territory?" The old man with the goatee frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where did this crazy brat come from? His crazy words are making people unhappy. Master Chihua, please allow me to throw him out, someone said with righteous indignation. This was supposed to be a good banquet, but it was ruined by this brat. They had lost the chance to bootlick, so they were naturally unhappy. Brother Chi, why are you doing this? Yang Kai looked at Chihua with a puzzled expression. Keep to himself? If that was the case, it would be too ridiculous. If the Hung Luo star field fell, how could the fire cloud star resist? Chihua said indifferently, It has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. He didn't want to care too much about other people's business, but he still reminded, Brother Chi, you don't have to do this. The Great Desolate Star and the Netherworld sect have lost in the past 2 years. The cultivator in our territory has been winning and killing countless enemies, but the war is not over yet. If Brother Chi is willing, you can help them. I believe that with the help of the Fire Cloud Star, the war will end soon. Chihua grinned. Why don't you help them? Yang Kai said, I have something more important to do, which is why I came here today. Then I'd like to know what's more important. Yang Kai said solemnly, Brother Chi, please lend me something. Lend what? Chihua asked in a deep voice. It was ridiculous. The guests here had all given him gifts, but he didn't have any, and now he wanted to borrow something. Chihua's heart was filled with killing intent. If Yang Kai dared to say something that displeased him, he would definitely attack. This star's origin. Yang Kai pointed at the ground under his feet. Chapter 30, 165. The hall fell silent as a thick murderous intent filled the air. Many guests looked at each other, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Otherwise, how could they have heard such nonsense? What did you say? Chihua's face suddenly sank. What an impudent brat! Daring to say he wanted to borrow the star source of Fire Cloud Star? How could the star source of stars be borrowed so easily? The reason why Chihua could act so high and mighty, to the point where even ordinary third-order origin kings had to bow down to him, was ultimately because he was a star master. If he were to lend out the star source of stars, what advantage would he have? What's more, he had never heard of the star source of stars being borrowed. If Yang Kai's attitude and words just now had made him slightly unhappy, this one sentence had triggered Chihua's murderous intent. The star source of stars could be said to be his reverse scale. So Chihua immediately determined that this little brat was here to cause trouble, and secretly made up his mind that today he would not let him leave. Brother Chi, please calm your anger. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, I came here with sincerity this time, so Brother Chi might as well let me finish. Chihua was so angry that he laughed. Good, go on. He wanted to see just how eloquent Yang Kai was. Brother Chi, if you're able to lend me the star quintessence, then you'll be able to ensure the safety of this region, and it can be considered to be a boundless benefactor. Of course, I know that the star quintessence is extremely important to Brother Chi, so I'll naturally not lend it to you for nothing. Chihua was startled for a moment before laughing loudly. Compensation? He was already standing at the pinnacle of the star field, so what in this world could be placed in his eyes? This brat's shameless boasting made him unhappy. Could it be that he was sent by his enemies to deliberately make fun of him? Compensation, Yang Kai said solemnly, flipping his palm and summoning a mass of brilliant energy. This is... Chihua's expression brightened as he suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at this mass of light in disbelief. The other guests also showed looks of shock and greed at this moment. This is also the source of stars, but there is no corresponding cultivation star, Yang Kai explained. But with this compensation, I believe it won't have much of an impact on Brother Chi's cultivation. And after the matter in this territory is settled, I will return the fire star source strength to Brother Chi in this way. Brother Chi has earned a share of the source strength of this star. Which star's origin is this? Chihua murmured. Yang Kai shrugged and said, as I said, this origin source doesn't have a corresponding cultivation star. He still had many such sources in his possession, all of which he obtained from the shattered star sea back then. He had given some to others, but he still had a surplus. Chihua's face changed. It wasn't because he was tempted by Yang Kai's offer. Even if Yang Kai gave him a new origin without a corresponding cultivation star, he couldn't live up to his title as the Star Lord. How could he compare to tricking the star, Lord of Fire Cloud Star? He only had the thought of killing and snatching the treasure. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It seemed to be warning him that if he really attacked the young man in front of him, he wouldn't have a good ending. This caused the hot blood in his body to instantly cool down, and his mind to clear up. He sat back on the chair and shook his head. I won't lend you the Fire Cloud Star's source strength. Please leave. He sneered in his heart. It seemed like this brat didn't understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Although he could suppress his greed and not attack him, as long as he left the Flame Palace, someone would attack him. By then, he could take the opportunity to see his background and decide whether to attack him or not. As the brilliance faded, Yang Kai kept the origin source. He rubbed his forehead and said with a headache, "Sigh, it's indeed impossible to talk nicely." He originally wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force, who knew that he still had to go all out. He turned around, grabbed Chui Menyuan's collar, and shouted, "Brat, what grievances do you have? Tell me now. I'll stand up for you today." Ah, Chui Menyuan was shocked. Ever since he followed Yang Kai into the Flame Palace, his eyes had never left the bride. It was only when Yang Kai took out the source strength of stars that he was distracted for a moment. However, he quickly refocused his attention on the bride. Now that he was suddenly questioned by Yang Kai, he was naturally confused. "What are you talking about? I heard everything you said just now. Do you know the bride?" Yang Kai's saliva was about to hit his face. Chui Menyuan nodded his head in a daze. This was also the reason why he fearlessly barged into the Flame Mountain. "Did you fall in love with the bride and decide to spend the rest of your life with her?" "Ooh." Chui Menyuan nodded his head again. His eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. "Did this old man bully the weak? Did he not care about your feelings and snatch away your woman?" "Yes," Chui Menyuan shouted. He clenched his fists tightly, and his teeth were almost bleeding. "Good," Yang Kai shouted and threw him aside. He turned to Chihua and said slowly, "I can feel your determination. Today, I'll help you get the bride back." Chui Menyuan was surprised and delighted. He never expected such a dramatic scene to happen. He barged into the Flame Palace alone, with the determination to die. Who would have thought that someone would stand up for him? But soon he seemed to have realized something. He said sadly, "Master, thank you for your kind intentions. But shut up." Chui Menyuan shut his mouth immediately and didn't dare to say another word. In the grand hall, Chihua lowered his eyes with a gloomy face. He said indifferently, "Right or wrong, one speaks too much. Trouble comes from standing up for others. Junior, I'll give you some face. Don't think too highly of yourself." This guy was simply looking for trouble. Indeed, those with good intentions didn't come here with good intentions. Yang Kai laughed and pointed at Chihua. He shouted, "Old man, the territory of the Flame Cloud Star is in chaos. Enemies are invading. Not only did you not help, you even sealed off the Fire Cloud Star. You are simply unreasonable. Today, I'm here for the sake of the common people. It's fine if you cooperate, but since you don't blame me for being merciless." He looked exactly like a villain who was standing on the moral high ground and was ready to commit murder and plunder. Instantly, the guests cursed him. Chihua's red hair and robe fluttered. Outrageous, Yang Kai said. You have to lend me the origin of the stars even if you don't want to. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Chihua. Presumptuous! Chihua was furious. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth trembled. An invisible pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. It was as though a huge mountain was pressing on their chests. Yang Kai, who bore the brunt of the pressure, suddenly appeared. His body was slightly bent, as if he would be pressed down at any time. This was the power of a Star Lord. Above the stars, he could dominate everything. With a thought, he could kill his enemies. Many guests cheered and clapped their hands. Chihua's expression was extremely solemn. He wasn't happy but was shocked. Yang Kai's performance was beyond his expectations. This brat wasn't pressed down. Sure enough, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With a thought, the pressure increased. Yang Kai groaned, and the floor under his feet cracked. He sneered, "You have the power of the stars. Do you think I don't—" In the distant star field, one of the stars flickered and a beam of light shot out, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye, and landing on Yang Kai, causing his body to glow so brightly that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Although this place was not Shadowed Star, and did not belong to Yang Kai, it was still within the territory of the same star, so Yang Kai could naturally draw the power of Shadowed Star to resist the world principles of Fire Cloud Star. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai lightened. However, this was not the end of it. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a vast expanse of star field also gathered its power and resonated with Yang Kai, becoming the source of his strength. This vast expanse of star field was what Yang Kai had spent 2 years refining. Although the power gathered in this vast star field was not as pure as the power of the stars on Shadowed Star, it was much greater in quantity and could naturally cause unimaginable changes. "Break for me!" Yang Kai shouted. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound of something shattering rang out. Yang Kai's hunched figure suddenly straightened up like a javelin. A look of disbelief flashed across Chihua's eyes as he stood up from his chair. Before he could think of anything else, a figure had already appeared in front of him. A large hand that was like an iron hoop grabbed him by the neck. The strength that came from the hand was so strong that he couldn't even summon any will to resist. An invisible shackling force enveloped his entire body, severing his connection with Fire Cloud Planet in an instant. Not only that, but even the star source he had refined within his body was suppressed. Chihua's eyes trembled violently. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Who was this person? Asterisk ding ding dang dang. Asterisk the sound of wine glasses shattering rang out as a group of guests stared at this scene dumbfoundedly, as if they were in a dream, their eyes filled with shock. Star Master Chihua had actually been lifted up by a little brat with one hand, and from beginning to end, Chihua had not even had time to react. The confrontation between the two had happened in an instant, so fast that it was dazzling. Many people did not even understand what was going on before the outcome was decided. This scene could only mean one thing: one person's strength was far greater than the other's, resulting in such an instant kill. But Chihua was already a Star Master and a Third-Order Origin King, so who could surpass him by so much? Their minds were not enough to comprehend this scene. This scene was bound to be the most shocking moment in their lives. Chui Mengyuan cried out, her eyes glazed over. The surprise had come so quickly that she had not even had time to prepare. The new bride also covered her red lips with her small hands as she looked up at Yang Kai in horror. She only felt that this figure was as majestic as a mountain, and even though he was clearly so close, she could not see his face, as if he was far away from the 9 heavens. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at her. "Quickly fly away with that little brat." Saying so, he waved his hand, and, regardless of whether she was willing or not, directly through her and Chui Mengyuan out of the 3,000 kilometers flame mountain. And she was willing. After all, when Chui Mengyuan appeared in this hall, she showed an extremely worried look. Chapter 30, 166. You, who the hell are you? Chi was squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He was tall and sturdy, a full head taller than Yang Kai, but at this moment, he was being held in Yang Kai's hand like a helpless chicken. Anyone who saw him would feel a strong sense of conflict. Does my name mean anything to you? Yang Kai sneered, ignoring him as he silently circulated his star-refining art. Chi was suddenly understood. He had asked for this boy's name before, but had not received an answer. So he thought this boy was just being arrogant, but now it seemed he simply disdained to answer. Suddenly, an unbearable pain spread throughout his body, and Chi Hua trembled violently as his eyes bulged. Obviously feeling something, he cried out in horror, "Don't! Come out!" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Chi Hua's dantian, his 5 fingers forming a claw as he pulled. A mass of crimson light was immediately sucked out, and Yang Kai tossed Chi Hua away before lowering his head to stare at the crimson light in his hand and nodding with satisfaction. On the other side, Chi Hua got up awkwardly, his face pale as his Yuan Chi was severely injured. Yang Kai did not hurt him, but his star source had been forcibly taken away, so how could he remain unscathed? Looking up, Chi Hua's eyes filled with grief. How could his star source be so easily snatched away by someone else? Chi Hua had risked his life for many years to refine this source, and it was with this source that he was able to become the Star Master and unify Fire Cloud Star. Without this source, he was just an ordinary third-order origin king, slightly worse than an ordinary third order. After all, his connection to his source had been severed, and he had suffered some internal injuries. Seeing this, many guests could not help feeling a sense of pity, a chill enveloping their bodies as they froze in place, not daring to move. Fire Cloud Star's Star Master had not been able to withstand a single blow from this young man. Not only had he been instantly subdued, even his source had been forcibly taken away. So how could they dare to oppose Yang Kai? His eyes were filled with awe and shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth and stuffed the crimson light into it. In an instant, his skin turned blood red, as if it was being burned by flames. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His chi sank into dantian as he activated the star-refining art to suppress and refine it. However, he soon discovered a bad situation. The shadowed star source in Yang Kai's body seemed to be in conflict with the Fire Cloud Star's star source. The two seemed to be innately hostile, with the shadowed star source producing an unimaginable resistance to the Fire Cloud Star's star source. This was rather surprising. Yang Kai had refined the star sources of several stars before coming here, but the star sources of those stars were still very weak, so he didn't feel anything. It was only now that he had a reaction. The laws of heaven and earth of every cultivation star were different. Since there were differences, it was natural that they could not coexist. Yang Kai quickly understood this, but he didn't panic and continued to circulate the star-refining art. In his next plan, he didn't just need to refine a single star source, but also all the stars' star territory's star sources. If he couldn't even overcome this small obstacle, how could he carry out his plan? Dividing his attention, Yang Kai comforted the shadowed star source while harmonizing and refining the Fire Cloud Star's star source. The characteristics that appeared on the surface of his body were that his left and right sides were blooming with different lights that attacked each other. The power of the star force rampaged, causing the flame palace to collapse in an instant. The majestic palace turned into ruins, and many guests fled in all directions. The guests who came to congratulate the Flame Palace were all powerful cultivators. So naturally, they wouldn't die because of such an accident. Instead, they were all shocked by Yang Kai's strength. The aftermath of the conflict between the origins of the two stars was already difficult for them to resist. So it was difficult to imagine how Yang Kai, who was at the center of the conflict, could remain unscathed. Yang Kai wasn't unscathed, though. He felt like there were two naughty children fighting inside his body, vying for ownership of his body. He tried to calm them down, but it didn't have much effect. Instead, it caused his blood to boil and his face to turn red, making him extremely uncomfortable. In addition to these two naughty children, there were also several infants who were stirring up trouble. These infants were undoubtedly the origins of the stars that Yang Kai had refined recently, compared to the origins of Shadowed Star and Fire Cloud Star. These origins weren't too complete and weren't too strong. They were originally obedient, but under the stimulation of Fire Cloud Star's star source, they became restless. Pacify, reconcile, pacify, reconcile, pacify, and reconcile your grandmother's legs. All of you better behave. Shouting angrily, Yang Kai fiercely urged the star refining art to suppress the star's origins. The whole world suddenly fell silent. Yang Kai's aura gradually stabilized, and the conflicting origins in his body slowly subsided. These naughty children really need to be taught a lesson. However, Yang Kai also knew that this was just a stopgap measure, although there was no problem for the time being. As he refined more and more stars' origins in the future, this kind of conflict would only grow bigger and bigger. If he didn't come up with a foolproof plan when the time came, Yang Kai was afraid this would only lead to disaster that would have to be dealt with later. In Yang Kai's knowledge sea, inside the star, the symbol of Fire Cloud Star flashed. At the same time, Yang Kai established an unbreakable connection with the entire Fire Cloud Star. With a single thought, the entire Fire Cloud Star came under Yang Kai's control. The heavens and earth shook, and the clouds tumbled, seemingly informing the world that the Star Master had changed. A group of guests who had come to congratulate Qi hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master!" Not to mention the terrifying strength Yang Kai had shown before, his current status as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master forced them to lower their heads. In the future, they would have to rely on him to survive. So how could they not be careful? "Greetings, Master." Qi also lowered his head, looking as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant, his face bleak. He was also a man who was good at judging the situation. Before, he had dared to fight against Yang Kai because he had the confidence to do so. But now it turned out that it was just an illusion. Now that he was under someone else's roof, how could he not lower his head? Even if he had hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to think about taking revenge. In his peak condition, he couldn't even withstand one move from the other, let alone now. Yang Kai looked at Qi Huo with a meaningful look, making him shiver. He was afraid that Yang Kai would kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have that intention. He looked around and said, "I need your help with something." The old man with the goatee who had looked down on Yang Kai before quickly said, "Master, just tell us what you need. This old man will do it for you, Master." "Not bad, not bad. Please tell us, Master." Yang Kai said, "Qi Hua has sealed this star. I'm afraid you don't know what has happened in the past few years in this star's territory, right?" The old man with the goatee hesitated and said, "What does Master mean?" "The territory of the great desolate star invaded more than 10 years ago. They stole our cultivation stars and killed our cultivator in the territory of our star. They have wild ambitions, unforgivable." The group of people were shocked. Although they had heard Kai Yang mention this before, no one had taken it seriously. Now that they heard it again, They had no choice but to treat it seriously. There was another star's territory, and they had invaded. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, the situation is not so bad now. The cultivator in our star's territory is fighting back. This young master wants you to go and support him. Kill all the cultivators in the territory of the great desolate star. The old man with the goatee said, I don't know, where should we go? They had never even heard of the great desolate star's territory, so they naturally didn't know where to go. Go and find out for yourself. Yang Kai had been alone for 2 years. He didn't know where the war had spread, but as long as he had the heart, he wouldn't be afraid that he couldn't find out. Fire Cloud Star was sealed by Chihua, but because of this, its strength was relatively intact. If they could go and help, it would be a good help. Yes, 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 the old man with the goatee responded repeatedly, lamenting that such a master was really temperamental. Don't waste time. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept out. Like swatting flies, the group of Origin Kings lost their footing and were all blown away. In an instant, he was the only one left in the ruins of the Flame Palace. He found a place and sat down cross-legged. Immersing his divine sense in his knowledge sea, he observed the star. At a certain location, several light spots were flashing. They were the corresponding light spots of the cultivation stars he had refined recently. The brightest one among them was Fire Cloud Star. These light spots weren't random. If they were connected to each other with lines, they could outline an irregular polygon on the star. Yang Kai's mind flickered. Tens of millions of kilometers away, he urged the source strength of these stars. Suddenly, the invisible irregular polygon on the star started from the edges and spread towards the center. Wherever the light passed, the star field was infected by the aura of these stars and was then slowly refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai clearly felt that the star field had his own aura. Overjoyed, he knew that his previous guess was not wrong and immediately continued his efforts. In just 3 days, Yang Kai had finished refining the star. Looking at it again, the irregular polygon outlined by several light spots on the star field was already connected to his mind. Such an irregular polygon might be insignificant on the star, but the corresponding star field was extremely vast. If Yang Kai had used the previous method to refine it, it would have taken him at least half a year. But now, using this method to refine, it only took Yang Kai a month. He only needed to refine the star sources of a few cultivation stars first, and then use these cultivation stars as a foundation to spread his star field around, saving him a lot of time and energy. The territory of the star field was too large. It took him 2 years to refine the territory of the star field. In other words, according to his previous speed, it would take him at least 40 to 50 years to completely refine the entire star field territory. How long was 40 to 50 years? How could he have so much time to stay in the territory of the star field? Now that he had this method, his efficiency would be greatly improved. Coupled with the aura he had left behind in the asteroid sea, he could further improve it. 10 years within 10 years, Yang Kai would refine the entire star field territory and become the master of the star field territory. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.